What is going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome to a Saturday night stream. It is February 23rd, 2019, in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini, etc., and welcome, everybody, to Curse of Strahd. We are day 16 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Curse of Strahd, the Road West, as we are calling this today. I hope everyone is doing well today and is looking forward to an awesome stream. I am very much looking forward to this session. It should be a good time. Also, hi to Mystaria. I have not seen you in a while. Good to see you, and good to see everyone who's here. And Nordvolf, I also hope the encoder will be kind and that we don't get the random disconnect sometime that only happens once and never happens again in the middle of the evening. So hopefully that won't be the case. But good to see everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. What's up, Lone Gun Spy? And looking forward to the stream tonight. Before we move on, of course I remember, I still follow you, Mystaria, so I've actually stopped by once or twice when you were doing Paper Mario, but I haven't been able to be there for long because you stream at different times and I'm either awake or around, but absolutely I remember. Anyway, it's good to see everybody and I hope everyone's doing well, and thank you to Hillness for the resub while I was off. I appreciate that very much. I will talk more about those resubs in just a minute. If you have not done so already, please follow the channel. That is one of the ways you can support the stream. If you haven't done so already, please consider checking out the YouTube with !ArvTube, and please retweet this stream. I tweeted this out probably about 45 minutes ago with ! Tweet that will allow you to retweet the stream, and ! Arv tweets will let you join my Twitter, which would be lovely. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you were able to do that, Mystaria. So yes, ! Arv tweets will let you get over and follow my Twitter, which would be lovely. ! Arv cord will let you go to the Discord channel and hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. That is always growing, which is great. ! Arv shop will get you over to my merchandise area where you can check out some of the merchandise we have for the Infinity and Beyond crew for this very adventure, and soon to be other things as well. What's going on, Erdanel and Tobik and Echo? Good to see you all. ! Arv Treon for Arv shop for that. And then we've got, of course, don't forget arvaneleron.com is the place where you can find the audio podcast for this and the calendar, which has the details of what's happening schedule-wise on the channel. And then, of course, we've got the two other financial ways to support the channel. First of all, the Patreon, ! Arvtreon, ARVTREON, currently sitting at $367.96. Would love to see this get north of 400 and above, because the better we do on that score, that's really the financial backbone of the channel. And the channel has been, we got a lot of stuff going on with both writing things and also channel-based things, a lot of like announcements and videos and graphics and all that kind of stuff, including one thing I'll talk more about in a minute, and all that costs money. So any support that people can give is never required but always appreciated, and of course cool things you can get for yourself and the channel as well. The goal for that is to hit 420 by the end of the year, would be lovely. And last but certainly not least, of course, the sub button right above the video window. Currently we have about 45 subs, and our goal is to try to get up. My goal eventually is to get to close to 80 subs by the end of the year if we can, but at the moment the emotes, which Twitch has just rolled out for affiliates, means that the more we can keep these sub numbers going up, the better it will be for us. We have another emote slot already, and I'm going to be filling that over the next week or so. I've already talked to our emoticon creator extraordinaire Kilobyte about this, so I will be rolling that out fairly soon and making some adjustments. You will see that, but then there'll be other emotes coming as the months pass as we get more slots available. So not only does it help you in terms of inspirations you can use for the channel and stuff like that, it also allows you to do other things, which would be lovely. And so supporting by subscribing would be great as well. Schedule-wise, we've got Curse of Strahd going on tonight. On Tuesday, we will be back here with the Adventures of Middle-earth, which is going to be a great time, as that campaign is going into the last fellowship phase of Wilderland Adventures. That's going to be a big one, too. Probably it'll take 2 sessions to get through. A lot of stuff going on there. And then we've got Thronebreaker going on in the afternoon, and then in the evening, we'll be back here for the Our Vocalists and the return of Maggie. Margaret Crone will be back with us with the Our Vocalists on Tuesday night. In fact, we're likely to have a very full crew because we have someone else that's going to be jumping in, which you'll see, for Tuesday night. Maggie, unfortunately, is not going to be joining us for this yet. Her job is settled down enough that she's able to go back to Our Vocalists once a month, but not this yet. She will be out until April, but in April, she should be back and rejoining us, so we will get Zarama Kamamir back at that point. But in the meantime, that is the deal with Maggie, so you'll see some of that on Tuesday. And then Thursday, which I believe is the last stream of the month, we will have Emberwind return with the inimitable John Helfers as GM, along with the crew. So that is going to be coming back Thursday night, and that will wrap up February. On Friday, we will have the Patreon-fueled chat chosen game of the month, and we will finish up the votes for that on Tuesday. You should check out Next Game, by the way, for details about that. Oh yeah, but easy though. It's Roma though. It's Roma, Echo. It's Roma. Whole different world now. Because the gypsy thing is not cool anymore, and I've had to figure that out myself a little while ago, not some time ago. So yeah, but yes, the concerns that people may have about that. So, but anyway, that's Next Game. We've got Torchlight 2, Dragon's Lair Trilogy, and Suikoden up on the list. So you should pop in your votes now, and we will close that up on Monday. So that'll be good times for that. But that's the deal as far as scheduling is concerned. Last thing I want to mention, which is very important, on Tuesday during the Adventures of Middle-earth stream, I will be making the announcement for the Kickstarter, which will be running for the Forbidden Library set of adventures being published by Alligator Alley Entertainment. I have completed my introduction part of the video. We have art assets now that are being worked on, put into videos and stuff like that. I don't know that I'll have the video done by Tuesday, but I definitely, we are making progress on getting everything ready for that. And the Kickstarter, which is going to be running next month, I will have the dates for that, the official start dates. It will start on this stream, on this channel, and the official start dates for that Kickstarter, which is going to be one of several publishing projects I'm involved in this year. That's going to be happening for the Forbidden Library Adventures. So I'm going to be announcing that on Tuesday, so please make sure you have that marked in your calendar, because that's really important, folks. That and the other publishing projects are going to be a big deal, and I'm really excited for them, and so we'll need your assistance and help as always. With that said, it's time to get into Curse of Strahd, and I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know that we are ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, zoop, we are going to head over to see an almost, not quite full crew.
I'm telling you, that Death House has the perfect views for where we can see the Strahd Castle and all that. It'd be a great way to attack Strahd. He won't expect it.
Look, we're just going to start a bed and breakfast there.
Yeah,
exactly.
We have like a side gig as well. We're getting money with it.
Oh no, this is totally my main thing. We're leaving Valaki. I'm heading back there. You don't know about that. We already decided this while you were gone.
No, that's fine. If you want to do a bed and breakfast,
start a militia there.
Yeah,
we keep a militia in the building, even as it's shaking and falling down around us. The militia will help hold it up, and then
go ahead, Trent. Okay, oh my God, Cairo resub. Sorry. Thank you, Cairo, so much for the resub. The sexy burgundy leaf. That's true. You got the new leaf. You got that red leaf. Thank you, Cairo. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Sorry, Trent, you were saying.
No, I was going to say it's a dead and breakfast, not bed and breakfast.
Oh my God, so true. So true.
I should just
and
not
that's
have
our show, folks. Thanks for coming and watching. We'll see you on the next episode of
There's no reason for me to ask you what you're saying. But no, the full crew is back. I am very, very excited. Nice
full
to meet
crew
you
is not back. We do
almost back. We do not have Maggie back. I'm sorry. Almost full crew.
How could you possibly?
And I'm very excited to have everyone here. It's going to be awesome. And you typed it out so you wouldn't interrupt. You failed horribly. No, it's good.
It's going to be something.
You got something. So we are all here. How many? Now let me see. Trent, I think, are you wearing your Infinity and Beyond shirt? Okay, you got that. I got my Infinity and Beyond shirt.
I have mine in red.
Yeah. That has never even left Rob's laundry. I have heard so many excuses for where this shirt is. Laundry, being used as a rag, hanging outside his window, used it as a flag during one of the protest marches. Like, I've heard all sorts of reasons that we still don't have a shirt.
I think I donated it to the Salvation Army.
At least it's getting some use. No, it's okay. But Trent has got his Infinity Beyond shirt on, which is awesome. And Trent, how is life in the universe and everything, sir? How are you, and who are you playing?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
perfect. Well done.
All right.
On.
That's
Wow. No, I'm actually really I'm like freakishly jazzed because of some other game that I'm in with none of you guys. Yeah.
Thanks.
The Highlander one.
No problem. It's actually tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon with Mr. Grimjack.
Mm-hmm.
And we're doing the next installment of the Highlander RPG that we're doing, and of course tomorrow's episode 2 is where we discuss my characters.
So it's right.
I love that we're just the green room for your more important show that you're doing.
Well, no. In fairness,
that's all.
This isn't just the generic Highlander. This is like his full like character background. Like he actually gets to sing. There's no time for us.
Secret calling is that he wanted to be an immortal.
Does Tren want to live forever? Anyway, sorry.
No, I really don't. I think that sounds like a very bad idea.
Did you just really quote? Did you just really sing a line from Who Wants to Live Forever?
It's from Highlander. It's
Yeah.
it's the Highlander movie. He's doing the Highlander role-playing
okay.
game.
That's not the one that I was thinking of. Anyway, continue.
Do you think it was another Highlander? No, it was this.
No,
it was that
not-
song. Oh, the
no,
song.
no.
Oh,
A different Who Wants to Live Forever by Queen.
Well, there's the other one. It's the the Masters of the Universe. Right, that's the other song I know from that
Princes
movie. But
of the Universe.
whatever, Princes,
Masters of the Universe was He-Man.
which is
So
also
anyway.
a quality song. Anyway, so you're excited about Highlander. When is that tomorrow? Like how and is it like a 3-hour long extravaganza? Like how long do
No,
these
I
things
think
go?
all the things are basically restricted down to like 2 hours.
Okay.
So it's very bite-sized kind of stuff. I mean, if you consider 2 hours bite-sized, which I do because I'm fat. Anyway, I think it's at 1 p.m. Pacific. So 1, 2, 3, 4 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
Okay.
Just follow me and Grimjack and everybody on Twitter. You'll see it everywhere. Just follow me on Twitter. I always say when things are going. I know I say that I always say when I'm going live, and I didn't do that today for this game. But like that guy over there said, green room, whatever. So,
Damn.
Scrubs, community theater.
GC Darkside Scrubs. Is that what you said?
No.
Wow.
Don't give people any ideas. Somehow that will
Too
stick,
late.
and I will hold that against you and John forever.
I don't
Promise.
want no
Don't give people
scrubs,
ideas.
scrubs,
The more I hate
Rob, or Trent's put
GC,
together,
it
right?
works. It works. GC Darkside Scrub.
No,
Scrub into
no.
one.
No, I will quit this fucking show. I will walk out. Stage right.
Oh god.
Right fucking now.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
gone.
Who are you
Oh,
playing
no.
today, Trent?
I will Mari
my
Povich the hell out of this set.
Ooh.
Watch me do it.
Yeah, I'm playing a tiny little annoying little man named Weller Pale, whose name I almost forgot because it seems like forever since we played. Weller Pale, who is a metaphysician, which means that he does a bunch of psychic stuff. Doesn't mean he's a doctor. It's not that. It's metaphysics, not he's a metaphysician. It's metaphysics. Fuck it, you'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out.
And yeah, playing him and his tiny wee man who lives in a bottle, also named Weller. The man is not the bottle, isn't named Weller. Fuck
Is
it.
the other Weller also a metaphysician? Like,
No.
No, he's a homunculus.
so
He's
you're
a-
actually
he's a
role
mini- he's a
playing
mini
one that
physician.
is and one that isn't at the same
Right.
time.
Right. Actually,
Yeah.
whenever Trent says that, he's actually saying mega physician, and so he's a mini physician. You just
No,
don't. You don't
well-
Yeah,
just-
yeah, it would technically be he would be a mini physician
right.
No,
That's
I
exactly
mean-
what it is.
because
Well-
he's a little you and he's got the
Right.
background of a physician. So it'd be a mini
He's
physician.
a
No.
mimi meta physician.
No, it has nothing to do with being a physician. That's Rob's character's thing.
That's true.
My guy is metaphysical.
Metaphysical. That's right.
Not
very,
a doctor.
very
He's
true.
And yet Weller has on record, while I've talked about doctor stuff, I can do that better.
It's very different things. That they're doing.
Metaphysically, yes. But anyway, I am very excited to have turn to this and to be returning to this game with Weller Pale. Moving right along, we have got with us Mr. Sod _ oh my god, the resub. Wow, all hail GC Darkside Rob. I mean GC Darkside Nub. I mean GC Darkside Snub. Happy to support as always. Thank you, Raider, both for the
Raider.
sub and the joke. Quality
Raider,
work. Quality
you're,
work,
you're
Raider.
fired.
You are my
Actually-
hero, Raider. You're the wind beneath
No,
my wings.
if he means GC Darkside's nub, like the nub of a tail, like on a Doberman or a Rottweiler, those are fucking awesome dogs. So, especially in the furry fandom, being known as a nub, especially a Rottweiler, very fucking cool.
I'm leaving. I'm out.
GC Darkside
Oh,
Scrub
no,
has
now
become
you've
an Argonaut.
Broken the
God.
webcam.
I'm gone. I quit. I'm
Breaking
gone.
the webcam. I want to thank the I
it.
want to thank the newest follower, GC Darkside Scrub, just followed the channel, and I don't know what to say about that. That's what happened.
And he's gone.
He's gone, and he vanished. So that was great. That was all great. Hopefully he'll be back with us soon. In the meantime, I want to thank you again, Raider. And I should mention, by the way, that Raider, you're only 1 month shy of the bronze quill. You are almost graduating to the bronze quill. Thank you very much for the host, by the way, ENT. I appreciate it very much. I heard this was the place to be, says GC Darkside. Look, it's not my fault, Rob. I did not do that. So you have to talk to the people in
You
chat.
shut your damn dirty face.
So anyway, it's a pleasure to have Trem
It's
with
kind
us.
of ironic because you left the call and joined back in. You switched with John. So.
I fixed it. Oh my God. There we go. Everyone is good to go. Thank God I keep my cameras flexible. All right. Sod, sorry about that. Lots of follows and resubs
that's
going
fine.
on. So welcome, Sod. Who the hell are you and who are you playing in today's stream?
I am playing a half-orc paladin named Olga Adzar. But yeah, I'm now in awesome high-definition quality. Can you tell? Can anyone tell?
You guys
Actually,
should
yes,
see. He
compared
gave
to
us
your
a
old
tour. He gave us a tour. Trent and Rob and me a tour.
Maybe I
And
should
let
do
me
it
tell
now.
you,
I should do the
it's
little tour
like
now.
he's like an executiveville. Like he's
So over there is a
literally-
window. Over there is a kitchen and a bed.
But but he's got like leather couches and like it's really it's pretty nice. I just see it and I just am like it's like we walked
fancy.
into Wall Street. It's like really.
I still prefer I prefer a fabric couch over a leather couch. I think after
It's Rodeo
trying
Drive,
out
man.
both.
I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I'm glad that the move is good and you're in a comfortable place. with
yeah,
good
so
internet.
all my stuff is currently in a family member's one little room. I've just got like piled up to the ceiling, just all my stuff. And it's gonna be like that for probably the next 7 months as they fix my house. So yeah, and then I'll be my dream home, kind of a dream home, will be done, and I'll be living there for a long time, hopefully. So yeah,
Nice. And at that
That's
point,
all
you'll have
happening.
fiber internet, right? At that point, like
yeah, like this right now. I would love that.
Yeah.
In theory, yes, I will have it. Just don't know how good it'll be because it's not the same. It's not fiber to the premises. It's high HFC, which is something else completely different. I don't want to get into. It's technical. And but yeah, cross fingers. It's really good.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're with us with this internet and that you're playing Alec Gedzar, who's had a busy couple of sessions, actually. As Alec is beginning to develop his character even more. So we'll talk more about that as time goes on. Moving right along, of course, we have John Helfers with us, who I see has got a recent haircut, if I'm not saying that improperly. So is that true? Am I seeing a
just
new
today,
haircut?
as a matter of fact?
I
yeah.
see. I could tell.
I had to freshen up for the stream.
Yes, no, I could tell, and we were not sure if John was going to be with us because he thought he
Yes,
would
you
be
actually
away.
put on a new plaid shirt as opposed to a pre-worn plaid shirt.
Damn! Wow, someone is not happy at being called GC Darkside Scrub and has not let that go. And
I was
so-
thinking GC Darkside.
Don't unbutton it.
Two would be a good
Look,
one.
this is not the kind of stream for that.
Listen, man, what John's wearing was the entire uniform at the University of Connecticut in the mid '90s. Okay, like it was pretty much all plaid shirts and T-shirts. All right, the whole
Green
thing.
Bay and everywhere else.
It was
exactly.
between grunge and farmer.
Hey,
Anyway,
it's
how are you,
cold
John, and who
here.
are you playing?
I am good, thank you. And yes, it's warm in winter. It's freaking
Yeah.
out here.
I feel like John is donning what should be your English professor suit of armor for this guest.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm John Helfers. I do a lot of editing, writing, and stuff. I got to throw out a quick plug because it just dropped today. Is our first, I should say, our next original BattleTech novel through Catalyst just came out today. Forever Faithful by Blaine Lee Pardo. It is amazing, and this is the first real original book we've done since Embers of War back in 2016. So we are rolling out the
Nice.
fiction, and I just put a drop for a link for people who want to grab it. It's also available in print as well. Ebook and POD. I am playing Django Lucky, and boy, it has to be like a long time since we played for some reason.
See?
It's only 2 weeks, but
Yeah.
it's
2
like,
weeks.
it's 2
feels like
weeks.
longer. Reanimated warlock who's just trying to get us goddamn town. The tentacles keep pulling us back in.
He's just trying to find love in a loveless world.
No. I'm tempted to just burn it all down except for the church. This is just getting ridiculous. But we did locate the relics for the church. That's back in place now.
Yup.
Thank goodness. And yet, like 3 other things now open up in this damn town because apparently we're gonna all die here. We're not gonna make it to Strahd. We're just
Not so
gonna
much in
die
the
here
town, but
Valaki.
you'll see. Yeah.
It's gonna take 20
yeah,
years to go to
yeah.
Valaki.
I
Dinner's gonna
actually
be
did-
very cold when we get to
Yes.
A lot of
Strahd's
my
place.
prep for today was basically getting set up for descriptions of all the open doors that, like options, like here, just so you know, here's the list of BioWare choices,
Oh.
15 of them you could choose. But anyway, so you were playing Django and it
Good
is
to
a
use
pleasure to have.
BioWare as a reference while BioWare still exists as a company. Nicely done.
Yeah, just to
Mhm.
get, oh, damn, wow. BioWare called out.
Wow. Okay.
Just in case BioWare is listening, we'd still be happy to be sponsored by you. I'm sure.
For the next week, apparently.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
Anthem will be great.
What it sounds like.
Anthem has been fine.
I heard
but-
Anthem uses 62% real cacao in their chocolate.
Oh damn.
That was
But I wanted to say very quickly, welcome back, Backburner. I have not seen you in here for a while. It's good to see
Hey,
you, Burner.
Burner.
What's up, man?
Hey, everybody, but
Um,
hey, Burner.
And
as
it's
well.
good to see everyone who's coming in the meantime. Thank you again so much for the host and ENT and for everyone who's here and checking things out. Thank you. And a pleasure to have John with us. Moving right along, we have got what right now is just a phantom name on the screen. I will try to add an image, which will look a little bit more professional than that. But that is, of course, Mr. Don Cairo, who is under the weather, but is forging on because that's the kind of player that he is. What's up, Don? How are you? How are you hanging in there, dude? How's the things going?
Spirits are high. I'm good. I'm happy to be back. I'm not feeling too hot. I just got back from an awesome trip. I was in Montreal. I actually met up with Sabotis and
Nice.
oh, I'm so jealous. Dude. That's
me and
awesome.
George, aka Ike Enforcer, flew up there, and a buddy of mine who lives in Toronto was there as well. There was a like an esports tournament for Rainbow Six Siege that was up there too, and so we got to check that out, and that was a lot of fun.
Nice.
But Montreal in February is not a warm place.
No, I've
Yeah.
been there in that time. It is not.
Yeah, it's a beautiful city. I mean, I loved it. It was such a good time. But there was just, even while we were there were such heavy fluctuations in the weather. And then when I came back to Cleveland, even more so. And I think over the span of like 10 days, I think the weather, my body temperature fluctuated within like 60 degrees of like being
Yep.
below zero at one point and then like 50 at another.
Yep.
So that didn't do me any favors. But so I have a little bit of the sniffles and a little bit of coughing, and I just don't want to have the cam on because I figure no one wants to see excessive amounts of discharge at all times. So I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that without getting into any more gruesome details. So yeah, I am playing Rude Vraxos, Goliath Barbarian. It's been actually quite, I think, man, the last time I was here for a session was probably early January. I want to say like right at the start of the new year. So I'm excited to see what has transpired since then. All these doors that hopefully they're open because Rude had a vendetta against them and wanted to knock them all down like he did the last time.
Oh, that was a big part of it.
in the
Sure.
tower, I'm
yeah.
sure.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited, happy to be here, guys, and looking forward to the session.
Awesome, dude, and thank you for sticking it out. As people know who didn't see Assignment Impossible last night, everybody seems to be sick these days. Like everyone's just like leveled by something. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm being facetious. I know John's feeling great, Trent's feeling good, but Saad was sick, Cairo's sick, Rob was sick, a lot of people. So it's been sickness all around. But that's honestly, that is how a Goliath handles things. A Goliath does not allow a little bit of illness to slow them down. And so as you will see, I've now put the picture up on stream, Cairo. So there you go. Now you got
I see it. It looks great.
Yeah. So now you're good to go. But always a pleasure to have Cairo with us. And last but certainly not least, in terms of people who are with us today, I already mentioned that Maggie will not be with us, but will be back in April. So we will not have her for the next couple of sessions, but she will be back soon. She plays Zarama Chamomir. And so the last person who is here, of course, is the wonderful GC Darkside Rob. And notice how I made the name all right. I didn't mess it up in any way for juvenile reasons.
No, you only messed up where the camera was centered again, like normal.
Listen, dude. Which person left? Which person decided to leave and made me have to redo the cameras? Who had to do that?
There, look how good my face looked in the middle of the thing.
Also, thank you for the resub, Nordwolf at tier 2. Thank you. You are my hero. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the resubs today, folks. I appreciate it. And now, Rob, a pleasure. How's life in the universe with you, sir? And who are you playing?
Now?
Yeah, now. And now.
Okay. And now.
Yeah.
No,
right
now.
Right
Okay.
this moment
Now. Hi. GQ Darkside Rob here. Yeah. I play video games on the internet. I'm currently playing through a full playthrough. I don't think it's gonna be 112%, but we're gonna try to complete as many of the endings and get as much of the stuff in the game as possible of Hollow Knight, which I was playing the other night on my stream. I absolutely love that game to death. Some of you may know that Silk Song was just recently announced. We don't know when that game is coming out, but I will be playing that too. And I'm playing this now to sort of get it out of the, not get it out of the way, but sort of, complete it, which I've never done before the sequel comes out. I was gonna try to do Dark Souls From Software full series playthrough before Sekiro comes out, but there's no fucking way in hell that's happening because that game comes out like in 2 weeks. So that's what you can see me play on my channel, twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob. I also am frantically ramping up to try to complete my second musical EDM retro synthwave tunes album, which is tentatively called Pitfalls and Double Jumps. That name may change. My current first album is on Bandcamp right now, which is Shadows in the Drift. You can find it Shadows of the Drift on Bandcamp if you search that, or search for my artist name, which is DS Ardioverse, DSRDI. Why do I always have a problem?
He's got the link there. Just use the link there.
Yeah,
There's a link.
I'll
It's
put a
right
link
there.
in the there it is. DSRDIOVERSE. There we are.
Thanks, Echo.
Bandcamp.com. Thank you, Echo. If you like that kind of like chiptune retro wave synths kind of stuff, there's more where that came from, and I will be doing some casts on my stream to sort of highlight that, and YouTube videos, and maybe podcasting and other voiceover work. And I'm also doing all the voices for all the characters in Hollow Knight, as is my thing that I do when I play games of that nature that don't have voice acting in them. I like to do the voices myself because I also do voiceover work and do voices of characters and shit like that. That's me. Follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/GCDarksideRob. And today I'm playing the dual personalities of Dr. Mason Brockwell III and Dr. Xavier, what is it? Extension
Blood Hunter.
character, Blood Hunter, created by none other than Critical Role's Matthew Mercer, also of Mirage fame. One of the characters from the recently released Apex Legends. I can't remember which character. Maybe it is Mirage. I don't know. There you go.
Okay.
That's
It should also be noted that
Yeah,
apparently
Mirage.
Lon Agunsby.
yeah,
Luana Gunspy.
I think it's Looney Goonispy.
It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lone Niggansby.
Lon
Again,
Agunsby.
Lone known Ningun.
Lon
Never,
Agunsby.
It's fine.
never seen him before in my life.
Yep. It is a pleasure to see everyone here, and let us get underway. Let me
It's
turn on the
Lonnie
music
Gunsby.
and let me
There it is.
summarize
Lonnie Gunsby.
what is going on with this
It's
stuff.
Swedish.
We've
Lonnie
got-
Gunsby.
We've got things going on. Before I do that, though, I need to find out what happened to my... What is...
Hey, Caster, you do play a D&D game eventually, don't you?
Well, I'm not understanding...
Now I'm just remembering. I'm imagining Rob being the Swedish chef on the Muppets, going.
For some reason,
Thankfully.
my main window just shut down for no reason at all, so that's weird. All right, give me 1 second.
Thankfully, I've never had a crush on that character.
How? That's a miracle. These
Yeah,
so
one of the few Muppets I never had.
I
a crush
know.
on.
The total package is Odyssey. The total package is that? What's I'm a little. Okay.
Do you normally fall for Muppets?
Cookie Monster, definitely.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
Cookie Monster was one of my first, just absolute heartthrobs. I was like
I love it.
4 or 5, and I wanted to date him. And then Animal. I was
Animal. Yeah.
Well, who
I know.
doesn't want an animal in their life?
Oh.
I can see that.
Barkley, the big dog that hangs.
Oh,
around
yeah.
all the time. Love him.
What? Barkley?
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Was he like an extension character? Was
What about Grover?
expanded universe
Were you a
character?
Grover fan?
Okay, I gotta go.
No,
All right. Thanks for vamping. That was lovely.
We're talking about my childhood loves. Thank you very much.
That's all the
It's
more
very
reason to move
important
right
things.
along. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Not foul.
These developmental steps in one's upbringing are fundamental to ending up right here, right now, playing D&D.
And
If I
none
had
of the
to pick-
puppets for Mr. Rogers. Those things.
All right. Let us get underway, folks. So
What, the
couple
Bert and
of
Ernie sweaters didn't do anything for you?
couple of quick notes about what it is that we what it is that we did, because we need to summarize a lot of the loose endings and sort of loose ends that we have not been able to tie up as of yet, because as Rob
No fault
pointed
of
out. I think
ours,
there's a
Mr.
whole
Throw
bunch of
8
stuff.
million plot.
Hey,
threads
look,
in
you know
front of
what?
us.
I just lay down the breadcrumbs. What you choose to eat is beyond
With-
is
with,
not my
um,
chosen.
Steam shovel or a
Almost like he writes novels
There's
that have
delicious
lots of
breadcrumbs.
plot lines going on.
That's true. All right, so you folks are at the moment in Valaki as you are attempting to remove the curse of Strahd, the big bad Strahd Van Zarevich, who has caused so many problems for the people of Barovia and have trapped the party in this strange and deadly land. And the party at the very end of the last session had managed to, after dealing with a bunch of problems, had managed to get Rictavio, who was a bard of apparently some small repute that has some particular knowledge that he may have for Mason. And so as a consequence, Mason decided that he needed to save him, even though at the time he was very frustrated with him because of all the secrets and mystery box J.J. Abrams style things that he's doing.
Secrets and lies. Secrets and lies.
And so he managed to
Fuck us with
some,
this smoke monster. What is the fucking deal?
with some quick thinking and with the rest of the party working together, including Weller having a chance to actually speak to a saber-toothed tiger face to face inside the wagon that Rictavio had, managed to get out of the city, out of the town of Valaki to the west, which allowed the party to return and tie up a few loose ends that are in the town. Actually, many of those loose ends have been tied up, but there are a couple of which remain outside the city that I want to sort of summarize for people. Number one, you have just received a letter from Strahd Van Zarevich himself, well, apparently himself, in which he has basically cordially invited you to his castle. Whether you are going to accept the idea that I'm going to go actually hang out with the big bad guy who is inviting you is totally up to you, but he has sent you this letter, so apparently you have attracted his notice in greater detail.
He's invited us for dinner.
Invited you for dinner. The second thing, which is a loose end, is the fact that there is, of course, Casimir, the Dusk Elf that you were promising you would bring to the Amber Temple. The Amber Temple being a place where Casimir's sister supposedly has information available to him. He wants to rescue her, and in exchange, he will give the party not only his knowledge, but also this incredibly powerful weapon called the Sun Sword, which is one of the weapons that the party was prophesied they might need to defeat Strahd himself. And so they've got Casimir to deal with. They also have two things going on to the west of the village. First of all, there is the Wizard of Wines, which is something which Weller had talked about with some of the people in the Vistani camp to the south of the village, which was basically this thing that provides wine to most of Barovia. Shipments have dried up, if you'll pardon the pun. Quite literally, there is no wine flowing from the Wizard of Wines, and nobody knows why. And so a lot of people have been asking the party, not just Weller, to try to go and deal with this situation, because frankly, it's hard to keep morale up in Barovia without a healthy dose of vino. So they need some wine sooner rather than later, and they have asked the party to look into that. And then there is, of course, the fact that they have still Irina, the burgomaster of Barovia's daughter, who they were asked by the new burgomaster of Barovia, her brother, to bring her to a safe place. And so the party decided that they would try to bring her to Kresk, where there is a walled abbey that might provide some safety. That is also to the west of Valaki, and that is yet another loose end that's involved there. So basically, to sum all this up, we've got the Wizard of Wines, we've got the village, we've got the town, the abbey really, of Kresk, we've got Casimir to the north, and we have this invitation from Strahd that has been given to the party. And so as we return as we return things to the party, you are standing inside the church, having just received and read this letter, and I will now hand it over to you, gentlemen. What would you like to do?
I also like to state, don't forget, also, do we do something about this crazy mayor and all his festivals?
Well, of course, that is also a reality. Yes.
And the church that needs our help. You left a few things out there, buddy.
Yes. Well, I was trying to reduce the, I was trying to not overwhelm people.
It's too
but
complicated.
Yes,
That sum up.
but it is true that you've kind of helped the church a little bit. With the
returning
the
the bones of the saint just a little bit, just a minor detail.
Just a minor detail.
You
Yes.
know.
But we're currently confined to the town, if I remember correctly. We can't leave.
We could leave.
Did Zach say we could
We
leave?
can leave.
No, you could leave.
Well,
He never said we could leave. All he said was that we need, he wants the actual person responsible or creature responsible for this found. We
Correct.
can simply just walk out the door and go like, we're off to find the thing and go and just not come back. We could, it's like, we'll see you. We'll have the solution for your little bye. You know.
Let's do Brotherhood of the Wolf style. Just get a big wolf. Here it is. Boom, done. Okay, out. We're done. There you go. Here's your creature. Terrible thing. Awful.
Oh God, I love that you just quoted that movie.
So
That is a movie that most people do not know, and it's so good. Go watch it if you can find it.
party is in control. What do you folks want to do?
Oh, you can control. You're so funny.
I want to go have tea time
anyways.
with Strahd. Grab my axe into his chest.
Tea time with Strahd. You're just gonna like up. Let's go take him on. I think.
I'm assuming that
Fourth
the
level,
letter
we're
I'm
ready.
talking about is this invitation in my inventory, right?
That is correct. And in fact, just in case people do not
Was
remember,
that discussed?
yes, we talked about the last time, but I will.
It was the last thing we got.
Oh yeah,
before
I'm sorry,
our
you have not
cut.
discussed it yet. I beg your pardon.
Right.
I
And
meant
just so
like
that-
within the party, did we discuss as a party if we were going to go or not?
Correct. You
No,
have
you
not
have-
yet, because that was the last thing that happened. Let me just read that again quickly for
Okay.
people who did not hear this last time in last session. So the invitation reads, "My friends, know that it is I who have brought you to this land, my home, and know that I alone can release you from it. I bid you dine at my castle so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. Your passage here will be a safe one. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd Vanzerovich." So that is the invitation, and now, yeah, you have not had a chance to discuss it because you just heard it. So
Tell you what, the balls of this guy.
I'd like to go and see him. Perhaps we can end this quickly.
Well, I think an end quickly will certainly be what happens there, but I don't think you're going to like what happens too.
We don't really know much about him. All that we know is he's a very powerful person.
And he's a vampire.
And he's caused me nothing but a headache since I've been here. And I'd like to end that quicker than than have to stay here and play these foolish games.
You know, it occurs to me that he says that our passage to his castle would be a safe one. So what if it doesn't say anything about him sending a coach for us or providing any form of transportation. So we could theoretically take the most dangerous passage possible, and he would be honor bound, if he is indeed a creature of honor, would be honor bound to kill everything that threatened us. So we could have him clean up the entirety of the country of Barovia.
You're a man of the people, Weller.
No, I just want to go home.
Perhaps we'll have him fix the potholes on the roads too.
I don't think it's actually possible. It would have to stop raining for a while. Can vampires control the weather? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
This is the journey there would be a safe one. It doesn't say anything about our safety once we've arrived. So I don't.
Well, something tells me if we don't go, he's not going to just let us ignore this letter. And actually, how did we get this? Was this like a Skyrim thing where a random person showed up? Like, I've
been
got a
looking
letter
for
you.
I've been looking for you.
Yeah, how did we actually get this? Did it just magically appear or something?
No, it was handed to you by the Father Lucian Petrovich, who is the person who is the head of this church, and he found it outside the door. Basically, he didn't know who had actually brought it to him, but
Okay. But yes, I mean, I do believe he's not gonna if he wants us there. I mean, what's to stop him from just snapping his fingers and boom, we're in his dining room right now. It wouldn't be the first time I've moved from location to location against my will.
Be the first time for us either. He took us out of Death House.
So
Well,
I
I
don't
could
know
have
what
just
to make of
carried
it.
us all out. I don't know.
All I know is I'd feel a lot better at least swinging my axe at him. But and Rex also turned to Django. You seem to know more about this and the dangers involved than I do. So maybe I should calm myself and take a step back.
That is wise
Ooh.
My dear Brood, you know not what thinking wish to fix.
So I love this modulator, John, but it's a little. You got to come up with a little bit because right now it's just like I am distant man of the distant ears.
Too hard to hear?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's cool,
I'll
but it's
bypass it.
distant.
I'll bypass it. I'll have to play around with it a little more. It's
It looks like it's close though. But before you answer that
Yeah.
question, I just want to say quickly, thank you, Nordvolf, because Nordvolf's having trouble with his internet, so he inspired Weller before he left. So
Weller already has inspiration. Put that on someone else.
okay, so he's already got inspiration, Nordvolf. So you probably should put that with someone else. I should probably start putting just a little tab, like a little visual thing that shows if they're inspired or not. But anyway, yeah. So thank you, Nordvolf, but we should probably shift it to somebody else because he's already inspired. I mean, Weller is sort of perpetually inspired. The second thing is, Mystaria, as far as the audience participation, the way it works is if you support the Patreon at the $10 level, or if you subscribe at the tier 2 level or above here, you get an inspiration per month that you can use on one of my campaigns. And you can inspire the players. You just type in ! Inspire space and then the person you want to inspire. And it does not carry over to next month. And this is the last, it's not true. It's not the last session of the month because there is Emberwind, which is going to be on Thursday. So technically you could inspire people in Emberwind. But it's either Emberwind or these
screw
folks.
those guys. You want to?
Yeah, screw those
I
guys.
was going to say, I've always waited for them to be like, who cares about the Esper Genesis ship crew? What matters is us. Okay, anyway. So
damn right.
I'm
Oh,
sure
wait,
they got time travel or something they can do if things go awry. They'll be all right.
it'll be fine. So, okay, Nordvolf has inspired Mason. Thank you very much, Nordvolf. I will let him know that when he comes back to his seat. Thank you, Nordvolf. Appreciate it, man. And hopefully the internet clears up for you a little bit down the line. But thank you. Okay, so now you can answer
hang
that.
on.
Go ahead, Django.
Hold on. So what was it? The voice was too low. You couldn't hear what I was saying.
It was
that the
too
problem?
distant. It felt like, right? Isn't that what people heard? Is like quiet.
Yeah,
maybe
I could.
echoey?
It sounded cool, but I honestly just couldn't understand what you were saying.
It was like you were at the other end of a tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Hold on a second.
too much echoing.
A very
I guess.
reverbing town.
Oh.
You say a word?
I'll
You stub your toe? Or...
have to play around with the settings because I can actually adjust it. I'll have to figure out how to do
Yeah.
that. All right, I won't do it right tonight, but okay, close. Timmy in a well, exactly.
Who needs echo
Hello.
machines, really?
Anyways.
Not you, apparently.
Yeah, apparently not. So Strahd is not just some baker witches in a windmill or even a house that is trying to kill you. He's an elemental force of unnatural terror. And to think that we could walk in there and just take a swing at him, as you so eloquently put it, would be probably your last action in this lifetime. We are not ready to do this yet. If we were to
Vraxos.
go and talk with him, although I do not know what the point is, because Strahd's only desire is to corrupt and seduce to his side. He will offer you whatever you want. You want to leave, or you just have to do a couple things for me. And those couple things will curdle your very soul. And by that time, you will be in his thrall. You will be his. That is what he does. This is all he does. He exists to tear apart and destroy for his own sadistic pleasure. So, if the party truly wishes to go there, I will accompany. I do not think it is a good idea, but he has laid down the invitation. We are not honor-bound to accept it, but we can if we wish. But know you are entering even a higher level of a most dangerous game should you choose to accept his invitation.
Since I've been in this land, I've yet to feel like I've made any choice on my own. And it's all thanks to that man.
So how is making the choice to answer his invitation doing so now?
No, that's
You're
not
just
what I'm
dancing to his
saying.
tune.
I just want to put an end to it by any means necessary, that's all.
Well, we have potential to get the beans to do so, but we have not achieved it yet.
Which is why I said I will take a step back.
I think that is wise. But again, it is yours and mine's opinions are only two of the groups. It depends on what others wish to do at this point in time.
We've got other tasks we need to do first. perhaps after we do those, then we'll think about this. Just
You don't like. You have to clear your quest log, don't you, Sad?
A lot of question marks on the map.
Yeah, you don't like those indicators, do you?
The priest is like, I heard one of the quests is bugged, and
oh, just look into that, please.
So, I suppose it is to visit Strahd or not to visit Strahd. Otherwise, are we investigating these murders? Are we going to the temple? Are we going to Kresk? We have many options on our plate, and we should figure out what we're doing and perhaps set out on one.
I wouldn't mind a bit of a rest first. I need to sort some things
Yes, it
out.
has been a long day,
Hmm.
and sorting some things out might be a good idea.
Should probably
Check-
just go and check on
check
Arena and the
off.
kids, see how they're going.
That we left stuck at the bar all day. Yes, exactly.
I think that'd be wise. What time of day is it right now? Is it nighttime?
no, it is probably, I would say probably
Nighttime.
about mid-afternoon. Would be, I believe, is where it was.
Nap time's good for me.
Yeah, if you've forgotten as well, because you weren't there, we went into a bunch of combats with vampires and stuff. So you've been.
I mean, it sounds
Damaged
like
a
most
bit.
of the action is going to be taking place at night, anyways, right?
Mm,
Like in terms of murders and vampire things, right?
we've already encountered vampires in the coffin maker's place. While we were investigating the bones, where the missing bone relics were, and we found out the coffin maker was being, well, at least we assume that there was 2 vampire spawns with him upstairs.
Oh. How shocking.
The yes, the coffin maker's place. Perhaps we should get
Yeah,
some
we gotta
rest
deal with
and
that.
Head. Well, I'm thinking perhaps we should head back there because one would assume that they wanted to move the bones outside of the city so that it could not be recovered, and perhaps someone would come who wished to pick them up from in Strahd's employ. It might be a good source of information if we could capture them alive. Well, alive is a relative term, so to speak. And there's still the matter of the corpse in the woods nearby. Well, actually, we brought that inside. The corpse is now in the coffin maker's place, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
that's
put it
right.
on the table.
That's right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We did the invisibility spell to bring it inside without being seen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it seems like that's a nexus of things happening in the town more than usual. So some rest might be a good idea, and then maybe set up for this evening and see who might come to call, theoretically, is my thought. But I'm open to other suggestions as well.
What do you think, Weller?
Hang on, I'm trying to recover from a really bad joke that was going through my head just now. It's just the coffin maker had those 2 female vampires spawn up there, and it's probably like the equivalent of your wedding's coming up, so you've got to go and get all the bridesmaid stuff, and it's just the new version of Say Yes to the Chest, and it's just no, God, no. Anyway,
Jeez.
way too much setup for a very
I
bad
was
joke.
like,
Yeah.
do not,
Right.
do not.
I was compelled to share such tragedy with you guys. So where
Well, there are actually 2 bodies there. They've both been prepared, so nothing's going to happen to either of them for the next 7 days. At least they won't be turned or raised or decomposed or anything like that. I took care of that before I left. But we did, as I recall, tell the guard captain that there were bodies there. As I recall, we told him that.
Did we?
I don't think we did.
I don't. I'm pretty sure we kept that to ourselves.
Yeah.
No, we told the father.
Yeah, we told the
Right.
father.
Told the father.
Yeah,
Yes.
we told the father, yes, because we didn't want to. If there were bodies nearby where the elf bard was camping out, we were sure he was going to be like thrown in the clink, so we kept that
Yes.
quiet. Yeah. But I'm still thinking someone is going to show up there. I think the vampire spawn were just servants to a higher being in between them and Strahd, and I would imagine that at some point they would wish to move the bones. That's what I would do. I would not keep it in town. We happened to intercept it before it could leave, thankfully. It would be much more difficult to recover them if they had left the village.
And there is every possibility that whatever creature buried the body at that site that you found could come back for a late night snack.
Indeed. So all things seem to point to that area as where things seem to be happening. And plus, there is a nearby gate we can escape through if things get too shitty.
Okay. So are you folks planning to head over
Still
to,
not working.
as I understand it, the coffin maker's place?
Well, I thought we were gonna stop by the Blue Water to check out
The
kids.
Blue Water Inn? Okay.
Which is on the way. I mean, actually,
Yes.
where we are now is like we're very close to it, anyways.
Mhm.
And then I think it sounds like we're gonna set up at the coffin makers because sleeping next to dead bodies. Well, hey, that sounds exciting. So yeah.
Yep. So we'll do that.
Okay. All right. So I'm just removing some of my lines from the processions that happened earlier on.
I'm
Okay.
just trying to remember as well that the Petrovic talked to us about Danaka. The people who own the inn, which was the Mardikovs.
Right. Right.
Yes.
That's right. The Mardikovs. But anything about them in particular? Si?
About how they were quite well
They seem to be
received.
stand-up people.
Yeah.
And if there were anybody that he would recommend to take over,
Which I believe was. I'm trying to find the information.
Fourth and fourth as people who could lead the town responsibly, that kind of thing.
right, as opposed to what's her name?
And the Baron himself, right now. Let's be honest.
Well, yes.
Baron, merchant, whatever his name is. Burgomeister? No. It's the Baron? It's the Baron.
it is the Baron.
Baron John Malkovich.
It is the Baron, but it is not John Malkovich. It's Baron Valakovich is the answer, is the guy.
Oh man, I didn't realize I was still. Have you guys been hearing me sniffle and cough this whole time?
No,
No,
we just heard.
you
You
muted.
just came on now.
Okay.
So you're
All
good.
right. Just making sure.
But yeah, it's Baron Valakovich is the burgomaster.
Sure.
Okay, so you're heading to the Blue Water Inn? Is that what I heard?
Yeah,
Okay.
for now, just to make sure that what's her name realizes we haven't forgotten about her.
Okay. All right. Well, then move your folks over here. Move your tokens over there, and let's get a little bit of. All right, get a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. There we go. Okay. So, as you come to the tavern, you get the usual relatively pleasant sound of music from inside. Although you notice that it's actually a lot quieter, and in fact, there seems to be a lot fewer sound of many fewer people, actually. And when you actually walk in, you can note that there are not many people here at this moment, although there is someone playing a fiddle in the corner. But most of the people that were there this previous evening have now gone, which probably makes sense since we're talking about afternoon, a little bit early for happy hour even. So they are in there, but you also see that you do not see, I should say, Irina or the kids at the moment in the main hall. But there is the bartender who is actually tending the bar right now, and that is Danica Mardikov, who is currently behind the bar right now. And she sees you and smiles and says, "Welcome, my friends. I hear it's been rather busy for you."
She says that while I've got my hand on my neck. It's a bit of blood coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
And actually, yeah, are you trying to conceal that, Alec, or are you like?
Well, I've got my hand there. I sealed it a bit using the lay on hands, but I'm sure there's a little bit of blood there that I've got to like kind
Yeah,
of.
for sure. And I just wondered if you were like trying to like wrap it and like totally not have it be.
Well, we haven't
seen
had
or-
time really to work through.
Well,
that,
you could
so-
certainly do that on the way over if you wanted. It's up to you if you want to, though. You don't have to.
Yeah, I'd probably do it. Any basic bandaging that needs to be done just to stop bleeding.
Okay. So when she notices that, she says, "You are hurt. So it is as I heard. There have been devilries that have been in this town, and I assume you've been part of them then." And she says that sort of to all of you collectively.
Probably, yeah. What information? Isaac and the Burgomaster told us about some attacks on the eastern part of town. And, well, I don't know if this is part of that, but what have you heard about that? I'm sure there's people who have come through and various locals.
She nods and she says, yes, more than a few. There have been people discussing ever-increasing attacks by wolves on the outskirts of the village. Rather large ones, but clearly wolves. Some of them have been on the outside of the village with hunting, but then there have been others before who have come into the walls of this town, or at least that has been what people have said. Some have spent their time inside safe areas, either inside their own homes, sometimes inside this inn, or occasionally at the church on the western side of town. Some of the attacks have been quite fierce. We have two that are usually here, two hunters, Soldar Zodarovich and Yevgeny Krushkin. They're local hunters who frequent the inn, although they're not here now. They kill wolves and sell meat for a living. They are not the most happy men, but they are grim and true, and they would know more about wolf hunting if that is what you seek.
So what are those names again? Just gonna keep notes.
The names are Soldar, which is Zoldar, Zoldarovich, Zoldarovich, and Yevgeny Krushkin.
They were at the inn the first time we were here.
Yeah, they were. Yes, they were. But you actually never went over to talk to them. They were just sort of hanging out with them.
What's his nuts? Yeah.
Yep.
What's his nuts? The ever famous.
Mm-hmm.
Your boy Rictavio.
No, I wasn't talking to.
No,
Rick.
he went to talk to the the ladies.
The guy who works
Oh,
for Lady
ladies.
Fiona.
Yeah. That's oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Because he was following at the time. Yep.
Mhm.
And so she kind of just is sort of looking at you, kind of sort of waiting.
And to say, I assume that the arena and the kids are okay. You've got them somewhere.
And she nods and she says, "Yes, they are all upstairs. We have kept them safe as promised. I do not know, of course, what the situation is outside the walls or inside this inn, but I can promise you that while they are inside this inn, no harm will come to them. I know that Irina has been very worried about you, and the children, of course, are frightened, but..." And she sort of shakes her head and says, "Borovian children are often quiet and timid, but these children seem more than that, like they are broken by what it is they have seen. They would not speak of it and I would not push them, but there has been some horror in their recent past, I think."
I don't want to talk about that with them. Yeah, probably a good idea.
And she nods and she says, "What exactly do you plan to do while still inside this town? Do you know what you are going to do once outside it, where you head next?"
To be honest, things are moving very fast, and we need some time to recuperate. Think about what we're going to do next.
And she nods. She says, "You are more than welcome, of course, to rest here. none will disturb you if we have any say in it. And of course, you are welcome while here to try to gather any information that you can. There are many who come to us, of course, with that information, though we do not necessarily, although we try not to allow evil creatures inside, it is possible that people with different agendas than ours may come to us. There's very little we can do about that.
So, so sorry if we stay here. Just wondering that Soldar and Yeveni, I assume they live in town somewhere, or do they live on the outskirts?
And she nods. She says, yes, they have families in town, but truthfully, they spend far more time with each other. Usually they are either here drinking away their sorrows, or they are out in the woods hunting. At the moment, I imagine they are doing that.
Well, if next time they come to the Blue Water, do you mind if you could just let them know that we're looking for them?
Of course, I will send them in your direction.
Just hoping to get some information. Any of you guys hungry? Because probably take some food upstairs.
Okay. Assuming that everyone is on board with that, she will give you food. It's a relatively inexpensive
Food.
Probably be a silver. Would cover most of the food and lodging for the night.
I'll
So
spend all that money.
and so you're able to find a room, presumably a room next to Arena and the kids. When you go upstairs, you actually find Arena is there, and when you come into the room, you see that actually Arena is sitting cross-legged on the floor and seems to be playing some kind of a game with the children. There is what looks like a couple of carved wooden figurines, and she's moving them on this basically black and white checkerboard pattern, that sort of piece of wood, rough piece of wood that's on the ground. And when you come in, the kids look up at you and don't say anything, but she turns around and looks and, and she stands and says, "It is good to see you. I did not know what had happened, but there have been rumors all day about what was going on with you. I heard there were..." And she kind of drops her voice and looks back at the children, and then she says, "Children, perhaps you can wait here while I go and speak to my friends?" And the children sort of nod mutely. And
I'll plop the food down that I got from downstairs. There you go, kids. Ciao.
And the kids kind of look at the food and look up at you, and the girl sort of picks it up and kind of looks at it and then takes a tentative bite. Doesn't smile at you, but seems to be chewing it. And I think I just heard a creaking chair. Is that you, Kara?
Oh, sorry, I was
okay.
moving my mic stand.
And then she leans,
And turns into a
back and
werewolf.
That was my stomach. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, that's your
Like
stomach.
all-
I
That
know.
was Rexos. Oh, don't
my
eat all
God,
my food.
man. So she nods, and she kind of just gently touches the head of both the girl and the boy, and then she smiles at them and then leaves and closes the door behind her. And assuming you go across to your own room, because she seems like not excited to be in the hallway.
Yep.
So she goes over to your room, which, by the way, is it's a comfortable set of beds. Nothing sort of extravagant, but it all seems like stable and well made. You know, a lot of these places, when you go to these towns, they're either way overpriced for what you get, or they're sort of, you know, gilded on the outside, lead paint on the inside type of deal, you know. But this is not one of those things. This seems to be just what it seems like it is. And there are several pictures, by the way.
Even the paint can kill you here.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. There are actually a couple of paintings on the ceiling of several birds sort of flying in the sky above what looks like maybe a castle. It could maybe be a castle that's like Castle Strahd, or it could be something else. It seems a little odd, though. It doesn't look like Strahd's castle as you've heard it before in pictures, especially you, Django. It seems like a castle with perhaps what looks like there's birds, as I mentioned, but there might be a dragon kind of flying around the peak of, or around one of the towers, one of the spires in this painting.
That'd be handy.
Yeah, so, but anyway, so once you're inside and the door is closed, she turns to you and says, "All right, What have you learned, my friends? It has been difficult to be here just with the children and to keep them calm. Although, truthfully, the bigger issue may be keeping them vibrant. They are so frightened for little ones.
Look at Alex, I suppose he's going to be the one answering.
Yeah, she's just saying that generally to everybody. Also, Saad, do you see that? Because I think I have the roll 20.
Yeah, sorry, I had the stream paused, so I was like,
okay.
oh.
I was like, what? I was like, because I thought I had moved it. Okay, yeah. So anyway, yeah. So she just says that to all of you.
Well, we're still deciding what we're gonna actually do next.
She says,
But
"What have you? But what things have you heard? I have heard the howling of wolves, but then there have been discussions. Rictavio, the bard downstairs, has left, and there are rumors of no wine in the village. I have heard. They say they have only beer here, and there seem many things that are happening." Hi, Kara. What's up?
Things are complicated here, as they are all over in Barovia, as you well know, of course. It is a matter of which path to take moving forward.
She
And
nods.
right now, we're not
What
entirely
choices?
certain.
What choices may exist then, if you do not mind my asking?
Actually, I saw no reason not to fill her in on the whole vampire church relic coffin maker part, since that seems to be the most promising lead,
Okay.
perhaps?
So she, as you tell her all these things, she kind of blanches when you, bring up the vampires. And do you tell her about the invitation?
no.
I'm not gonna do that just yet.
Okay. So she
I think that might
blanches at
freak her
the
right the F out.
Okay, yeah. She blanches at the mention of the bones and the sort of vampire spawn and all that. And she kind of, seems kind of her hands grip a little more tightly around the edge of the bed where she's just sort of, or the chair, I should say, where she's sitting next to the table in your room as you tell her these things. And when you've sort of laid it all out, she shrugs and she says, "Some of these things you mention are known to me and others not so much. The thing you mentioned of the temple, this, because you do mention that, right? The Dusk Elf and all that in Casmeria. Yeah, and she says the thing you mentioned of the temple.
Lots have been going on in the afternoon, the dusk. 24
She
hours,
says,
right?
she says the thing you mentioned of the temple. This was something my father told me stories of, but that place is very, very dangerous. Only the most powerful can go there and hope to survive, he said. As for some of the others, Kresk is already where we were headed, but this thing you say of the wines, that is a very important place indeed. Barovia is sad enough without those wines to cheer people in the cold nights. It is troubling that the wine has stopped. I knew one of the people who worked there once. It was never clear who they were, but they always seemed to me when I was little to have a strange confidence about them, like a power of some kind, as if nothing could touch them. Perhaps Strahd has done to them what he does to all in time. In any case, I will do whatever it is you wish, but I would say we must use caution wherever we go. I do not know how much longer Valaki will be a safe place for us.
Why do you say that?
And she says, well, downstairs, Danica, the other Martikovs, they do not speak of it much, but they have seemed troubled. When the howling of the wolves happened yesterday evening, they barred the windows, and for the first time I saw them look concerned. They were talking to each other in low tones, and I don't know what any of that means, but it was also before Octavio left. He also made me feel comfortable while here. It seems as if many of those defenses have left now. But perhaps with your bringing the bones back to the church, perhaps that will be a safe place. I have always found some solace in the places of Lathander and others.
Yes, it is unfortunate that not everyone in the village can go to the church at once, so there are still people in danger here. And that troubles me.
And she nods.
I think we need to help the town as much as I despise the burgomaster and his practices.
I agree. I don't like to see these people suffer.
And if we leave now, and we'll just make an enemy of the town, and this is a possible safe place, or a safer place that we're going to lose if we need it.
And we already know the vampires are trying to make incursions here anyways. We cannot leave it to their depredations any more than they already have incurred. Because if they're subverting the coffin maker, chances are they're trying to subvert others in town as well. And that cannot be allowed.
Who's the guy waiting for us on the edge of town?
Outside of
Caravan.
town is Rictavio, if that's what you mean.
No, the other guy,
Oh, Casimir?
Casimir.
Yep.
And what do we do with Casimir? He's waiting for us to. Are we rescuing his sister? Is that the thing?
Mm-hmm. That was the
Sun
theory.
Temple thing that you just talked about, right? And I'm sorry, where is the winery? Is where exactly?
The Wizard of Wines is to the west. It's basically between here and Kresk. And it is sort of you were given sort of details. I think Weller was given details about where the place was, but it's basically
like
west and down a fairly main path. The reason that, I keep emphasizing the people seem to be emphasizing the wine is the fact that it's kind of big business here because, because of the circumstances of Barovia.
I assumed they were all lushes, so
Well, it's morale. I mean, it's morale basically.
Yes,
So
exactly.
Pronounced Merlot. Thank you.
yeah, Merlot, morale, Merlot.
Raise the Merlot. Yes, indeed.
Right.
Not drinking any fucking Merlot.
Well, I think whatever is attacking the town probably needs to be dealt with first. And I'm not sure why I slipped into more of a British accent.
I don't know, but it's lovely, my dear. Continue.
It
Well,
happens.
thank you.
Oh, it suits you very well. It's
As I was
The British Empire always happens when you least expect it.
exactly. Nobody expects a British Empire. It's either the beast that is attacking or the coffin maker. And again, if the beast was last seen around the coffin makers, it's possible that they may be related somehow. But we are resting here for the time being, is that correct?
I think that's what you guys said you wanted to do, which is fine.
Did someone? I'm sorry. I know I was.
Perhaps
away.
someone should stay in the coffin maker's house just to be safe. If anyone comes by, just sees.
Perhaps in a coffin, just as
Mm.
that's
Oh,
comfortable.
coffin maker. It's like coffee maker. Okay. Did any? But sorry. Did somebody say something about Casimir already? I felt like when I brought it up, it was
I
like
mean,
we just
he's
talked
one
about.
of one of the options. Oh, I mentioned the Sun Temple. It's the whole thing about helping
Amber Temple, not Sun Temple.
Amber Temple.
The Sun's Sword and the Amber Temple.
Correct. That's right. Yep.
Yes, and then he has information for.
I think
Come on, John, keep up.
I know.
Casimir can wait a bit longer. Just, we can't
Yes, I
just
don't think another
drop
day or two
everything
is
and
going
go
Right.
up into the
day or
mountains
two's
to
gonna
try and find the sword and find whatever it is he needs.
And I do think we'll think
What's
about
his
all
name?
of this a lot clear-headed after we get a good rest. It's been a while since we all had one, and I know I could use one.
Okay. So, are you folks going to try to get a rest then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going to, before we rest as well, I've got stuff I want to do.
Okay. Lay it on me while everyone else is getting ready for bed. What are you? Say again, Weller. Sorry.
Likewise.
Likewise. Okay. Well, then let me just go down the line then. Let me start with Weller. What are you doing before bed?
I'm spending an hour praying and making another vial of holy water.
Seems like a logical precaution. Okay. So you can do that. Alec, what about you?
So first thing I'm going to do is head over to the spot where they found me unconscious, where I was chasing him, and I'm going to sit there for a bit just to try and piece together what the hell happened.
Okay.
see what I can remember.
You're going back into town. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's what I'm following
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Just
All right.
go back to the place where they found me. And I'm trying to, and basically just spend like an hour just trying to retrace my steps and try and focus. And then I'll probably go to the coffin maker's house. Just make sure it looks like it's closed on the outside, so no one comes in and finds.
It does seem to be
bodies.
closed from the outside. The doors remain locked, I believe, as you made them when you left. So it does not look like they've been disturbed. I mean, you haven't been inside, but so far it seems to be okay. And as far as when you're sitting at the sort of spot, nothing is very clear to you. You remember sort of reaching out. You remember the person, the coffin maker, sort of turning around. You remember something about maybe plunging your sword into the ground, maybe, and then just a bunch of like weird red tinged images, none of which make any sense, just more shapes and flashes and things like that. And then the next sort of clear memory you have is when they were standing over you, and I believe it was Django.
I was pretty much like on top of Django with my
right.
axe to his throat.
And Django was like shocking, grasping you, and it was back and forth that way. So that was your next memory. It's very similar, Alec, actually, to the way you felt after Death House.
Yeah. The hell's going on? Damn it, Lathander. Just tell me what you want me to do. So I'll head back now.
Okay. When you arrive back, Weller is finishing his evening prayers, his evening constitutional, as it were. Django and Rude and Mason, what are you folks doing? I'll just move across the line. Django, are you doing anything for bedtime?
I just need a short rest because that's all I really require to get my spells back, and then I'm gonna go down to the bar and talk to Danica.
Okay.
do that
Actually,
later,
when
so
you
let's
get
wrap up.
down to the bar, assuming you're going to get the short rest first, then when you go down to the bar, actually by that point, because by that point we're talking about it's about 6 o'clock, so it's probably in the evening. So actually, there are a few more people down there, and when you come down, you can see that Danica is speaking to her husband. Now, you've only seen her husband occasionally. You've seen him once in a while, but not often. He usually is hung out back in the kitchen. This is Erwin Mardukov, who looks basically like he's got this very kind of impressive looking beard that's got basically black and then silver down the sides of it. So very kind of impressive looking. And he is coming out of the kitchen, having come out of the kitchen, is talking to his wife, and she seems to be about to head upstairs, perhaps to bed. And when they see you, she whispers a few words to Erwin, and Erwin sort of nods to you and sort of beckons you over, Django.
It's good. That's exactly the people I want to talk to anyway, so I will come and join them. Are they like at the bar or at a table or?
They're at the bar, and it looks like
Yes.
Danica is preparing to leave. Erwin is still there, so.
Yeah, and I would actually hold up my finger to her. as
Okay.
if she would
Yeah, she stops.
join us as well. And say, I have never spoken to either of them in my way before.
Right.
And I still have the scarf up, so I will nod to him and to her. And then I will take the scarf down and show them my mouth.
And they kind
And
of
then,
raise an
yeah,
eyebrow.
right, and then I'll hold up a hand and tap my finger, and then use mind speak to speak to both of them, and say, "Do not be alarmed."
And they
But
kind
I
of
would
look at each
I
other.
would talk with both of. I would talk with both of you if you have a few moments.
And they sort of nod, and Erwin says, "My wife was planning to go to bed, but you may certainly be willing to speak to both of us if you wish. I also wanted to mention that I heard from the ones that you looked for, the wolf hunters, Soldar and Yevgeny. They should be coming in, I think, very soon."
Excellent. You may tap it again, so you may respond to me in your head. Some of the things that we were talking about, you may not wish anyone else to hear.
and he nods and says, that is fair, although speaking to each other by staring at each other in a public tavern may seem a little strange.
Well, perhaps it might behoove you to pour me a drink and clean some glasses or something, so we look a little bit less innocuous. I kind of smile at that.
So he nods and pours drinks, and shakes his head and says, I wish that we could offer something more than simply these drinks. It used to be that we could provide some of the best wine. We were close enough that we could actually deliver it almost fresh. We would get new shipments almost every day. But since they have stopped, we've been forced to rely only on beer and our own brew. It is all right, but it is nothing compared to what we could provide. It has been a little quieter around here, actually, since that stopped coming.
Yes, as I well know, Barovians have an ever-present thirst. This wizard of wines that people are mentioning, what can you tell me about the sudden stoppage? It just all of a sudden disappeared? It dried up? There was no warning? They did not go on, I don't know, an extended trip somewhere?
Well, it was known some time ago that there was this wine that was provided for a family, basically the Kreskov family, and then eventually was taken over by members of my family. The Martakovs, you see, distant cousins of ours, are the ones who ran this winery for a long time. That is my concern. We have not heard from my cousin for at least several weeks. I have tried to send over people if I can, send messengers and so forth, but I have been somewhat occupied here. It is difficult for us to leave when there is yet danger that perhaps we could help people forget while they are in this tavern. But I am concerned about them. The Martakovs as a family are not usually silenced.
Of course, and naturally, it is wise to be concerned with one's relatives if you suspect they're in danger. We are examining options to go at some point and investigate, but as you said yourself, there are matters a little bit more close to home that need attending to.
He nods and he says, you are correct, although I would say everything in Barovia is linked. If you were to see things from above, you could see that we are a very small country. In fact, you know this yourself. Barovia and its people are sometimes more connected than even they believe. And the more that we can have connected to each other, the more that we can solve problems both here and in villages from Kresk to Barovia and beyond. So you must follow your own fortune, but I would caution you not to be too taken by simply local problems. All of our problems, in a way, are local ones.
It is true. It is very true.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Red Lear with the 59 viewer host. Thank you, Red Lear. Thank you so much, man. Woo! Thank you, Red Lear. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, definitely give him a shout out. So yes, so that's what he said.
That's right. It's the last name is the Malakoff? Is that what you said?
The Martakov family.
Martakov.
Yes.
Right. And have I heard of that family name myself?
Yes, you have. And in fact, the Martakovs are fairly well known for running more than one tavern. They're kind of tied into the whole, like, wine distribution network. They've distributed this to other taverns across Barovia, and in several places you've seen them. It's not like they run every tavern, but they definitely, you've seen them in more than one place.
They've got their chain, basically.
It's a big family, yeah.
All right, I will pick up my glass and pretend to drink because that's all I can do. And I want to take a quick sweep across the bar, across the tavern, the main room. Wachter's henchman, manservant, is not here, is he?
No.
Okay.
And in fact, you haven't seen, after he was very much haunting your footsteps for a while, you have not seen him for a while.
Right.
But as you're looking around, by the way, the door does open, and in come these two rough-looking men. One of them bald with a longish beard. Another one with sort of dirty brown hair that kind of falls over his face. And Erwin sort of nods in their direction and says, you can see, Zodor and Yevgeny, always here about the same time. And you see they head over to a table and sit down as if that's like the same routine that they always do. And they kind of gesture at Erwin, who nods back, and he says, I would be happy to introduce you if you wish, but that is the two that my wife said you were seeking.
In the few moments, if you wish to serve them, feel free to give them what they need.
He nods.
I would speak of more things with you first.
Certainly, yes.
So does he go take care of them or something?
No, he sends, Donica actually goes over.
Okay, all right. We had occasion to witness the festival that occurred earlier today. And I watch him for his reaction to the word.
Make an insight check for me, please.
Okay. Insight. And that insight roll is the shadow dice roll.
Wow.
25.
Okay, you're just like, you open your secrets to me.
Well, I am reading his mind, technically.
Yeah, I was going to say, he pulls out the Mass Effect, embrace eternity. So
exactly.
he, so you do this, and he kind of like, when you say festival, you can see that there's kind of a narrowing
and
of
I
his
stress
eyes.
it as I'm being really sarcastic, by the way.
Yeah, there's a narrowing of his eyes, and it kind of, he kind of like, it's not a snort, it's a little more subtle, but it's basically like, what is up with that type of thing.
Well, yeah. And does he reply or just kind of has that physical reaction?
He just has that physical reaction, yeah.
It seems that your Burgomeister has a very one-track mind.
He says,
and the topic is not one that is positive for the populace. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
He says it would be most convenient if his mind had a track. Indeed, he is often wandering from one place to another. There is nothing that connects the Burgomaster's mind together except this false belief that constant happiness, shouting of joy will somehow overcome Strahd. As if Strahd does not destroy joy in his wake. What is needed from the Burgomaster is action. What he provides instead is distraction. I imagine that he is useful to Strahd insofar as he keeps this town unfocused. He is very close to a madman, but then I suppose he's not the first leader to be that way.
Indeed. But you said what is needed is action. Action of what nature?
He says, for one thing, uniting the populace together. Something needs to inspire them to resist him. Instead, people stay in their own homes for the most part. There are certain exceptions, the church in the west side of the village, this inn, some others perhaps on occasion. But if you look, the people here spend most of their time in fear and gradually succumbing to madness. There is, for example, old Blinsky. You know him?
I am not familiar, I'm afraid.
And he says, Blinsky was once a great toy maker, one of the best to be found in Barovia. And now, he has gradually driven himself more and more mad. He is consumed by despair, they say, for no one likes his toys. If you ever have a chance to see them, you may understand why. And here, a toy maker, designed to provide joy to the children, he is as depressed as everyone else. If we are continually separated this way, divided from each other, it will be impossible for anyone to stand against it. And that is why I told you trouble is not simply local. It is all of Barovia that stays by itself, believing that none can resist the will of Strahd. And indeed that is so, as long as it is each individual challenging him, and not all at once.
Correct. And yet, if the Burgermeister were to step down, shall we say, he has the town guard in his pocket, so there may be difficulty.
He nods.
Yes?
And those who would take over in his stead would not be an improvement, I think. There are few in this town who could command respect and not be at least partly in Strahd's employ.
You speak of... who?
And he sort of kind of tilts his head and he says, "It depends, I suppose. Do you know anyone else here who has expressed interest in leadership?"
And I kind of smile at that and say, "It's funny you should mention that. We were approached by a servant of the Lady Vaktar."
And he
Just
chuckles and he
earlier-
says, "Yeah,
Earlier today. Was it today, yesterday?
I think it would have been yesterday, I believe."
Yeah.
And he
yeah.
chuckles and he says, "I am not surprised. Lady Vaktar always takes an opportunity when she can to get new people on her side. The truth is that Lady Vaktar is almost certainly a servant of Strahd, and if not, she is certainly a sympathizer. She, of course, is not insane the way that the burgomaster might be, but replacing an insane fool with a sane dictator is not my idea of an impressive solution. It is, in fact, more of what Strahd usually creates, terrible choices between insanity and cruelty."
Indeed. You will be pleased to know that my party rejected her offer. And yes, she is at the very least a sympathizer with the vampire. If not, if she were to consolidate her hold on the town, I have a feeling she would be looking to move up in his employ, shall we say.
He nods and he says, "So it has always seemed to me. You must realize that if you have said no to Lady Vaktar, you have made an enemy of her. Her powers are not unlimited, but she does have some connections and sway within this town. You must move with some care. She will not forget a slight."
Well, we expected something from her before this. I'm rather surprised she has waited this long. It
And he says, "What
seems to
makes you
indicate
think she has?"
She has more patience than we suspected.
He says, "What makes you think she has waited?" He just kind of looks at
Well,
you.
If she has moved against us, it has been indirectly.
He says, "Perhaps." And perhaps she has decided that she would push things forward in the town using you as the catalysts.
You refer to the elf.
And he shrugs, he says, "What Rictavio has chosen to do, I do not know. But it is true that Rictavio was with us for several months before you arrived, and now he has left. And there is something, of course, not quite usual about him, as you might have noticed."
If you were tasked with the unenviable job of placing someone in charge of Valaki, whom would you put forward?
He sort of smiles and says, If I were in charge, Valaki would be a very different sort of place from the beginning. I am more of a observer from a distance, you might say. But if there were one man that I would think would be good enough to be able to support the town and to have enough respect to stand by it, it would probably be Father Lucian Petrovich. But he would not do it. He is dedicated to his church. The concerns of governance and rule in this town are not of his concern. And yet there are a few others I can imagine that would be of interest. Moreover, if you install him, there would be some, like Lady Wachter, who would demand his removal. You would spend the rest of your days in Barovia trying to keep a town pacified and not at each other's throats. So I am not sure that this is the best solution either.
No, the good father has his hands full with enough that to put the governance of the whole town under his purvey would not be an acceptable solution. Does Wachter have a sphere of influence here? You said she has connections, but it did not seem obvious. Does she keep her allies hidden? in some way that we are just simply not aware of?
And he says, that I do not know. There are definitely some who would support her because she is not the burgomaster, and if she's not Valakovich, it might be better. And then there are others who would, according to them anyway, and then there are others who would support her because they too are servants of Strahd. I know that she has had a connection from some time to the Vistani to the south of this village, and I do not know about what they would do under what circumstances. I know you are Vistani yourself, but you may know that the Vistani themselves being allied with anyone inside a place like this is somewhat unusual. Perhaps that might be someone who would do her bidding if need be.
The Vistani camp can be neutralized if necessary. It is a complicated matter, but I think that should push come to shove, Wachter might be surprised to find out whether its support truly lies after recent events have occurred.
He nods and he says, the reality is, though, that probably she will continue to be a threat for as long as Strahd is a threat. I don't think you'll be able to do too much to solve problems within this village until you have dealt perhaps with him. Of course, there are immediate concerns, the murders that you mentioned, but the larger political picture, that is more difficult, I think.
Yes, the murders, which is what, of course, we're speaking to the wolf hunters about, but surely you must have heard something about them yourself while serving drinks to the populace. Anything you could tell us about that would be very helpful.
He says...
If it is just potential rumor.
He says, unfortunately, I do not know much. I know that there has been an increase in the number of attacks on people outside of the walls, and there have been several people killed inside these walls also. That is very difficult, because as before, the people have always believed that they would be protected by the walls around us. Foolishness. Things can fly over walls or break them down, and yet here one would rather be behind something that looks solid than stay out in the open. And so they huddle here or in the church or in their own homes and hope for the best. But yes, these creatures, the howling of that I've heard, sounding like the howling of wolves, have been inside the town, and I don't know how many of them, but definitely a few, have created attacks over the last several days.
Have they been all over or confined to a certain area?
It's not clear entirely, because the bodies have shown up in different places. But I think they have happened generally more towards the outskirts of town, near the town gates. How they get in and out, though, is anyone's guess.
Indeed. All right. Finally, I noticed that Octavio had set up his camp close to, oddly enough, the coffin makers. His place of business near that kind of marketplace near the south gate. It seemed an odd place for him to park his wagon. I was just wondering if perhaps there was something about that area. Is it where wanderers typically tend to set up shop?
He shrugs and he says, well, there was not any room for him to place a wagon near here, and otherwise there are limited places for those to go. He refused to keep it outside the city, and therefore, with some persuasion, he was able to get it placed with the other merchants there to the southeast in that area. There were other markets, people in the market that you might have noticed there, who set up shop, and apparently that was what he thought would be the best way to do things.
Well, it did not turn out so well for him apparently at that time. I thank you for the conversation and the drink, and of course the glass is completely untouched. And I put a gold coin down next to it. You have been the most helpful in allowing me to get the lay of the land, so to speak.
And he
Talk again, if you would be so inclined.
he stands and he pushes the gold coin back to you and he says, "The thanks is mine for you attempting to address the problems that face this town. And no money is necessary in those cases. I will let them know if you wish to see them. I will stop by them and tell them."
Let them know that one of us will be making contact tonight. I am not sure if it will be me. But,
And he nods.
It will be soon. It will be soon.
He nods and rises from his seat and bows slightly and then goes over and you see him saying a couple things to the men who kind of look over in your direction. And Django, are you doing anything before I jump over to the next person?
No, I'm going to sit there and think for a bit and pretend to drink my drink.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to jump over to Rude. Trending is wiped out as Don Cairo, it says. He might be. He is. He has been a tired person.
He's just praying.
He's praying. Yeah, that's all.
Yes, let him pray.
Let him pray.
Let him pray. Okay. So
Let him pray.
Rude, what are you doing, Rude? While this is happening?
So my intentions were to do the opposite of what Django did. From what I understand, he did his rest and then went to get a drink.
Right.
I wanted to go to the bar and then go, but based on everything that just happened, I mean, none of which I would have known. I'll just stick with that. Yeah, I'll go just down to kind of get a drink before I rest up.
So you would be there while Donica is there, basically.
Sure.
And,
Yeah, I wouldn't. So I don't think I would have met the husband.
Okay. And she, as she's sort of giving you a drink, she says, "So, how have you found Valaki so far?"
It's just as strange of all the other towns in this land. And apparently, you guys have a wine problem that everyone seems to tell us about.
And she nods. "It is true. The Wizard of Wines, run by members of my husband's family. We have not heard from them for some while, and it is a concern to us for sure. I don't know. I have spent quite some time tending this bar. Perhaps you know that when people have a drink in front of them, yes, it can be dangerous, but at other times it can lighten their load somewhat."
It always helps to calm your nerves. Sometimes easier said than done.
And she nods and she says, "Tell me, when you entered this land, what was it that you felt about the people here? I mean, did you notice anything about them when you first started meeting Barovians?"
Everyone seemed, I don't know how to put it. Seems you have a presence here that makes you believe like you're in control of what you do. But maybe it's just me. Seems to me like a lot of you are trying to ice skate up a hill.
And she kind of nods and says, "Perhaps that is so. We don't seem to make much progress, it is true. But there are some still who would see Barovia be a different place, and not what it is now."
I can't say that no matter what the circumstances are, no matter how stacked the odds might be in your favor or against you. There are a few things. And Rexos will kind of take a long pause. I don't want to say in an awkward way, but as if he's kind of speaking to himself, not to her.
Okay.
There are a few things that can drive you forward more than your desire to control your own destiny. And I'm assuming she's giving me a drink at this point, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll finish what's in front of me. Just kind of put it down in front of her to get another, as if like I needed that, like you know.
And she pours it out, and you've got your axe sort of just like by the sort of leaning.
Sure,
up
yeah,
against
it's
the thing,
kind of
right?
like strapped side down, kind of leaning up against the bar in front of me.
And she nods in that direction, and she says, "That axe. It seems it is a part of you. You never leave it or have it leave your side."
Otromos. It seems there's more to this axe than even I thought. And he kind of looks down at it as if he's waiting for it to say something to him, or, he just kind of gives it, like, not a side eye, but like I'm still trying to figure you out type of look. I don't know how to explain it.
Right.
But, like, kind of looks at it as if he's got the same kind of perplexed type of, hey, yeah, I can't leave this thing.
And she says, "One of the things that is most difficult is to leave behind things that are important to you. It was difficult for us to leave places and pull up stakes, as it were, and come to other spots here. And yet, one of the things we discovered was most important was not the things we possessed, but those that we were. But you, it does not seem as if this is a separate thing, but as if it is an extension of you. I mean no offense, but I have seen many people stand in my bar, soldiers and thieves and swashbucklers of every type, and I have not seen them look or hold weapons the way that you do."
I don't think you understand how right you are. I'm going to be honest with you. Since I've stepped foot in Barovia, seems like every day not only do I learn something new about myself, but I truly feel like I change. And to be honest, I don't know if it's all bad. I think any experience is a good one to learn from, I guess, but like you said, I think we're all just trying to get ourselves back together, back up on our feet.
She smiles and she says, "Yes, it is important that we put ourselves together after we have been broken. In the world of Strahd, he would prefer that we stay that way, shattered in pieces. But there are some who would bring people together again if they could." And Rude, make an insight check for me, please.
Sure. Where is insight? Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa.
Power of 13?
Yeah.
Okay. When she says this thing about there's some who would bring people together, there's a kind of fierceness you notice in her expression, and it doesn't last long, but it's kind of almost a defiance, you might say, and which is not something you've seen very much of. There's a lot of resignation, a lot of, sometimes good humor, cynicism, but not a lot of defiance, and there's a little bit of it here.
Could these people you speak of be the ones that have gone missing?
And she says, "No, they are not." And I'm sorry. Let me actually ask what you mean. You mean the people, the wine?
The wine people, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was gonna say I thought you meant somebody else. And she's like,
No.
She nods and she says, "Somewhat, yes. It is. Those people are precious to me, but it is not simply that. What happens to them will affect more things in Barovia than simply themselves. And the problem is, try to get anyone around here interested in that." And she kind of shakes her head. "They'll look at you and ask you for yet another drink."
And Vrexos will kind of nod and he'll look around. And how many people are around? Like
Very few. I mean, there's maybe
Very few.
one sort of older guy, kind of semi, kind of
Yeah.
just hovering over his mug of beer in the corner.
And he'll kind of, after he looks around to everyone as if he's like, kind not paranoid, but like just expecting there to be someone listening.
Mm-hmm.
He looks down at his axe with kind of even more of an intensive look of that. And then goes back to her and says, I must ask, how is it in a place like this where it seems like Strahd has his hands in every bad thing that happens in any of the towns that we go to? Do you not know that he's always listening, he's always watching, and every step that's taken is the step that he intends?
And she nods and she sort of looks at you with this fierce look. For a moment, you're reminded almost of sort of the dark eyes of just sort of these dark, intense eyes looking at you.
Sure.
And she says, because although Strahd is the ruler of this land, he is not the only power here. There are others here who do work for both good powers and ill. And it is only Strahd's conceit that everyone will eventually fall to him. His self-obsession, his narcissism, his belief that he is the only thing that matters is exactly what his weakness is. Some things he does not hear. It is the things that will find him in the silent shadows and darkness that will eventually break him.
And Vraxos will kind of like raise his eyebrows as if like these thoughts never crossed into his mind. I see. Well, I can tell you I can't necessarily speak for everyone I travel with, but I will do what I can to make sure that those that matter to you come back, or at least we know what their fate was, and we can bring you that news.
And she smiles at you, and then she looks below the level of the bar, and she reaches down, and she pulls out a single black feather, and she pushes it across the table to you, and she says, "This is something which has been in my family for some time. It has always brought us some good fortune, and your words have
Excuse me.
and your words have brought me some lightness of spirit. If you ever find yourself in great danger or trouble, I think this feather may be of use to you. I give it to you freely."
Thank you. Perhaps just having it with me, it will remind me of the words you said, and to understand that Strahd, and even in the darkest times, strength can always come from within.
And she nods and she says, "Indeed, you will never realize it, but I'm glad you have."
Oh, excuse me.
I'll finish my drink at that point. Kind
Okay.
of give her a nod and go rest up.
All right, sounds good. In that case, I'm going to move over to Mason. Mason, what are you doing during the time of just before bedtime or around bedtime or relating to bedtime?
I'm making them the potions.
Okay. Specifically.
I think the only one I can make right now. I was checking it.
Potion of
Agree.
high vampire
forgot.
destruction.
You have a potion of big boss destruction, yeah.
Yes, yes. Let's get on it.
Potion of give me 10 extra levels now.
Potion of a lot of Phoenix down.
Just completely on an unrelated note, I heard a funny thing the other day during a conversation about the object known as the Phoenix Down, and people not realizing that it was literally the down of the Phoenix, and instead it was that it's picking you up because you're down. It's a Phoenix and you're down.
Well, you know,
I
always
like,
used to play
oh shit!
in my
Okay.
games. I always used to play with the name Phoenix or Lord Phoenix because it's my favorite mythical creature. And so whenever it was Phoenix Down, I was like, "Wow, that's so cool!" It's like it's like resurrecting my character, and it was like complete coincidence that it just happened to be, you know. So.
But you know, 35 years on, hearing somebody actually go, no, it's the down of the fucking feather. You
But Phoenix is
dunce."
down now. He's up again. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. Okay, I just thought that was funny. Anyway,
all right.
blah, blah, blah. So it's the potion. Me not being able to find it on the sheet because I lost track of what I was doing 30 minutes ago. It's the potency. Potables.
Okay.
I'll take potables for 500.
Okay. So you were making that. All right. Good. So
Making
we have...
that, and that now I can have that to use whenever I
Okay.
decide to. Do you need to know what that does specifically, or?
Yes.
Would you like me to just tell you so it's on the
give me
record?
just give me the basics. I don't. Need
It's
to know
really
all the
simple.
details
It
right
just it's your strength goes up and dex goes down according to modified by your blood level.
Right,
So
okay.
it's blood level divided by 4. My blood level is 4, so it's divided by 4, so it's 1. So it's 1 up, 1 down.
Okay. Cool.
And so that I believe that when I use that potion, that will remain until I do a short rest, but I will check that.
Okay. That sounds good. Speaking of rest, by the way, all of you have a chance to get a long rest in. You are not affected. No one comes to bother you, but during the night, Weller, there is one point where you are sleeping, and you have this strange dream of the sound of what sounds like wings kind of fluttering about you. And you're sort of inside in the dream, you're inside this little room, and there's all this like flying around near the sort of closed windows. And when you open up the windows, you wake up in the room, everyone else is snoring away and or asleep and or down at the bar or whatever. Yeah, exactly. But against the window pane, you do hear a very slight thing. It sounds like,
nevermore.
it sounds like a pecking.
Quoth the raven.
He'll
Very lightly.
He'll go over and kind of look out through the not open it yet, but
Mhm.
look out through the glass and see if he can see.
It's actually shuttered right now. So you could unshutter it, but that's what you're hearing is the sound on the wood more than on the glass.
Yes.
So do you want to do that or not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you unshutter it, you see there is this large, very impressive-looking raven that is looking back at you. And it kind of,
a raven. Okay.
kind of cocks its head, looks a couple of times, and blinks, and sort of just seems to be like waiting for you to do something. It doesn't do anything. It's just sort of looking at you.
And in Sylvan, he will say,
Do you have something for me?
And it sort of looks at you and then tilts its head, and then it goes back over, like, so you would open the shutter so you could see like one side of it, and then it's got this other part that's concealed, and it goes behind the other side of the shutter, and it brings out this little tuft of what looks like gray wolf fur, and just kind of pushes it in front of you with its beak, and then just kind of like lifts up its head and looks at you again.
Oh. That's curious.
and suddenly he's a little bit more awake than he was.
Mm-hmm.
Reaches over to his pack and pulls out some basically tweezers.
Okay.
They're actually a pair of jacks that he uses for glass making, but it's the closest thing he has to tweezers.
Okay.
They're just tweezers that are like 1.5 feet long. But
Biggest
So-
tweezers ever.
Oh, they're glass making jacks. Of course, they're huge.
Yeah.
And so he's like looking at it, and without even kind of glancing to the side, the bottle opens up, and Weller comes out and takes it and heads inside.
And the bird looks very interested, like tilts the head again, like as the comes out. And make a. I'm gonna have you make a investigation check for me. This is Big Weller at the moment that's making that said check.
Okay. Because he usually gets advantage with Little Weller helping.
Okay,
That's why I
yeah.
wanted
All right, yeah. Then that's fine. That's fine then. Yeah. I was gonna say it was gonna be like two separate things, but no, I think that's fair. Yeah. So just make it a check advantage.
15.
On the tuft of fur is a little bit of blood, and it's not wolf blood. Now, that also doesn't mean it does not also seem to be lycanthropic blood either, which you'd be able to determine. But it seems like it's definitely not wolf blood.
It wouldn't take much to determine whether it was lycanthropic blood
Right.
anyway.
Yeah.
Real fast.
Yeah.
Did you find this within the town?
And the bird sort of kind of tilts its head again and then looks sort of over its shoulder and literally lifts its left wing and sort of gestures out. And you can't, where you're located, it seems like it's gesturing out to the town, but technically to the southeast. But that could mean outside the town or it could mean in the town, but it's definitely pointing in the direction away from the inn.
Let's try it this way.
And he reaches into his pack, and since one of the other things that he does is make maps, he unrolls the map he's been making of the surrounding area, including the town, and says,
Right, where did you find it?
because the bird would know what the city looks like from above.
And so the bird looks and kind of looks around and then places its beak down and taps. And I'm going to actually put something right here.
So
And
very
it's
close.
tapping right outside the
Coffin
home
maker.
of the coffin maker.
Did you find this evening?
And the bird sort of looks up and then lifts its head up, and it's now, basically mid-evening, so, 11 o'clock or something. And as you're looking up, you can see that a half moon is rising. And the bird sort of looks up in that direction. You can see for a moment the silhouette of its head against the moon as it seems to be pointing up in that direction. And still hasn't made any cries or caws, but just sort of, stares towards the moon. Seemingly an answer to your question, but,
And was this gathered from something live, or did you find it shed? How are you going to indicate that?
The bird's like, car? No,
So
do
you
that.
do speak.
No, he doesn't do that.
All right, so
I was about to say 1 peck for yes, 2 peck for no. Did you find it
one
something
peck
alive
only,
or not?
yeah.
It's like, that's not a yes.
Bird's
or
like,
no
da 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 da.
1 peck only, please.
Yes, the only thing I don't know is Morse code.
I would have liked to have seen Montana.
Sam Neill was so good in that film.
He
Yep.
was so good.
Anyway. Now I've got that running through my head.
I suppose I will need 2 wives.
Do they let you do that? That's a different question. And same scene, different question. Anyway,
I think we broke Sod.
maybe so. You know, it helps. He's just having a funny dream. That's all. So Weller's like,
All right, let's do it this way. Better question. Should we go and investigate this now?
I was really tempted to have the bird like shrug its wings, like no, I'm not gonna do that. No, the bird doesn't say. The bird doesn't seem to react at all. It just kind of like tilts its head a few times again, and just doesn't seem to react either way. It definitely does not seem agitated, but again, very calm. This bird.
Then.
And then the bird takes a step back and looks down and sort of, looks at the fur again or whatever's left of it. I guess you took most of it, but whatever's left of it. And looks back at you and then sort of peeks, for all the world looking like it's kind of looking like scanning the room, and then looks back and then turns and with one caw takes off into the night. And this caw is very powerful, like echoes across all of the town of Valaki as it slumbers. And you hear as it flies away a couple of answering caws as well as it flies into the night.
I'm going to have to start associating with more intelligent creatures.
and before it gets out of sight, he will just very quickly kind of mind speak to it, saying, "Good night."
Okay. You hear no reply.
I didn't.
You have no reply. Okay. Are you closing the window, heading back to bed, or what are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Weller's going to continue working on the
Analysis.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. This caw has a mocking tone, right? It's the cynical caw. Okay. So the rest of the night, however, passes uneventfully, and in the morning, when you wake, you can hear that there are sort of sounds of kind of bustling down below. Oh, except, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that Django did have the well, yeah, how do you want to handle, Django, the wolf hunters? Because you had said you were thinking about, like, you didn't know if you wanted to be the one who saw them or not. So I don't want to, I want to move us on, but I don't want to,
Yeah, no, that's true. So I did the rest first, so everyone else is probably asleep, actually, or pretty close to it, I would think. Unless Alec happened to come in while since he was running around to the house and everything. But I'm not sure how long that took. A short rest is, what, 4 hours? Is that correct?
Yeah, 4 hours or so. But you had time enough for a long rest, actually.
I didn't need one, though. That's fine.
Oh, right.
My spells come back at 4. It's a short rest is no big deal for me.
True.
I'm reanimated. I don't really need that much anyways. Anywho, actually, I guess I probably would contact them myself just to make it simple. Stories of the mind talking frickin' Vistani are going to get around soon enough anyway, so I might as well just make it quick. So, yeah, like I come up to the room, and Alec is probably still gone, and everyone else is asleep. Or I don't know if Alec will be back or not after an hour or 4 hours or however long it is.
Yeah, I was going to say it kind of depends on Alec, I think, but probably would not be out more than 2 hours or so, I would guess. So.
Right, but if I took my rest first, he'd go out and then come back and he'd be asleep by the time I got up. So it doesn't really matter per se.
You could always just wake me up.
Yeah, let you sleep. You've had a long day, burned by holy water, things like that. You probably need your rest. And besides, like I said, it's no big deal. I can go and talk to them myself. It's not like I said, the word's going to get around anyway. So, So I think I actually will approach them myself after. I go up into the room, see everyone else like either gone or asleep or busy, and then go back downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, whoever...
I already got the invite anyways, or the introduction at least, so they know who I am, technically. And then I want to speak to them, so I'm also... Yeah.
Okay, so...
So I will go over to them.
Okay.
And if there's an open chair at the table, motion to it if I may sit.
Yeah,
As if-
there is. They sort of just look at you. They're again rather, I would say rather dour. They would be the way that I would describe them.
My people. Yes.
Say again.
My people.
Yeah, your people. And in fact,
We're all freaking dour here. It's freaking Barovia, man.
I'll even show you what they. I'll show you what they look like.
Yes, please.
So this is
Oh yeah,
Zoldar.
they're exceptionally dour. Yeah.
And then we've got Yevgeny.
A little less dour, but still fairly dour. Yes. Dour's a good term.
Somewhere
for them.
between dour and Aragorn. Aragour, basically, is what we're looking
Yes,
at.
exactly.
So that's them. And as you sort of come over to them and sit down, they sort of look at you, and Zoldar, who seems to be the bald one there, says, "We've heard you wanted to speak to us."
I'll pull the scarf down again.
And they
let
sort
them
of
look
like
at
they
that.
kind of they don't like recoil, but they kind of like lean back slightly.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to make it difficult.
Hold up my hand, tap my temple again, and then mind speak to both of them. Do not be alarmed. This is simply the way I used to communicate. You are in no danger.
And Zoldar says, "When it comes to Vistani, it is never clear where danger lurks. But if you say that you are a friend here, we will accept it for now." And Yevgeny nods and says, "Yes, we'll accept it."
The Vistani reputation is mostly smoke and shadow, as I'm sure you're aware. But we are only... myself and my companions are only here to hopefully bring some light and peace to this town.
"You'll have a long
it's-
time
it's-
before that happens," he says, and kind of chuckles.
A dour chuckle.
"This is
Indeed,
me
you are
chuckling
beset-
dourly."
You are beset by problems both within and without, it seems.
He nods and he says, "Perhaps. Our main concern, though, is always the threats that we can see. We are simple hunters. Drink at night and hunt by day. It is not much of a life, but it is one." And Yevgeny nods.
Livestock needs protection. People need protection. It is a worthy calling.
"Mostly, that is true. Also, people sometimes need guidance. Why they think it is important to travel from one town to another when we are all in the same position of doom is beyond me. But their money is good, and until recently anyway, the wine was plentiful. So, it was something." And Yevgeny says, "It was something for a while."
Kind of give him a look for a second, since all he seems to be doing is echoing the other guy, but whatever. And I said, yes, we've heard of the Wizard of Wine and the sudden drought, shall we say, that has afflicted your town.
"Yes."
I wish to speak of your actual primary profession. That's of
And-
the hunting.
And he nods and he says, "Yes, what of it?"
Have you been tasked either by the town or of your own cognizance about going after what is attacking the townspeople?
And he says, "I have noticed there have been some attacks, yes. Although the townspeople are more afraid of their own shadows. I have hunted wolves for many years. You see these?" And he kind of points around, and of course there's a lot of these like wolf heads kind of like hanging on the, or wolf pelts, whatever, hanging on the walls of the tavern. He says, "Most of these are my companion here and Mai's handiwork. We have done what we can to keep the wolf population in control. But, of course, we cannot get all of them. There have been perhaps, though, a few more attacks than normal. If the people here were not fools and wandering out at night, it would happen considerably less. But if you're asking me, have we seen huge surges in population. No, not so far. And Yevgeny says, not so much.
So you think the recent attacks are just part of everyday life here? It's nothing out of the ordinary. Is that correct?
He says, well, I would not say that, but I don't know whether I would simply blame wolves. Everyone wants to find some answer for things, an answer that their mind can handle. It is more likely to me that those who would betray others are part of the same group. It is not always wolves who kills humans. Humans can be as savage as any animal in my experience. And Yevgeny nods solemnly and kind of drains his, well, doesn't drain, but drinks heavily from his mug.
So you have... I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You have no interest in tracking down this beast that is preying upon the townspeople.
He says, I have no objection to trying to find some of it. We have continued our hunt and have killed several wolves since this happened, and yet the attacks have continued. But of course, if others were to give us some assistance so that we can survive, some coin would be useful. We would be willing to extend our search even further, but it will not involve going outside at night. That sort of foolishness is what led much of Valaki to its position now.
And what position might that be?
And he chuckles and he says, why, look around you, friend. Have you seen the Festival of the Sun? The Festival of the Wolf? The Festival of... What was the last one, Yevgeny? And Yevgeny kind of shakes his head like he doesn't quite remember, and he's like, they all run together in the end, Zoldar says. All of this foolery to keep us from thinking on our final ends. What nonsense. And yet, somehow, this is supposed to be seen as normal, regular, average, a usual day. People blame wolves. It is not the wolves who command townspeople that all will be well. And he kind of looks somberly down into his beer and then kind of drinks from the mug and puts it on the table again. Perhaps a bit harder than he needed to.
I'll take that gold coin I was gonna pay the bartender with and put it on their table. I thank you both for your time. It has been most illuminating. Enjoy your drinks and have a good evening.
He nods and he says, you as well. Stay safe. All may not be well in the end. And he laughs, kind of not creepily, but just sort of like a resigned sort of thing. And Yevgeny,
grimly, yeah.
yeah, and Yevgeny just kind of, folds his arms and leans back and sighs heavily.
All right, I'll nod to them and head upstairs.
All right. Okay, so now, as I mentioned, the next day dawns, and you folks are here in the inn, in the top room. There's basically no one else here at the moment, except for the Mardikovs, presumably. And of course, the Rena has been with the kids in their room.
So reset all your health and spells.
Yep. So everyone is back up to, let's see, you're at 35 out of 35, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Rude, I think, is at 47 out of 47. You confirm that for me, Carol? Is that right?
Sorry, I was muted. Say that again. I'm sorry.
You at 47 out of 47 now after a long rest? Okay.
Yes, I didn't change it, did I? But yes, I did.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Sorry.
And everyone else, I think, was pretty much unhurt anyway, so I think we're good there. Okay. So as the morning comes, Irina knocks on your door, and as you let her in, she says, the children did not sleep at all well last night. They heard some creatures in the darkness, or at least they said they did, though I heard nothing. I wondered, I suppose, how long you intended to stay.
Mm. Definitely, as long as we can deal with this wolf problem, but after that, don't know. Probably stay. We'll see how this day goes. One day at a time. That's probably easier.
Okay. And she nods and she says, very well. But I would ask that we not take very long. This is a strange, strange place. Not the inn, I mean, but this town. And I think it's having more of an effect on the children.
All right.
All right, so where are you folks headed? And by the way, actually, before you answer that, I will say welcome everybody to day 16 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Curse of Strahd. We are calling this the Road West, although they have not taken the Road West as of yet. But I hope everyone is doing well. And yes, as people have mentioned before, we have a lot of sick, tired people in INB today, and
Yeah.
so that has had an effect on
We're
everyone.
all trying to basically just struggle through.
They're all powering through because we all
Yeah.
wanted to play, but definitely. A few of us are still feeling are in fairly good condition at the moment, but otherwise some people
I've
are a
been
little
through
bit of the walking,
6 tissues so far.
the walking wounded, so bear with them. But thank you if you
Continue to cast till you see the whites of their eyes.
exactly. But hopefully all of you have enjoyed what you've seen so far. If you have, please follow the channel. Remember, we've got new emotes coming on the way, so more sub points help with that. Subscribing, supporting the Patreon, checking out the YouTube and the Discord and all that stuff that Echo was kind enough to list up there would be lovely. And definitely check out these individual folks on their individual channels as well. And don't forget about trending with the Highlander thing coming up tomorrow over at Grimjack channel. So, yes. So, Irina has said that to you. So where are you folks going to head?
All right, so you say you guys found a body, yeah? Did you have a look at it?
Weller examined it. He can tell you what he found.
Whew. Again. Whew. As if Red Lear wasn't paying attention the first time I said "wee." Anyway, but
He wears sunglasses indoors. It's hard for him.
I think those are his eyes. Anyway, well, I did. I wouldn't say so much that I did examine it, but actually Mason examined it more like a doctor would examine it. But, I simply prepared it for burial. That's all I did. But I suspect that the tuft of fur that the raven brought me last night should prove fairly interesting. But we should go over there and check. See what.
What?
Yeah, kind of look at him like, huh?
Oh,
Apparently, this is one of the things you didn't inform us of, Weber.
well, I was busy eating mashed potatoes. Apparently they don't do hash browns here. I find that very upsetting.
They are scrumptious, though.
They are very good.
A little bit of butter in them, and yeah.
Yes, it's wonderful. I don't know where they get butter. They can get butter, but they can't get wine. That makes no sense to me. Whatever. But, I had no intentions of actually checking on the Wizard's Wine, but now everyone and their cousin is begging us to go.
Well,
Take
the
wine
the
very
raven
seriously.
thing.
Oh, yes. Very good. Yes, it was Raven. It showed up last night, middle of the night, shortly after moonrise. And it brought me this. And the cork opens up again, and little Weller comes out with the tuft of fur. Yes, the tuft of what is apparently wolf fur with some sanguine fluid on blood.
That's it.
But he said he found it over by the coffin maker's place.
You can speak to birds.
I can speak to anyone.
Sorry, I was quoting Into the Woods. Anyway, carry on.
Oh.
Hello, little girl. So you think a little bit more of an investigation around the the coffin maker's place probably be a good idea.
Well,
Was Weller around when Django was talking to the hunters?
Well, Django said that he went upstairs to see if anyone was around, right? Django?
Yes.
Am I-
Seemed like everyone's either asleep or busy or something.
Okay.
So.
I'm trying to remember, but he did mention to the bartendress that
Oh, that he had been looking.
if they come in, let
Oh,
them know.
yeah, yep.
So I'm trying to figure out if Weller would have known that Django was at some point going to talk to them.
I don't think so because Weller didn't come
Probably
back down
not.
after that. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
So, but you didn't say it's wolf fur. Is that correct?
it is,
Or
yes.
not? Yes.
And the bird gave it to you.
A bird, yes.
That's very unexpected.
It's not the first time we've dealt with ravens.
And what have you discovered from what it brought you?
It's an excellent question, Weller.
And so Weller can speak, right? As we talked
Oh,
about
yeah,
before. That's what I
absolutely.
thought. So basically what Weller discovered is that this was some kind of human blood.
This is not Klingon blood.
No, Klingon blood looks like Pepto-Bismol.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
And despite the whole error of logic that it floated off the transporter pads, it wouldn't have worked, but the floating blood bloody well did, didn't it?
I just had this impression. I just had this impression of you just doing the McCoy thing. Is like I was desperate to save him. I was the last best chance in the galaxy for peace. I just had this image of Weller doing the whole speech.
Just a damn minute.
It's actually funny in the theatrical release of that movie. That line is not in that cut, by the way. That's
Good.
I think.
Oh, the last best chance to save him. Yeah.
No. That this is not Klingon
Oh,
blood. They
this is
cut
not
that whole
Klingon
part
blood.
out
Yes,
of
yes,
it,
yes. Yeah.
Which I thought was a little odd, but anyway, continue.
I've actually seen. I'm sorry. One quick thing. I've seen actually the script for that, and there's a moment during the trial when Worf's grandfather, who is their defense attorney, says the thing about if there was no gravity, how could these men be walking? And it says in the script, it's like they seem to be wearing some kind of gravity boot. And in the script, the line for the actor is Worf wishes he hadn't asked. I just had this image of like thinking about like it's just so funny the sort of things they give you for screenplay tags. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, the way that line is acted, it almost feels like this, this grand moment of realization.
Aha!
Fuck, foiled again.
That was stupid. Why did I say that?
That's the big difference between human and Klingon courts is there is no discovery in Klingon courts. The prosecution doesn't have to share with you. what
Right,
they're
exactly.
doing.
Exactly. Damn it. Anyway.
So for those of you listening on the podcast at home, we're getting back to D&D right now.
Yes, apologies.
It was apparently some sort of human blood.
Did it look recent?
It was still moist when he brought it to me.
So an
Damn.
attack could have happened overnight.
Well,
We should head over there right now.
he did not seem overly irritated or
Why would the
"Oh,
bird
you have
king?
to come right now, car! Nothing like that.
We also don't exactly know
why
where
would
it's
the-
brought from. Do we have any way to know where?
Yes, he right by the coffin maker's shop is what he said he found it.
Oh, right.
Quite a bit
Hold
of
on,
land.
the
near
bird
the
talked.
coffin
Got
maker's
it.
shop.
One bit of just quick clarification, by the way. So it was not dried completely, but it did not look like just taken, like 5 seconds ago and flown to you. Just so you know. Yeah.
Hence the
That's why I
moist.
said damp.
Yeah.
Right.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But
So
will the bird
let's-
survive cross-examination under a court of law? Can you make that certain to me? Can you make that a certain? I'm sorry.
Then we need a Sylvan
Go on.
translator and everything.
Ignore me.
Ah.
We should
Court
go.
reporter's going to be typing it ill.
The bird wasn't bloody well wearing its glasses. I object to this whole line of inquiry.
The wing don't fit. You must acquit.
Mr. Quinn. No. No.
Gentlemen, we regret to inform you this will be the last episode.
No, this is not going to kill us.
Oh,
We've done
man.
far worse anyway. But I don't know that I can recover from that one.
So yeah.
I think we may need to take a 5-minute break. No, go on.
Quote
Continue.
the Raven. Oh, man.
Everyone, well,
But yes, he that was where he found it. Was over by the
and why would the bird be in any hurry? It doesn't care that the wolf was not attacking it. So it does not matter. Although it's interesting that it sought you out. That is what I'm more puzzled by.
Well, for all we know, it could have been one of the ravens on the altar near the bone grinder.
That followed you to the city, found a bit of wolf's blood, wolf hair with human blood on it, and decided to bring it to you just because.
It is possible. We've been told that ravens have for some time been taking a bit of a stand or a hop or whatever it is that ravens do against the will of Strahd.
It's as plausible as everything else that happens in this town.
And why are you
Regardless.
surprised?
The fact that it sought you out specifically seems unusual.
Well, it
Out of
came
all the
to-
people in the
Well,
town, rather than
I guess
God.
if anyone would have been woken up by it, it doesn't matter. Well, it was just the one that was awake.
And who cares who it came to? What are we going to do with this information now, my good chaps?
Well, I think it's a
So we should have a look around the coffin maker.
makers. Yes.
Have a thorough investigation.
Check on the
I'm wondering if those two wolf hunter guys, they may maybe there's various breeds of wolves. Yeah, Wella.
But yes, of
Various
course.
types. Perhaps they know that fur is like a specific type of breed. They may know.
It's possible.
I have a question.
The wolf hunters are uninterested in going after this thing unless someone pays them. I spoke to them.
Oh, but they could at least
Study issue.
tell us about that bit of hair, maybe. They may be able to give us a bit of insight.
Did anybody hear any cries for help last night associated with this bit of evidence being discovered?
Well, I didn't, but we're halfway across town. It's rather
Sound travels.
Well, yes,
sounds
and it
good.
travels
If
far.
there was
but
any
like,
howling, one would think we'd have heard it. But I was up until from 11 o'clock on, and I heard nothing. At least, Arv, I'm assuming I heard nothing.
No, you didn't hear anything.
It was a quiet evening.
I just wish we had a better way to find the source of this. Right now, we're just.
Well, let's just go see if we can find anything.
But it seems we know it's hunting grounds, and that is what we should set up for it to see if we can dispatch it.
My supposition at this point is that we should definitely go over there. It is entirely possible that whatever this creature was may have gone to the site, that you all found the body, finding it missing, followed the scent trail back to the coffin makers, and then dragged the body outside, sampled a bit of its leftover snackage, and in the process dropped a bit of tuft of fur with some human blood on it. But
I agree with Weller. We need to find out more information. We don't have enough. We only have a starting point.
Well, let's
We need to
go.
Start from there.
okay, just make sure that you tell the children to take Ishwan for a walk. He probably needs to go out.
I think
Who are you talking? Are you talking to Arena?
I don't care. I just rather
Zarama.
the innkeepers are probably going to want to, clean up after the dog. I've already taken as many samples as I care to.
All right, Arv, we're heading to the coffin makers and environment and surroundings.
All right. When you head off that way, whoops, let me move you over here.
Well, we're gonna try to go there and see what happens if we get accosted on the way.
No, you were not accosted on the way. But
That's
you
a
head
pleasant
over to
change
the,
of pace.
Yeah. It's a whole new world. So you
Sorry.
that's okay. Let me just give me 1 second while I get to the spot I was looking for.
Yes, I think we will leave Zarama behind to hopefully help with the children. That's a good idea.
Okay.
So she'll be kind of dealing with them, telling them stories, trying to distract them from their slow, gradual descent into utter madness.
Madness. Yeah.
Their eventual descent into nothingness. Okay.
She gets her
So
spells back too. Arb, I need access to her sheet when you have a moment, or maybe I already have it.
I think you already have it, or you should.
Okay, yeah, I think I do. Yep.
Okay.
Continue.
When you get over to the outside of the coffin makers, it looks to be much the same. Although, Alec, I'd like you to make a perception check for me, please.
Oh boy. Bam. 20.
You notice as you come up to the outside of the door where you were last night, Alec, that there seems to be a couple of things around the door. Specifically, what looks like tracks. They're not visible, very easily visible, but they are. I mean, they are visible, but not easily so. But you can see that there's definitely some markings. There are a couple of tracks, and they are not human ones in front of the door.
Something came up to this door, and I kind of pointed out to everyone. Do you see that?
There's. So wait, it's on the door. There's scratches on the door.
No, tracks in front of
Tracks.
the door.
Do these tracks resemble the ones that we found with the other body back like a day
The
ago?
clumps of trees.
Yep.
Awesome. Same tracks.
Just gonna quickly look inside the coffin maker's house. Is there any changes there? Anything? Or is
There's
it all
one big
still-
change, and that's that the door is no longer locked. When you open it, the door is open, not broken through, but it's unlocked
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Did we actually lock the doors, or you said, Alec, you did when you left?
I believe
I just
someone
checked
did.
to
I don't know
see
if it was
if it
Alec
was-
or you folks. I'd assume they were locked to begin with. That may or may not be true, but if it's not, then it just means that they were, the status was the same when you came to it, Alec.
Yeah. So I don't remember being locked because I wasn't there. So I'm just gonna go in and have a little scout around just to see if there's anything missing. I assume
There
I
are
remember
two
they're talking
things
about
missing.
the body. There was a body and
The
there was two
bodies are
vampires
missing.
up top. The vampire bodies.
Yep. And the body of the coffin maker.
Oh no.
That means there's 4 things missing.
Are you right?
What about
'Cause
the
there have
other
been
body
Three
that
bodies, three
supposedly-
vampires. Right, three
The
vampires.
2 vampires spawn, the body that was found in the mud, and the coffin maker.
Right, all of those are now missing. Not destroyed. You don't see any other part, there's no parts anywhere or anything like that. but-
Yeah. Just, can I see if they're being like dragged out or anything like that? Is
Yes.
there any way to
Go
check them?
ahead and make an investigation check for me. You're going to do this at +3 because of the original perception check.
10.
Yeah, it seems like the problem is that it's not very muddy at the moment. It's been dry for a day or so. And so there's a little bit of mud left, which is where you saw the tracks, but not a lot. It does look like they must have been pulled out. You think that you see a couple of what looks like drag tracks, but then they disappear.
It's so
pretty
few that
quickly.
it's like impossible.
But you see enough of them to see from this side door that the tracks go like this. And then you can't see anymore.
All right, the bodies are missing, including I think the one that you brought in. I don't know where that is, but we should probably just see where this goes.
I agree.
See where what goes? What are you talking about?
The tracks here. Do you see
Do I
it?
see the tracks where they are?
I think
pointed them
once he
out,
points it
so-
out, you can see them just enough to kind of
It's very faint. but
yeah,
you
and
can
then they
see it.
sort of fade away after that spot that I just showed you. Like they go
I'm sorry,
down.
which way
about
did they
here.
head off? I didn't see it on the map.
Um,
The
Arrow.
red arrow on the
There's
map.
an arrow
Yeah, little
drop.
arrow that's
Southeast.
leading down that way.
Okay, the little red.
Yep. That's just leading down that way. But right about where the end of the arrow is where the tracks disappear.
It seems someone may have dragged them that way, or maybe not. Maybe something completely different. But it's a start. Do I notice any with my perception or investigation any of that fur? Is there any more of that fur marking?
No, you did not. If you want to tell other people to look for that, they can try to attempt to see if they can find it. You did not see that, but because your investigation,
Yeah.
you know.
Find
I
it
didn't
so
notice-
annoying that my character can't track beasts. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, you track abominations and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
monsters. It's a little bit different.
You're not a beast
I
hunter.
don't know. It feels like beast. Well, I mean, it feels like beast should fall under that. But anyway, that's my bitching moment for the day. Moving on.
Anyway, if you spot any more tracks, we'll follow it, and any fur or anything like that that may give us an idea of what hell happened. Let's just follow it.
Okay.
Keep an eye out.
So if all of you were doing this, are all of you actively like looking for tracks and that sort of thing, or not?
Yes.
Okay.
And Weller's
Yeah,
going
since we know what to look for.
Go ahead. Sorry, Weller. What?
I was going to say Weller's going to the spot where the raven told him that it
Yes.
found the fur. So.
I'm going to ask you to make. So I'm going to ask everybody to make investigation checks. But Weller, I want you to do this at not advantage, but let's say +4, because he did give you a kind of a GPS, direct spot.
I've already done mine, so I need to do it. Oh.
Damn it. If only that was, but still. Okay.
Crap.
God, I'm coming.
So Django needs to do one, and Rude needs to do Django with his pitch die.
I know the shadow dice would still freak me out. What do you got, Rude?
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
What's
Rude.
that?
I was
Do investigation.
Investigation. Yeah. Sorry.
We're tracking.
We're hunting wabbits.
What? I fucking knew someone was gonna say that.
Okay, so all of you are like, oh, except for Weller, who's and Weller, you see, as if led there unerringly, that there are indeed a few tufts of fur in that spot that seem to be. You're fortunate in that it's not it's not windy at all, so these things have not blown away. But there are a few tufts of fur that definitely seem to lead down this way.
So that sort of wavy line that goes down is kind of where that arrow is heading, that goes past the wall.
Right.
Is that like a ravine or a hillside?
No, it's a
or-
road. That is a road that actually goes
Oh,
past.
that's a gate over there.
Yeah, that's a gate.
Ah. Well then. And Weller is using his jacks again to pick up tufts of fur and sort of hold them out to everyone, like, and you get one, and you get one, and you get one.
And you get a tuft, and you get a tuft.
I'm okay. Well, you can keep an extra sample for yourself. How about that?
I have plenty. I'm just showing you. This is the sort of thing that the raven brought to me last night, and they sort of form a trail going that way.
Let's follow it.
Really?
Just go, Weller.
Okay, so you follow this along, and there's a few tufts here. There's sort of a half print there.
Here's a tuft. There's a tuft. Everywhere's
We're
a tuft. Tuft. Old
Yep, old Valaki
McTuffestein had a tuft.
It eventually leads to this. Eventually leads to this gate, the southern gate. You can see that there are a couple of guards standing by the gate, not paying a whole lot of attention. They look at you curiously as they see you kind of like, walking along the road with your feet, looking down at the road, sort of like, and occasionally Weller picking up these little tufts of fur, and finally brings you up right to the shut gates.
So you see the guy go, hold, wait, don't move. And when I'm like pointing at the ground here, just we're following something. Just hold it there. Don't move.
And the guards kind of look at each other and they don't move.
So
All
you're
right.
saying the tracks went right up to the wall?
Yep.
Now, without moving.
Not the
you
wall, the
guys-
gate.
Were you
there's a gate,
guards?
so.
Were you guys were you guarding last night?
No, we were the morning shift. Night shift was...
Did the guys last night see or hear anything?
No, it was actually more quiet than it's been in a while.
Are you sure?
And he says, yes, that's what they told me. It seemed like it wasn't much of a big deal.
Alright,
Somebody's.
just stay there for now. Well up. See where it goes.
It goes to the gate.
Does it
Is
go
there any
past the gate?
noticeable damage on the gate?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is there any noticeable damage or anything that has been like the gate been slammed into or attacked or
Make an
damaged?
investigation check for me on the gate.
And while he's doing this,
Everyone or just him?
Well, I was going to say Mason, unless someone has other people have reasons to be looking at the gate. That's totally up to me. Up to you. Up to me. That's totally up to me. No, it's
Everything's
totally
up to you.
Well,
That's
tell
true.
me then.
It's up to, yeah, sorry. No, it's up to you.
Well, I'm looking at well. Could the creature have like leaked over? Maybe.
13.
This is like a 10 foot. I mean, no. Like that'd be the greatest of all leaps. Okay, 13. Is anyone else or not or not?
I'm looking
well,
at something else, so go ahead.
Okay.
yeah, and Weller's looking at the ground. So
Yeah, I'm looking at the ground as well with Wella.
Okay, so only Mason's looking at the gate. Mason, there's something off about this. The gate does not look like anything slammed into it, but something, and you can't figure out what it is, seems off, as if, well, it's impossible to say. It's just something, your spidey sense is tingling, I guess. There feels like there's something weird about the position or something about this gate. But it does not look like it's been damaged or broken into or anything like that.
So the footprints just stop at the door?
Yes. And again, they're
Did-
very
did the-
faint. It's really just like tufts. Like unless you had like been leading along, you would never even have noticed these if you're just walking along.
Is there anything that
Probably.
has changed about the footprints? Anything about their position or their shape, size?
No, not particularly.
Not particularly. Why do they just stop here?
Good night, Hillness. And good to see you,
Let's
man.
open the gate up and just see what's past it, just in case.
But it does look like they stopped. There wasn't any extra like movement towards the gate. They just come to a stop.
Well, yeah. That's impossible to say. They're not indistinct enough to be able to tell.
Well, if something like had put force behind, either trying to get through it or
Right.
over it. there
Yeah,
would
you
have
don't
been
notice anything
prints on the
along
ground
those
that would
lines.
have
No.
like shown
Nope.
like extra ground make.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. Yeah, no, there's
away
nothing
or
like that.
something.
So whichever one of those two guards that was, I'm sorry, were you about to say something?
No, all I was gonna say was, I have no clue as to why these tracks just stop here. They don't seem to go into the gate. They don't travel off in either direction along the
No. Seems to be going right,
whatever
like, through the
direction
middle.
this crazy map is oriented in.
No, this is actually a good old
Is this north to south?
I
Is
know,
east
it's
to
amazing,
west?
isn't it? Isn't it amazing? Yes. It's actually in
Okay,
normal
so-
directions. But no, it just seems
Okay.
to be going directly into the gate or the.
So whichever of the guards was, it says, they didn't say anything weird happened. Weller's gonna be like,
Could you come here for a moment?
And so he does.
All right. You see this paw print here?
And he looks at it and kind of, yes.
And this one here, and here, and here.
and he points out the procession of them leading to the gate. And he's like,
I would like to know if these, whatever made these tracks, went through that gate last night and your compatriots didn't mention it to you. These are very large tracks. And you don't find it odd that no one mentioned anything about a very large pawed creature passing through this gate last night?
And he kind of looks a little uncomfortable, might be the way to put this, Weller. He's kind of like, did you bring there were two of the guards. You just brought the one guard with you or both? I mean,
had
actually, they
specific-
probably wouldn't both leave, actually.
Yeah,
so
I'd
be
assume
him.
one would stay
One
on
would
the
stay.
gate.
So he
Yeah.
he was like, he looks uncomfortable and he's like, I don't know. Nikolai didn't say anything. I only came on this morning.
Where is Nikolai now?
He should be sleeping, I assume. Back in his home.
You keep records of everyone who enters and exits, I assume.
This is, sort of. We're obligated to report anything unusual to Ursek, but we don't necessarily keep papers of it, no.
Could prints like that have been done by Isak's pets by any chance?
And he says, I don't think he has any pets like this. None of us do. Perhaps a dog or a cat or a bird, but nothing
These
like
prints
this.
don't even match those of Rictavia.
He's got those two giant
Proven that
dogs.
already.
Right, they
I'm
don't.
just wondering
This
who
is
maybe
something
those
completely-
dogs.
This is something completely different. But we need to know if somebody saw this, and if Nikolai is the only person who is aware of it, whether he's hiding it or not, we need to know the truth. Either somebody here put these paw prints down to trick us, which doesn't make any sense at all, or something created these tracks and someone saw it or heard it and is not being forthcoming with us about it. These tracks did not just appear out of nowhere and nobody saw or heard anything.
Would you mind opening the gate so we can just look on the other side?
Exactly what I was about to say.
And he nods and he kind of leads you back to the gate and he says, all right. And he sort of looks outside, looks to make sure that nothing is on either side, and then opens the gate.
Let's just go see if we can follow it through the gate, see if there's any markings.
And as he gets on the other side, I grab both sides and I close it and I lock it. No, I'm kidding.
And then you laugh. No.
See you next, never.
An invisible mage hand unlocks the gate and it just opens, and Willow's like, "Stop it!"
Don't do that. Okay, so once you're on the other side, you can see there are indeed a couple more of these tracks which lead off, but then they lead basically into this kind of grassy area here, and then you lose track of them completely. Like there's not nearly enough sort of dirt or mud or anything like that to be able to follow them.
So
after this.
they definitely go through the gate,
Yes.
like on the other side, and then we
Definitely.
don't know from where.
Yep. And actually make an
Do we lose
investigation
sight of
check
them?
for me, please, Alec.
Do you say we lose the tracks?
Yeah, after they
In the
move into
grass.
these into this sort of field here, the plains or whatever as they're heading south.
8.
Okay. Yeah, so the tracks definitely you sort of lose track of them, track of the tracks after they get around here or so.
I'm assuming my wanderer thing isn't gonna help, right? 'Cause that's more for like maps and if I'm a place I've been to before.
I want to double check and see what the wanderer thing does.
That's the background. If I'm
Oh, there we go. Yeah, memory for maps and geography. Yeah, no. It's
gonna
not really
assist you.
tracking per se.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
yeah.
but figured I'd take a stab at it.
So is the guard with us right now?
Yes, there's just sort of standing right outside the
The
door.
morning guards, but the one who would have been around when this happened is not with us. He's
I mean, either
somewhere.
of the guards who were there.
Yeah, just one of the guy who was the morning guard is standing outside, just the gate, sort of waiting for you.
But is he readily within earshot?
Oh yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna actually go to one of the guards, the one that we've been talking to, and ask him. I don't mean to be a bother, but this is of great importance. Do you think you could go get Nikolai and bring him here now?
And he says, I suppose, but I can't actually leave my post. If you want to actually go get him, I can tell you where he is. His home
Can
is
you
not
just
far
get
from here.
someone else who can go and get him? We are trying to locate the source of these tracks, and we need every bit of evidence that we can. Can you just find someone who can go get him? Because we need to stay on these tracks and find out where they lead. People's lives are in danger. There have already been people who have been hurt and killed by this creature. Could you please try to assist us in any way you can?
He kind of like looks around helplessly, and kind of the other guard who's sort of just watching from inside the gate kind of shrugs at him. And then he says, the morning guard, who seems to be kind of like the more senior of the two, says, all right, you heard him. Go get Nikolai. He's not far anyway. And the other one sort
Thank
of
you.
kind
And
of,
I thank you, and I also thank you. I'm very appreciative.
and he turns and goes back up here. Exactly. What's up, Shatter Mage? Mall Blurt, Mall Cop, yeah. Paul Blart. So he goes off. Or just before he comes back, what are you folks doing while he's off looking for that guy?
While we're sitting here waiting, I'm gonna go check out the copse of trees to the north.
Okay.
Right here, pretty much, especially
Mhm.
that spot where we found the body in the first place.
There's a tree with cops around them. Damn, are they
Bunch of
eating
cops.
donuts?
Isn't this area where you first found the original body? Like this bit here?
Yep. There is nothing new here, though, this time, Django. When you go in there seems to be nothing like buried there as there was the last time. I mean, the same, you see that the dirt has been disturbed by you, like, but there's nothing been, like, reburied
Yeah,
there.
but nothing. Okay, all right. Just make a quick little thing. Come back out and wait for this Nikolai to be brought back. That's it. That was it. Just wondering. Okay.
And when Django comes back in range, how's my character's name? Weller will mind speak to him and say,
If you so choose to relay this to everyone else, that would be much appreciated. But we're not just talking about something with paws. We're talking about something that could potentially be dragging 4 bodies with it. It is not the sort of thing that readily goes unnoticed.
Precisely. Which is why the questions we ask this Nikolai and the answers we receive will be very interesting. But yes, I will pass on that information, which was a very good point. Weller and I already, like, this thing not only was supposedly just carrying itself, and I should reply to you, this is why I was checking the copse of trees in case it had concealed the bodies in there, but I did not see anything out of the ordinary.
I'm giving it a
Something
50-50.
to take all 4 of those is impressive indeed.
There's
I'm
not a
calling it
sled or
50-50
anything.
right now. What?
Sorry?
There's not like sled marks or anything like that, right?
No. There might have been, and I mentioned that there might have been, like, slide marks, basically, of something along the ground, but it's indistinct and very difficult because there's not a lot of material that would show that. It's mostly a combination of tracks and tufts of fur. And as I say, this is very much, you would have no idea if it weren't for the fact that the Raven had kind of pointed you where to start, because it's very
So I
faint.
actually do pass that on to everyone else, saying, it's not just that this creature was around here, but if it's the one we're looking for and it was carrying not 1 but 4 bodies, or making 4 trips with a body each time, however it was doing it, yeah, that should attract some attention. That should not go unnoticed.
Okay.
Are we certain it's only 1 set of tracks?
You're not positive, but it seems reasonably likely because there's not a lot of extra material / tracks around.
I'm gonna call it right now that I'm giving this. Yeah, exactly. They're matching each other's paw.
Exactly.
I'm
move
gonna
in
go
single
on
file
record
to
right
conceal their
Single file
numbers.
to hide their number.
Hide their numbers, yeah. There you go. Also, hi,
I'm
Rock
giving
God. How
this-
you doing, man? What's up, Rock God? Hello, Shattermage.
I'm giving this whole thing like a 50-50 chance, like a coin flip, that Nikolai is actually even somewhere. I would not be surprised if it got like, Nikolai's gone missing.
Oh, we got the usual disconnect for no reason. So just give me a second. It's the most frustrating goddamn thing. I don't know.
Stand by for mine.
I really think it's almost like an internet. It's almost like an internet ping, as if just like something pings once per night. Like maybe they're doing maintenance in my area once per night, and this just does this.
All it takes is
disconnects.
for 1 packet to spike, and you can get.
But
this.
it does it. It does it now. It does it like this is a couple times a week. It does it and then doesn't do it again for 12 hours. Like it just. I don't,
Nonstop says, "I'll inspire the connection."
God, it needs it.
Yeah.
I mean, because the internet connection, I have excellent internet where I am, so I don't understand. It's really
That's great.
irritating. Anyway, it will be connected.
Does it happen regardless of which server you're on?
Yep, doesn't matter. I've tried New
It's
York,
gotta
Virginia.
be,
a
dude.
bunch
It's
of
got to be
places.
something with your internet, though. Is it Spectrum?
Internet, I never have any. No, I have Optimum, and it never does anything to anything else I have. It doesn't affect the Zoom call. It doesn't affect Discord. It doesn't affect the music on the web pages would be going off if that happened. It's
It'd just be
literally
different.
just something.
It depends
going
on. I mean, nothing uses more like packets per per second than Twitch streaming. Like it.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I have
Like you can
I
have a
th-
perfect.
I have,
You can have a perfect ping, and if you lose even like 20-30% of packets, you'll probably get disconnected.
I guess, but I don't know. I mean, I have 40 up and 60 down, so it really should not be causing problems.
Yeah, but that's just speed. That's not connection nor stability to the server. I'm just saying, like,
yeah, it just doesn't affect
it can be
anything else though.
It can be something as dumb as that.
I guess, but it's just but it just seems to be specific to something happening with OBS. I don't know why this happens. Anyway, please refresh everyone. Pisses me off because it means that it screws with everything else. Although at least I record it. That's why one of the reasons I record it locally, because otherwise it just pops up as 2 separate streams on Twitch. So that's why I record it locally, so I could just upload one video. So anyway, my apologies.
It'd be nice if you could take 2 videos and like highlight them back together.
Yeah, I know.
That would be really cool. But I
that.
didn't do that.
Yeah, I know it's not Dragon, but I have excellent internet. Believe me, this is not about. I mean, obviously it's something relating to my system out here, but it's like happens like once every other night for 1 second disconnect, and then it doesn't happen again for the next 10 hours. So it can't be constant packet spikes, or it would be happening constantly, and it doesn't. So anyway, let's move on to talk about something else other than that obnoxious.
Yeah. So while all that's happening, we're waiting for him. I'm gonna ask like the nearest buildings here, just see if there's anyone in them, and also in the merchant, where all the merchants are in the square here.
Okay.
If anyone saw anything last night.
I'll go with Alec.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do my good old knock on everyone's door, ask questions.
I'll go with Alec just to make it a little more intimidating.
Okay.
Just a question, just a quick reminder. Who's gone missing, or who are the bot? Like, these people who were like that we had encountered, and now they're.
I'm not sure if I got a real list of them, by the way.
The 2 vampires spawned that their bodies were left upstairs in the coffin.
Right.
And then the body that you guys found in the copse of trees that we brought back to the coffin maker, which Mason then examined to try to find out what happened, and then Weller then prepared
Raw.
gentle repose so that it for the next 10 days would not rot and could not be raised as undead.
Right.
And the coffin maker himself, whom allegedly Alec choked to death in the middle of the streets, and we brought the body back.
Well, I didn't choke him to death. I stabbed him.
Stabbed.
Oh, right.
Arv kept saying that the sword was stabbed in the ground, so I kept thinking that you were choking.
But in that time, this creature hasn't killed anybody new that we know of.
That was today. It was less than 12 hours ago. So
right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the last, like the last death surrounding this was the coffin maker himself, but he wasn't killed by the creature. Right now, we haven't seen anything that like any new bodies that have popped up that are like, oh, it's the monster.
Not that we've found.
Okay, that's
three
all.
Of those 4 bodies are probably our doing. So yeah.
We're here to help, damn it. Well, stop helping so goddamn much.
That's what we do.
Whole place will be dead.
My calculations were 3 months for everyone to be dead.
We'll make this a level 1 to 20.
I can do the math on that. Yeah.
Anyway, okay. So what you're sort of searching from wagon to wagon and doesn't
asking everyone.
Yeah,
basically.
it doesn't seem to turn anything up. It just seems to be mostly, hey, Snyder Tiger, doesn't seem to sort of turn anything up other than just people kind of noting that, you know, things have been kind of crazy around here. Rictavio took his wagon away. That's nuts. They heard there was stuff going on with the coffin maker, blah, 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 blah. So there are all kinds of things that they've been talking about that's like crazy things happening, but nothing about a particular large creature. In fact, when you ask that question, like, well, hey, have you seen anything, strange about that? They're kind of like, well, I thought you got rid of the saber-tooth tiger thing that, which they've all now heard about. Because rumors in this town spread and all that, so they seem sort of surprised by that. And the houses that you knock on, people do not answer. There is one house where you hear kind of a squeaking sound, as if there's like a kind of squeak, maybe like a scratching on the door, as if there might be some rats or mice inside, but that's all.
Does anyone in this town just at least look out of their window at night or something?
With everything we've seen here, would you?
Yeah, you have a point.
Okay. In the meantime, the guard has come back with someone who looks kind of bleary-eyed, and dark hair and a mustache, and is kind of walking along the road, looking both bleary-eyed and a little bit annoyed. And when the guard comes up to those of you waiting at the gate, he says, "This is Nikolai." And Nikolai sort of looks at all of you, arms folded.
Nikolai, thank you for coming. I know you were here at the wall the previous evening, and you are probably exhausted, but we need you to answer a few questions that are of the utmost importance, and we need you to tell us exactly what happened. First thing, you were stationed on this here wall behind me at this gate last night, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice anything during your time when you were positioned here last night? Anything out of the ordinary? Anything at all? Sounds, movement, visuals? Anything that you can tell us?
And he says, not really. It was actually pretty quiet.
And you were here the whole night, from beginning to end. You did not leave your post at any point, nor did the other person who was stationed here with you.
No, we're not permitted to leave our post. The Baron wants us to stay in place.
So, both of you can vouch for each other for being here for the entire time of your posting here last night.
And so the other guard, basically, there were the way they explained it to you is that there were Nikolai was there the whole night, and then there was a sort of 2-shift thing where one person was with Nikolai for like half of it and then left, and another person came on. And the other person who came on was this one standing at the gate with the morning guard. So remember, there were 2 guards when you first got there, Nikolai and the other guy. The other guy was the person who was there like in the second half of Nikolai's shift.
Rotating, overlapping shifts.
Right. And so he says this, and Nikolai kind of, glances into a few times, this other guy, and then he says, well, Marcos? And Marcos kind of like, what? And Nikolai sort of folds his, sorry, not Nikolai, the morning guard folds his arms and kind of stares at him. And finally, Marcos is like, what do you mean, what? And Nikolai says, how long were you here? And Nikolai kind of, frowns and whatever, and then finally, the morning guard sort of looks at him for long enough that Marco says, well, it has been a long several weeks. We've been preparing for the Baron and his festival, and so we've been up for longer than should normally have been the case. And, well, anyway, I might have overslept a little bit, so I didn't get here until about maybe 15 minutes after my shift. That's all, though. I was only not here for 15 minutes. And during that time, well, Nikolai would have been here on his own. And Nikolai kind of just, looks at him and then kind of shrugs. Yeah, I suppose he might have gotten here a little late.
When he says that, I sort of look over at Weller, and I want to go over and tell him something, but I don't want to do it in front of this guard. So I look back at the guard, and I gotta make sure I ask him the right question.
I'm just going to read if they're lying because I want to see if any of them are.
What?
I was going to do an insight check just to read if any of them are telling the truth or
Do
lying.
that while I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to say.
Is that all right? It's the DM.
To do what? I'm sorry?
Just to read them if they're lying. Insight check.
Sure. Who are you trying to read?
I was going to read both of them, so it would be separate roles or.
Can I do that just on Nikolai?
Yes. Yeah. So you're checking to see if Nikolai's lying first?
Yeah.
Alec? All right. And you're doing the same, Mason?
Yeah. Actually, I want to do that after I ask him the next question.
9.
I mean, he seems like he's a guard. He seems like he's trying to be relatively forthcoming, maybe. I mean, he's a guard.
So the other guard said Nikolai was alone for 15 minutes.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to look Nikolai straight in the eye.
Okay.
And I want him to know that I mean fucking business when I ask this question.
Okay.
Nikolai, considering the importance of the way the soldiers are positioned here on rotating schedules, so no one is ever left alone. Since you were, in fact, left alone for 15 minutes, can you please tell me, all of us, in fact, exactly, and I do mean to the letter, what transpired during those 15 minutes?
I don't know what you mean. As I said, it was quiet last night. There wasn't very much happening at all.
And I look him dead in the face, and I point down at the tracks beneath my feet. And I say, my boy, do you see these tracks that are here on the ground?
What tracks? He kind of looks down and...
Point down at the tracks that are clearly visible.
Well, okay, but again, I want to re-emphasize, they're not very clear. Like, they are there because you know they're there because of all the stuff that was done, but they're not clear. But you once you point them out to him, though, which I assume you do.
I point them out there.
Yeah, see, he's like, oh, well, I don't know, I didn't see those before.
Well, here's why I'm so persistent about this question. Something came up to this gate and was on this side and the other side of it during the night. When you say you were at this wall for 15 minutes by yourself. Now, we don't know if it was during those 15 minutes or not. But what we do know is that someone was here when it passed through this gate. So, what we're either deducing from all of this is that every single guard at this gate was lollygagging around and not paying any damn attention to these footprints, or these are all a figment of our imagination. Or somebody was aware of when these tracks were made, and it was either you or one of the other guards. Now, right now, because you are the one who was here for 15 minutes that no one else can account for, you are the only one who can fill in that gap. And I'm hoping that you have some information that can help us, because otherwise, it doesn't look very good. These tracks do exist. They are here in front of us. They are not a figment of our imagination. Something came up to this gate.
Maybe could have been someone leaving the... What was that? Rectavio had someone in here. Maybe that creature sort of left before... I don't know. Why would I know about these things? I don't know about anything. I never saw even the tracks until you pointed them out to me just now. You can barely see them.
Are you guarding this gate, or are you just standing here?
Of course I'm guarding the gate.
Then how does something come up to this gate under everybody's watch and nobody has been able to see it?
I don't think it happened on my shift, or I would have noticed. Certainly I wouldn't... I don't know.
This is again why I need to know exactly what happened during those 15 minutes. You say nothing happened. No one can vouch for you. How are we to know?
And the other two guards are sort of looking at Nikolai, and Nikolai just shakes his head and he just says, I don't know what to tell you. It's not my fault that he was late to his shift. I was here doing my job. I don't see anything during my shift. During that 15 minutes, I just did the same thing I did before. I was sitting here watching, and nothing came up and made tracks when I was here.
Look, we don't want to have to bring Isaac into this, and you know what Isaac will do, right?
And he says, what does he have to do with this? Are you threatening me?
He's the one who tasked us to find out what happened. He's the one who has basically said that we must discover the truth of this situation. And he has tasked us to do it without bothering him about it. You know how he will get if we have to bother him about it.
And do you know why he tasked us in particular?
No.
And Weller will mind speak into his mind.
Because we have ways of finding out the truth.
And he's like, and he kind of looks around. What is this magic? This is, I don't take orders from you. I take orders from the Baron. This is, you're trying to threaten me and intimidate me. It's not right. It won't work. And he looks kind of, agitated. So as you were sort of kind of like looking at him, kind of giving this, giving him the sort of the hard stare down. Give me just 1 second.
Oh,
Okay.
by the way, I meant to do an insight check to see if he's telling the truth
Okay. Go ahead and do that.
after I asked him that question.
Yep. Go ahead and do that.
I completely forgot.
Eventually, you remembered.
It's been a long day.
It's been a while since I called out for a check.
Remember to make my roll.
Every
it was
roll I
insight,
can remember. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Mason, this is a little bit too much of the huffity. How dare you?
For those of you listening at home, that was a non-natural 20.
Yes,
was a
thank you for the
non-natural
reminder.
20.
Thank you for the reminder, Trent. Yes, this is a non-natural 20. So for that sort of this seems a little too convenient. There's a lot of the kind of like, oh, I'm righteously angry, and you don't know. This seems a little. Something does not ring true about what he's describing to you.
I forget. Did any one of us? And I'm not asking this out in RP because I just
Right.
need someone to. Do any of us have detect thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
My fists do.
Oh. I need
Detect
something.
thought one.
That's
Detect
more
not
like
saying-
feel.
Well,
That's
let me
also
back
destroy
up.
thought.
I'm not saying that's not
yeah.
reliable, but I'm saying I'd like him to be alive after we do it.
And
That would- that
caution,
would be-
Yeah.
Detect former thought. There was a thought here once before.
All right, Nikolai. Let's say I believe you. Let's say that for a moment, everything went just as you said, and you were here throughout your entire shift, and nothing transpired. Very well. Then in that case, would you allow one of my party to submit yourself to a little bit of, how's the best way to say this? Would you allow yourself to be investigated slightly further, at your permission, of course, to make sure that there is absolutely nothing that you are hiding from us? If you are not, then you will be clear and free to go.
I'm gonna snap some latex gloves on my hand when he says that.
They go up to the cup.
Exactly.
He's like,
Yep.
and he's like,
Thoroughly.
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, if you have nothing to hide, we would just like to make sure. And a member of our party has a way that we would be able to do that.
Is
Would
it all
you
talking
allow-
in my head?
There will be no talking in your head. You will not feel anything. As long as you allow it to happen, it will take only a moment of your time. And as I said, if everything as you've told us up to this point is true, then you'll be allowed to go.
And he kind of like says, I don't need to submit to anything that doesn't. And like you can see the other guards at this point are like Morning Guard and the and Marcos are sort of like glaring at him. And the Morning Guard says, I don't know what you're talking about, Nikolai, but you're not going to do anything. They're asking something which is perfectly normal. Why don't you explain things? You shut up, he says. I don't take orders from you. He says, really? That's interesting, because I believe I outrank you, and you do take orders from me, or Irsek will know why. And so Nikolai now has this, like, hunted look. Like, he's basically, like, looking from him back to you, back to him. And he's like, this... He kind of takes a step back. Not like he's going to run, but he just sort of, like, steps back.
Far
a
away
bit.
is he from me?
He's pretty close. I don't know, within 6-7 feet, probably.
Okay, so as he tries to take a step back, there is a feeling of a hand kind of pushing on his back, like, don't go anywhere.
And so he kind of, like, turns around and looks behind him. He's like,
There's nothing there.
What is this? What is this? I'm a citizen of Valaki. What is this? I'm a guard here. And
Please relax.
and he kind of looks like
I'm going to only say this one more time. You have told us that you have nothing to hide from us. You have told us that you stood here on watch the whole night and nothing transpired. You have told us, as you say, everything that has happened. All we need now is proof. We need you to allow us to do this so that we can let you go. You would like to leave and go back to sleep and get a good night's rest, wouldn't you?
and he kind of like looks to you and sort of looks to you, looks over at Rude, or looks up at Rude, I should say, and then looks over at Django, and then like looks behind him at the non-existent hand.
Just think about it.
The invisible hand.
Give
Looks
us
over at Alec.
60 seconds of your time.
And he...
And after that, you can go and get a nice, restful sleep. And all it will take is 1 moment of your time. And your permission to do this. There's nothing to be afraid of.
His shoulders slump, and he just says, I didn't see anything. He said it was only going to be a minute.
He who?
And he's like, and
Out with it, damn it!
it's Ernst Lanak.
Do we know that name?
You're the good old boys.
Ernest P. Worrell?
As every one of us is like, ooh.
Yeah. Ernst Larnack is his name, and he says, and the morning guard, Ernst Larnack, and he whistles. So
Do we
interesting,
know
Nikolai.
who that is?
I didn't know that you'd be working in his service, or should I say hers. And he looks over at you and he says, Ernst Larnack is Lady Wachter's right-hand man. Perhaps you've run into her before. She's no fan of our burgomaster, that's for sure. And he's not welcome around these gates, as has been made clear multiple times. And he kind of looks back at Nikolai, who just kind of like looks sullen.
What is this man's dastardly deed?
He was the one that Weller was speaking with that first day in the inn, right?
Yeah. And I think you might have known his first name, probably. He would
Probably.
have told you that,
It's
yeah.
been a day.
Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. So, yeah. Yeah, no, for sure.
we
But anyway.
talked to him yesterday. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But anyway, yeah.
A lot has transpired since then.
yes.
Well, what?
So yeah, you would. I don't actually. I'm not. I imagine. Well, you would have told the others that you had talked to him.
We
I'm
all
pretty sure.
talked to him.
Yeah, that's true. At some point, you did.
We
yeah.
went to her mansion.
Right.
And
Well, no,
Yeah.
right.
He
But,
let
like,
us in.
then-
He let us in.
That's
We'll
right.
see.
He came afterwards back to you. Yeah. So you.
Right.
So
But
right.
this is
But
this
you-
is the guy we all turned down, right?
Yeah.
Did he
Well,
tell
Well,
you?
he works for the lady that we
Yeah.
turned.
He works for the lady you turned down. Yeah.
We
did he
turned
tell
her
you-
down. She told him to follow us, and
I thought
Yep.
it was the other way around. I thought the lady worked for the guy.
No. The lady is the
No,
is the
no,
head of
she's
that
the head.
head of that sect, whatever, like that.
Okay.
You know.
Did Ernst tell you what he was doing here last night?
And he says, no, he just gave me a few gold and said to look the other way for a few minutes. It was only going to be for a few minutes. And he said it was nothing important, just something had to be disposed of. I don't know what it was. So I went away and I didn't hear anything except there was some sniffing or something, snuffling. I don't know. It's like a snorting or a smelling. I didn't really hear it much. I wasn't paying attention.
In retrospect, given your current situation, would you say that perhaps he was not being entirely truthful with regard to whether or not this was a big deal?
And he shrugs and he says, I guess it's possible. It seemed fine when he was done. There was no problems. The gate wasn't broken. Nothing had been taken in and out. There were no screams, no shoutings. It seemed okay.
And Weller will turn to his superior, basically.
Yeah, the morning guard, who's like,
the morning guard, and say,
Is it normal to hire people this idiotic?
he says,
Position such as this?
no, although it seems to be getting more common. And he says, you're relieved, Nikolai. You're going to return to the home right now with Marcos here. Marcos is going to see you stay there. And then Marcos, once you're locked in, is going to go talk to Irsek about this. And Nikolai is kind of like, oh, but there's no need to. He's like, I don't want to hear it, Nikolai. You're
Before we
lucky
do
as
that-
it is that we don't execute you on the spot. Fool.
Hold off on the execution, sir, for just a moment. Let me ask one more question before you take him away. Do you know where... What's his name again? Ernest P. Worrell?
that'll work.
Ernst Larnack.
Do you know where this Ernst Larnack is now? Is he someplace accessible?
And he shakes his head. He says, I don't know. I think he usually is in the lady's mansion.
We better damn well find him and fast. In case he's got anything else he needs to get through these gates.
I mean,
Has it
we
been
were
common
there.
actually for you to let him through? Has this
No.
been a common occurrence?
He shakes his
Is this
head.
at one
No,
time?
this is the only time. And he says, but I think Ernst said something about there might have been one other. And the morning guard like raises like an eyebrow, and he's like, no. Nikolai hurries on. He's like, I'm not lying. He said there was one other guard that he talked to, and that it was fine. It was okay once in a while to let someone in. And the morning
He
guard
made a deal with a different god?
and the morning guard sort of folds his arms again and stares at him and says, do you mean to tell me that that some guard, you and someone else, have let things in and out of this gate at night? And Nikolai says, it was only the one time for me, I swear.
So, yes.
And the morning guard just like looks like, I don't know how else to describe, like angry, bemused, tired, pissed off. Why do I have this job? I hate everything. You know, like he's just very, very displeased with life.
He's looking Barovian.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he's pretty much
Okay.
pretty much it's a typical person in Barovia. So yeah.
It is imperative that we find out who this second guard is, and hope against hope that there is not a third or a fourth. Otherwise, you have a bigger security problem than we already think we have.
And the morning guard says, well, we don't have that many guards, but most of the ones that we have been handpicked by Ursek himself. And if there is one that he's going to find out, and two that actually betrayed him, I don't like to think about what he's going to say. In fact, he'll probably find a way to blame me.
I wouldn't stay within striking range of Ursek for a while.
He nods, he says, oh, trust me, I've known enough to stay out of his range, but that man has quite a reach when he gets his halberd into it. Anyway, someone's got to talk to him, and I suppose it'll have to be me. Alright, I've got to stay here until Marcos goes off and locks him. Once he's taken care of Nikolai, he'll come back here, and I'll go see Ursek myself.
Of the remaining guards, do you have any idea who might have the unfortunate disposition to be bought in such a way? Besides from poor Nikolai over here.
And
Well,
he
must certainly be a night guard.
he nods and he says, yes, but sometimes those shifts rotate too between night and day. Things have been a little difficult with morale here, you understand. It's not been easy to keep the guards in good humor, and sometimes money has been lacking too. But that said, I don't know. All of them seem to be loyal citizens of Valaki as far as I could tell. I certainly never knew any of them to obviously stand away from their post before. Perhaps, looking back at it, I should have realized that Nikolai was likely to do something like this, but I can't think of letting creatures in and out. That is something I would not have expected.
You cannot hold yourself responsible for that, good sir. Every now and then, people bend and push the rules to their own favor. It only takes a certain amount of pressure before it breaks. Until then, it's always hard to discover. However, in this case, that it has happened twice is of no good news at all. And beyond that, still, we have one extra problem. We know the why, but we don't know the how. Why are these footprints still here, and what is Ernst hiding that he can either keep a creature such as this, or something even more sinister? We need to either reach him or the other guard that was paid off in order to get more information about all of this. We're still just grasping at bloody straws without all of the information.
If we could find out where he took the bodies, that might help.
You didn't see any kind of tracks beyond the gate, though.
Does he have like anywhere? Maybe he might have a place outside of Valaki. Ask Nikolai if he knows. Did you know? Does he have like a shack or something outside of town?
And you asked this at Nikolai?
Yeah.
He said, Nikolai shakes his head. He says, I don't know. Ernst kind of keeps to himself. As far as I only know, he's only ever seen in the company of the lady or doing her bidding. But is it possible he lives elsewhere? I don't know. We're not friends.
How did he approach you? How did he approach you initially?
I was on my way to my shift. It was after I'd perhaps spent a little bit too much at the tavern. It's been difficult these days, and I've been tired and feeling down, if you must know. And he said he had seen me, thought that I could use a little more cheering up. And wouldn't it be nice if one Valaki citizen could do something for another? And I, of course, told him to fly off and jump in Lake Barovich, but he told me to think again, handed me a couple of gold coins and said all I needed to do was look the other way, and there would be nothing bad, no murders, no crimes, just him removing something. So I thought about it and thought, what could be the harm? And the morning guard snorts. It's kind of like, the harm. And the morning guard says, unless you've got something else for this wretch, I'd like to put him away for now, please, so I can report this somehow to Ursek.
No, I have nothing more for him, but I will say this. Even if we report what's the other, Ursek?
Yeah.
Even if we report this to Ursek, we must tread lightly. There is a part of this where whatever Ernst is hiding, the more he knows that we know what's going on with him, the less likely he is to make a foolish move about it. We need him to move again so that we can catch him in the act. Going to him directly and accusing him of this is not a good idea.
Also, it might be a good idea to perhaps delay telling Isaac just a little bit.
Without, of course, bringing...
Give us some time to...
And he...
Without, of course, bringing any repercussions down upon your heads, gentlemen.
And he says, you don't understand. I'm already going to be in trouble as it is. If Isaac finds out that we did not tell him something immediately upon finding out, he'll have me in the stockade if I'm lucky. And as for my job, forget it. I have a family.
Then at least do us the favor of telling only him and trying to keep the whispers to a minimum. We need Ernst to think that everything is going as business as usual. Perhaps he will make another mistake.
All right. I'll do that if you want.
Mason, in your mind, Django says, try to find out what Isaac thinks of Lady Wachter. If he would move against her, we might be able to enlist him to help us.
I'm sorry, my friend, I don't fully understand. What is it that you want me to ask?
I said, try to find out from this guard what Isaac thinks of Wachter. Is she an ally? Is she an enemy? Does he care about her? Does he watch her? If her manservant is moving against the town and he's loyal to the town above her, we might be able to enlist him against her.
What makes you think that he's moving against the town? All that we know currently is that...
No. I said if he's loyal to the town. Is he loyal to the town or is he on her side? That's the question we need to find out. The guard might be able to say trying to find out what Isaac thinks of Lady Wachter. Does he care about her? Does he disdain her? Does he respect her? Because if she's moving against the town and his first loyalty is to the town, he won't want to, when we bring this to him, he won't want her to be moving, acting against the town is my point.
Very well. I will try my best. My good man, I have one more question for you before you... I keep saying that, and hopefully this will truly be the last question.
Is this to Nikolai still?
This is to
the morning guard.
Morning guard.
Okay.
Right.
Whose name we still do not have. It just keeps getting called the morning guard.
Does he have a name? Did we ask him?
No, you haven't asked him a name.
Okay. I'm sorry we didn't do this earlier, but unfortunately the pleasantries and introductions were skipped for the immediacy of the problem. But your name, good sir, is...
Rutikos.
Rutikos. I am Mason. These are my friends. And again, let's take sake of time. We'll skip the formalities and just say thank you very much for your help so far. But I would like to know, considering the players involved here, what is your assessment of the situation pertaining to Isaac and the Lady Vakta?
He's like, well, what do you mean?
Are they enemies or are they neutral? Do they respect each other? Does he despise her? There seems to be underpinnings of tension rippling throughout the town. It would be good to know what side of the bread is buttered with each of these players.
And he says, I don't, well, let me put it this way. Isaac is always and only ever as loyal to the person that brought him here in the first place. You see, the Baron found Isaac somewhere, no one knows where, and brought him back to the town. This is early on when he was Burgermeister. Since then, Isaac has been almost fanatically loyal to him. And he maintains, and he kind of drops his voice and looks around. And he maintains his will cruelly. You don't mess with Isaac. In a way, people are more worried about him than they are the Baron. The idea that the Lady Vakta could have gotten Isaac to turn against the Baron kind of shakes his head. He's like, I don't see it. He'd be more likely to murder her if he had the chance. At least, I don't think she would take a chance to even try to turn him. He's too loyal in one direction.
When he finishes answering, I look back at Django again, and I sort of go towards back into my head again, and I sort of ask him, how far do you want me to take this line of inquiry, my friend?
Have the answer we seek. If Isaac will protect the Baron at all costs, if we can uncover evidence that Lady Wachter is moving against the town or the Baron, that is all we need. Isaac will move against her himself. It is exactly what we were looking for. However, it would behoove us if we could... well, we're the ones tasked to find this anyways. So actually, he kind of thinks it through. We should be the ones going with the guard to report on our progress to Isaac, since he's the one who charged us with doing this in the first place. Take the onus away from him, and therefore give him a reason to trust us, and also inform the good guard captain of our progress.
However, we still have one problem. We don't actually have all the answers to this situation yet. We only have one. Who caused the guard to look the other way? We still don't know the how. Why this creature exists and to whom it belongs. We also don't know what the creature is. We only know that Ernst is involved, and that's the missing piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. But it is a lead that we can show him. A, we are making progress. B, it focuses his attentions on the enemy of the town and an enemy of the Baron, which is good for us. And C, he can probably tell us what other guard may have been on duty that would have had access, that Ernst would have had access to make his little deal.
Agreed.
All signs come back to us, to the guard captain, who can help us.
It would also be helpful to know if this movement by Ernst was on his own accord or if he was doing it directly for the lady, which
I have no doubt it was the lady's orders. Remember, she seems to think that a strong vampire watching over Barovia is a good thing. The quote-unquote benevolent dictator, which of course we know is a sham. No doubt he probably contacted her and had her remove the situation, and I point back over to the coffin maker's house. It is regrettable we did not post a guard here. It was a mistake on our part to leave it unguarded. I was not thinking, obviously. No doubt he contacted her, and she did his bidding to get more favor with him. I have no doubt of it. The problem is, as you rightfully said, we cannot prove it. It is our word and his, pointing to Nikolai's, against theirs. I would foresee...
You say with this information that we have, it's enough to go to Itzhak, and I'm concerned that he will have more questions than we have answers for.
It will show him we're making progress, that we are to be trusted, and that we can continue the investigation. And again, the idea is to point him at...
Your assumption starts from a place of him being a man of patience, which we both know he is not.
he has to, well, he is smart enough. He let, and I point to Weller, he let him do his thing with the cat. So if someone presents him with an avenue to take, he will give us potentially enough rope to hang ourselves, but he will give us enough rope to proceed. He could have just had the elf and the cat thrown out of town, or locked up, or killed them all. Yet when presented with an alternative that worked, he allowed us to go through with it. He's not stupid. He may be cruel. He may be overbearing. He is not a stupid man. And if we give him the opportunity to
He's
lay a
certainly
trap
an
for
unpleasant
Walker,
one, though.
Indeed, but if we give him the opportunity to lay a trap for Walker that takes her out of his town, he will let us set it up. I can almost get it.
You do make a very good point. He has resources that we do not have at our disposal that might draw out
Exactly.
the festering creature.
I do not. I agree with you. We cannot. We must keep this small to this group. He must be guarded at all times, pointing at Nikolai, and we need to bring him, pointing at the guard captain, Radomir, into our confidence.
Very well.
This way, going to his guard captain and protecting him is the best way to do it.
Also, Rudikos, not Radomir. Just so you know.
Rudikos, yeah. Radomir, coleslaw, whatever. It's all good.
Yeah.
How dare you make fun of my name?
I turned back to what the hell?
Rudikos.
Rudikos, thank you. I turn back to Rudikos and I go, very well, I think we have reached the conclusion of this interrogation moment. However, after discussing it with a fellow member of my team, I believe it was only best that we accompany you to Itzhak to relay this information to him directly, so that we may share with him what we know and perhaps together hatch something that will bring us closer to the conclusion of this mess.
Okay. And he says, and he sort of looks at you and says, I don't know if Isek is going to be happy with me bringing others into this. I suppose it's true he asked you to look into this affair according to you, but if it turns out that that's not true, I could get more into trouble by bringing you to him than just reporting it myself.
The issue here...
With punishment, he will do as we say.
Wait, are you saying that to me? Or
I told you, I'm actually talking to Mason about that, yes.
I don't believe that you should relay this information independently. It is not... Let me put it another way. We need to be present for this part of whatever... No, that's not what I want to say. Sorry, my brain is falling out of my ear. Let me try that one more time. I don't believe that it is necessary for you to have to go in alone to report this to Itzhak. And considering that we are the ones who have to bring him a report on this information, and we are the ones starting with all of the cards, it would be beneficial to you and your future as a guard, and to your fellow guardsmen if you had our support there with you. We may be outsiders, but we still do know a bit more about what's going on here, and perhaps we can together figure a way out of this, where only Nikolai and this other guard is the ones left with the blame, as is correct. No one else who was not involved should be held accountable for the actions of these rogue actors.
And he kind of looks at you. Make a persuasion check for me, Mason. You can do this at +2.
All right.
And then, Weller, you had something you wanted to say, by the way? Okay, so when he's done, I'll pop over to you. Also, I'd like to note that I have officially changed the title of this episode from The Road West to Inquiries and Investigations, because I was just like, there's no road westing today, clearly.
When we got to the gate, I was like, well, this is kind of a road.
Yeah, it's
Weren't
like,
you optimistic, you
Not
poor
so much.
bastard.
So plus...
So that's... What the hell was that? So that was...
13.
So 15.
No, it's 11 now, and it's going to be 13, right? Because I said +2.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, so it's 13, yeah.
Okay. So he kind of like,
Well
Jesus.
said.
Oh,
Very well said.
Well done. Well, let's go.
So
Praxis, that was a bit of a blowout.
that is what it reminded me
shit,
of.
sorry. I was doing so well too. I
That was
went
pretty funny.
like 3 hours.
But see, now we believe you.
I can see that during that whole serious conversation, you see his
Yeah, I was just like,
I'm sorry.
I was just waiting for you to be like, bullshit, like something like that at some point when they were doing
Well,
it.
Zoom, like if you're muted and you say something, Zoom like comes up with this thing that says you're muted.
Yeah, says you're
Yeah.
muted.
So
Yeah.
that's usually a good indicator.
It's pretty funny.
Sorry.
That's okay. So he kind of looks at you, and says, I suppose you're the ones who brought it to our attention in the first place. All right, fine. You can come with us. Marcos, you're going to stay here at the gate. And listen to me, Marcos. And Marcos sort of looks at me and says, the only reason we're having this situation is because one of us was late to his shift. If you move 1 inch from this place and I find out about it, I'll see you put in a stockade myself before Isaac gets a hold of you. And Marcos is kind of like, he seems chastened, like, oh, no, it's okay, it's fine, kind of waves him off like he's got it. And he's doing one of those, like, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of, like, driving along and you're really tired, so you start doing the thing where you're, like, staring, like, your eyes super wide in a desperate attempt to stay awake. That's kind of what this is like. He's, like, glaring at the gate, like, just, like, anything that comes close, I will obliterate with my halberd.
I didn't do that at all this evening.
Yeah. So he's just like, so he stays there. And the rest of you head off to, assuming I'm understanding this correctly, to the Baron's place, where you are going to meet with Isak. Assuming that's where you're going. Am I right about that?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct, yep.
Yeah. And John, I'm going to suggest that you do the talking on this one, because I need to step away from my computer for a minute.
Sure. Yep.
But I will hopefully be back in time, Dave. Yes.
Yep, no worries. That was
And
good.
Weller can cover the thing he wanted to ask along the way. So that's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, you should do that.
So Weller would.
So, if you had to make a guess, educated guess, how far, or rather, how strong is Fiona's influence beyond these walls?
And you're asking this to Rudikos, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And Rudikos shrugs and he says, no one can say for sure. There was a time when her family was very powerful in Valaki, but her star fell into disfavor. Mostly it had to do with the Baron. The Baron was so opposed to Strahd, and so determined that the Strahd would have no influence in this city, that he made sure anyone who was allied with Strahd was marginalized and reduced. When he took over, the burgomaster, Velakovich, was actually fairly good at what he did. He did give people a sense of hope, and over time he was able to reduce the effect of Strahd. But as time went on, well, I will not say anything more. You will have to determine for yourself how you feel Valaki is. But the burgomaster is not now what he used to be. But Lady Vakter has never forgotten what he did to her. And I know myself she is vengeful. I've always been able to see when she would prefer that any of us, any of the guards, turn against him. And she's tried more than once. We're all fairly loyal to the burgomaster, though. He is the legal ruler of Valaki, even if he has inconsistencies.
She ever had any direct connection to the Wizard of Wines?
And he says, the Wizard of Wines? No, I don't think so. I've never been to that place, but I've heard many good things about it. I wish that we could have wine again. It has been long since we've been able to have anything more than just, well, the stuff they serve at the Blue Water Inn. It's not terrible, but it's certainly not what that wine used to be. And forget about what the Baron serves, my goodness. Anyway, I know of no connection between her and anything outside of the city except Strahd himself, and only because she's told people about how she thinks Strahd would be better than the alternative.
Yes, she has.
And
I'm wondering
Is
if
that
we
it?
should have
Yeah.
someone quickly just see if we can spot or find Ernst and just keep an eye on him right now.
Conversation should not take long. We have everyone except for Marco involved in it already nearby. Assuming that Marco can be trusted.
And all right, well, actually, are you saying that so that Rudikos can hear it?
Yeah, I might as well bring him in on it. We're gonna be talking to him anyways.
So if you
Oh.
bring it in him, he says, he snorts and he says, I'll tell you what, Marcos, he's, well, sometimes he has some issues with staying focused, but he's no traitor. I've known his father for a long time, and he owes me. The reason he has this job is because of me. If he takes one step out of line, I'll see him scrubbing the bottom of the shoes of people walking by in the streets of Barovia for money by sundown.
Very well. This won't take long. Besides, I have a feeling that Ernst, no doubt after his mission, is probably back under the watch of his master at the house. I don't think he's gone far. So, if we are to move against them, which I would not advocate we do right now, he should not be that hard to find.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, heading over to the house, heading over to the Baron's house.
Okay. When you arrive at the Baron's house, which is over here, when you arrive at the Baron's house, you can see that a lot of the preparation. You may remember that the whole, Barovian Burning Man that was being made was actually already
Festival of
used.
Blazing Sun.
Yep. The Festival of the Blazing Sun has already been used, so now there's just a few leftover twigs and branches kind of just like scattered around the outside. And there is one guard sort of waiting outside, and he kind of stands up even a little bit straighter as Rudikos comes up and says, I have things to bring into Isek. And the guard nods and he says, he's right inside. And Rudikos nods and gestures you forward into the antechamber, where he bids you to wait, and then goes out basically to presumably get Isaac. And after a minute passes by, unless anybody does anything, but otherwise, after a minute or so passes by, Isaac comes back in. He looks, I would say, annoyed would be the best way to put it, and is kind of like, yes, what do you want? Have you figured out anything about what's going on in these murders yet?
And I will contact him using Mindspeak. Forgive the intrusion, but yes, that is why we're here.
And he says, all right, what have you found out?
It would appear that the Lady Wachter is involved, and I will pretty much sketch out what the guard Nikolai told us, the bribe, etc., playing up the Radagos, whatever his name is, about him,
Rudikos,
what's brought
yeah.
to his attention, Rudikos, that he has to, of course, bring Nikolai in for punishment, etc. And that there's another guard who apparently is under the Wachter's thumb.
And he listens to all this kind of impassively, and then when you're done, he turns to Rudikos and he says, is any of this that they say true? And Rudikos says, it's possible, Captain. I don't know how it could have happened, but... And Isaac says, I know how it could have happened. It could have happened if one of you was incompetent. I made very clear that when the guard captains were given a chance to fill their own vacancies at the guard posts, that the guards they assigned from the general barracks were to be the most trustworthy that existed. Now you tell me that there is not only one, but two that cannot be trusted. And Rudikos is kind of like, but Isaac, I didn't realize about this. Morale has been difficult. Don't tell me about morale. Your job, Rutakos, was to make sure that the people under you knew what they were doing and could be trusted, and they were not. I'm going to have to think of a suitable punishment for you. But in the meantime, and he kind of turns back to all of you, he says, in the meantime, it means we have a problem. Yes, so Nikolai has been locked up. I'll deal with him severely. But in the meantime, what do we do about everyone else? If there's another guard, how do we find out who it is?
And I say, instead of punishing your captain, which under normal circumstances would be fair, let us work with him to uncover this other guard who has been corrupted. He has the access that we need. They will not suspect anything that he is doing to investigate, and he'll be the perfect one to move among them. If you were to crack down, everyone will clam up, everyone will shut up. He will be able to get to the bottom of this with our help. The bigger question you have to do is what to do about Wakhtar. We don't wish to move against them because, unfortunately, it is true. We only have Nikolai's hearsay. He didn't see very much, and I would assume before you move against the Wakhtars, you want concrete proof, correct?
He smiles and says, it would be nice if we could have anything against the Wakhtars. The Baron has been trying for a long time to get something locked into place, but it is difficult.
Well, it is very important that this does not leave this room. Otherwise, word will get back to her, and she will stop all activities. It is best to allow them to go about the town as if nothing is amiss. We will start to, I think, institute a watch on them to find out exactly what is going on. And we will, of course, report back to you with Radomir's help.
And he says, He kind of looks around and says, I suppose I can allow this, but the Baron will not be happy if he finds that people who are not guardsmen are working for him. One thing we could do is create a kind of emergency deputization. Basically, bring you into the town guard. And to do this, you would have to swear a series of oaths, but that way you could move as one of us.
That would be an excellent idea. Django says warily.
Hey,
Although having
Really
having
better
an
if
actual town
maybe
guard-
one or two of us were like that. Because if you have all of us at the same time, it would look very suspicious.
I kind of nod and say he makes a good point.
There's another good point you're not going to like very much.
and he kind of looks at you, waiting.
If the plan is to allow things to proceed as though nothing has happened, then that means that Nikolai cannot be taken off rotation.
And he kind of, what? But that man is a traitor.
And if
He's
you
wolf
wish
scum.
If you wish to continue as though things had not changed, you cannot have 50% of the people that are in their pockets suddenly off rotation. They will know something is wrong.
He's right.
He kind of
He's
like,
right.
you see he kind of like grinds his teeth, and he like opens his mouth a couple times like he wants to be like, but, and then he like thinks about it and he's like, Strahd, take it, you're probably right. All right, but then what are we going to do? We can't trust him anymore. They might move tonight.
Obviously, he will have to be watched. The question is, well, he can be watched from afar. The south gate only has one night guard, and the two, he goes into kind of how the different rotations work.
Right, and he
It is
says he
possible
basically.
there's-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I said he could be watched from afar, but the Nikolai will do anything to avoid your wrath. This is a good thing. It means he's now working for us against the Wakhtars because he wishes to live. Bluntly, I will put it. So he will do anything to avoid. He cannot avoid complete punishment, but he could probably avoid his own death. So we need to use him
Maybe,
against the
he
Wakhtars. Life in prison is still life. But we can now use him against, not Evan. What the hell's his name? Igor?
Ernst.
Ivan? Ivan? Ernst.
Evan. Oh man. Evan and Rodrigo. It's like-
Yes, exactly. The
Oh,
key
Ernst
is,
and Rudico.
can we the real question, can we use Nikolai to get to Ernst, figure out what they're doing, and then get to the Lady Wachter? This can't be an isolated incident. This whole thing with the coffin maker, which, by the way, we've now told Isak about the coffin maker, which I'm sure he's not happy about either.
Oh no.
Um,
Isak looks as if he's swallowed a lemon. He has looked very unhappy for the
Yep.
last 20 minutes.
Right, and the key is, of course, if Ernst, if they're supposed to be the vampires, then obviously Wachter is working with the vampires. So we make that line very, very, very clear.
Mm-hmm.
So we just follow up the chain, and hopefully we can roll them up. And here's the thing: you, Isak, will only present us to the Burgomaster once we have the indisputable proof that Wachter is working against him and the city.
And so he kind of glances over his shoulder as if he's looking back towards, to see if he's being watched. And then he kind of looks forward again and he says, I'm going to allow this to happen, but it is putting my neck out, and I don't want to see the blade fall on it alone. If you're wrong about this, if you're setting us up for a fall, I promise I can push you off the cliff before I hit the bottom myself. You must make sure that you know what you're doing, and I can't let this extend for long. You can have the evening, but if he doesn't show up, we're going to have to try something different.
Correct, but I have a feeling he will show up. There
Yes.
were no attacks last night, correct?
No.
I have a feeling there will be one this evening, and we have to make sure we are there.
He says, well, where? How do you know?
It's a hunch. Nothing more.
Why is your friend doing mathematical equations in the air?
And I look over, I assume this is Weller.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't you ask him? Which is my real answer, I don't freaking know what he's doing.
He's like, have you figured something out about things?
Oh, potentially, yes. Sorry, I was just coming up with an idea of how we can make Nikolai a little bit more sympathetic to our side of things. Not only the threat of any sort of reciprocity from you, but also he seems somewhat timid about things going on inside his brain. And so I was thinking that with myself or my friend Django having a little conversation with him, along with several invisible forces, we could theoretically convince him that if he even thinks about betraying us, that we could split his tiny little mind in half. Yes, I think.
And so he sort of looks at you and he says, are you suggesting that you want to put voices in Nikolai's head?
Not legitimately. I mean,
The voices are ours,
correct.
but
yes.
they will contain strongly worded suggestions as to how he should behave.
In an attempt to convince him, to frighten him into doing what we say?
Actually, I think your presence looming over him should be all the real inducement he needs to come to our side. I am sure he fears you much more than anything Wachter might do to him.
He better. Okay. So he basically agrees to this, but he tells you again that you have until this evening, the end of this evening to kind of figure stuff out.
Weller, Mason.
Oh God, here we go. I hit reply. I CC the following 4 people.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sending mental emails. Weller, Mason, and actually Rude.
Okay.
Ask if they are the three that if they're the three that want to be deputized. I guess Allah can get in on it too if he wants. I don't think they're going to take me of Vistani seriously as a town guard. I'd rather stay outside of that anyways. So if you guys don't have any objection, I suggest you guys, especially the two humans, that's kind of the important one. No offense.
Say the two Cubans.
Humans.
Oh.
Humans.
All right, I'll accept Fidel Castro and also the one who was
Brother
12 years
Fowler.
old. The one who was
All
12
right,
years
I'm-
old but pretended he was 18. Or was it the opposite?
Yeah, I'm Carmona. That's good.
Come for Fausto Carmona,
Yeah.
who was 700 years old and looked 5.
Well, I suppose I could do it. I presently have no outstanding oaths, like some supposedly do.
And he looks up at Pollock as he.
What's the request? I'm sorry. I apologize for having missed
It's
it.
okay. Which of us will
Um,
be deputized into sort of a proto-town guard kind of rank?
Taking the marshal's badge.
Right.
Holy shit! What, man? I missed.
See what
Okay.
I mean, I'll do it.
See, you
but
go
I-
away for 5 minutes, dude. Well, it's to be honest.
Give me the
it's
cliff
all
notes.
muscle.
Yeah, also
Alright,
you're
so-
forming an army to fight Strahd with it. No, I'm just kidding.
I
It's
mean,
like-
I'm down to do it, but if it's only 2 of us, someone else wants to.
John, cliff notes. What?
Yeah,
like-
so I talked to Alec. He's
Uh-huh.
grumpy about it. He knows everything, by the way. The vampires, the coffin.
you mean
master,
Izek, not Alec.
Isaac.
Isaac.
that too.
Mr.
And
Perlman.
so he's
They
agreed to
rhyme.
keep
It's
quiet.
okay.
He's agreed to keep it quiet because I said if we can wrap up everyone, including Lady Wachter, and present it to the Burgomeister, he wins. So it's all good. He wants to deputize 2 or 3 of us. Actually, he wanted to deputize all of us, but Weller smartly said it should only be a few of us. Was it Weller who said that? I think.
I did.
Oh, yeah, Alec did. Sorry, Alec did. And Weller also said that Nikolai can't be arrested because otherwise they'll know something's up, which was very clever. If we can't have him leave the rotation,
Right.
now Nikolai, like it or not, is working for us. So I suggested you, Weller, and Rude be the deputies. They won't trust me as a Valakai. I'm not sure they're going to trust Alec as a paladin. They might, but no offense, because of his race, I'm thinking that's a problem. I want the 2 humans to be deputized because you guys will be able to move among the populace more easily than the rest of us.
The only suggestion I would make is that switch out. No offense to Vraxos, but I would switch out Vraxos with Alec simply because he's involved in all of this.
Rude.
Or we can have both of them done, which is fine. I want them for the town muscle, to be quite honest.
Right. But
Yeah,
like
so
Alec is actually
both of
like
them.
his whole sorry, Don. His whole like someone quite frankly died in the middle of all of this happening that played a part in the exact thing that we're trying to sort of uncover.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's wrong not to have Alec there at the moment of, but that's just me.
That's fine. Like I said, we'll deputize both of them. Great. It's 4 then. That's even better for us. I don't care. It's all good. You can slap the
John,
badge
I
on
guess the
both.
question is, should I be one of the recruits?
Yes, I think so too. You have a way with words, and the badge will give you even more authority to compel those to tell what we need to have told.
Oh, good. I get to be doctor, judge, jury, and executioner all at the same time.
And you were muted there, Greg.
No, I was just talking about respecting my authority.
Oh, yeah. Well, we
Or
didn't
chuckling
hear it.
quietly to himself, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very well. I'm on board.
Turn back to Isaac. I pointed these 4. You have your deputies.
And he nods and he says, all right. In that case, please raise your right hands.
One of us, yeah. Somebody
Everyone's like, what? Like, he's like, never mind. This isn't going to work.
I see good help really is hard to find. No, your other right, you moron.
So he, okay, so he has you all
Yes,
also
exactly, Arundel. Totally overqualified.
overqualified. Okay, so when you raise your right hands, he says, all right.
Before, and I just would like to say before he does this. Now, this only lasts until the completion of this.
cycle,
endeavor,
yes,
correct?
until this cycle, yes.
Okay, just very good.
Just this cycle. And so he begins and says, all you just need to repeat after me, please. I, loyal subject of Baron Velasovich.
Oh God. Hallowed be the name. Sorry. No.
That's not how it goes. I, loyal subject
Okay.
All right.
Let's say I repeat that.
of Baron Velasovich, okay. says,
subject. That's funny.
will defend the town of Valaki with my life.
Oi, did he just say I'll defend the town of Valaki?
For the next 24 hours.
Xavier, shut up.
There's no improvisation, please. I will defend the town of Valaki with my life.
We're too sick and tired.
I know, and he says, and then he says,
Just assume we're repeating you.
and
Yeah. Yes.
and will obey all instructions from the superior officers.
Baruch atah Adonai Borei Pri Ha. We did it. Okay.
And he says, Wasman and Usman. Well, I didn't get every single solid syllable, but I basically said the words, yeah.
Well, as long as it doesn't end with "So help me, Strahd," I'm fine.
So help me, Strahd. So he goes on, and then he says,
Klaatu, Barata.
yeah, exactly. And then he says, and when
Don't
all
worry,
is,
guys. I cross my fingers behind my hands.
says, when all is said and done, he says, all will be well.
Oh no! All will be well.
So glad I didn't say this.
Excellent. And he says, excellent. You are now all deputies for the next cycle. That's wonderful.
Do I get a badge, sir? No, I don't actually say that.
No, we can work that out afterwards. This
Yes,
this won't be. After all, this isn't a very long cycle. Just 6 months or so. All right.
Yeah, like
if you can head out, proceed to that, and report back to me. Now remember, whatever you do, you've got to make sure that you can trap him in the act, but you can't let any more people die or it'll look bad.
Well, what precisely is the next move? We have to.
I don't know. You came to me with this.
Well, we have to first get our eyes on him and track him, see where he goes. But I could do it, but being very clanky armor, it's not very good for stealth.
Well, quite frankly, I think it should be. It might be best if we had either Django or Little Weller do it. Someone who can keep the lowest profile.
Little Weller certainly has the lowest profile of any of us.
Exactly.
And he can turn invisible.
I think he's hired.
But wasn't there a distance thing that's a problem?
For our communications, yes.
Ah.
I imagine the distance of the one end of the town to the other is perfectly enough space for it to continue to work.
No, 125 feet.
125 feet.
So you could probably just stay a little bit further back from him and keep an eye on him.
Very much so, yes.
Very well, then all we need to know is a starting point from which to begin watch on him. Do we know anything about his movements so far?
And
Well, I do know he goes to the Blue Water Inn, and of course Wachter's house.
Well, the Blue Water Inn was because new people had arrived in town. That was on our behalf. I expect we'll find them at Wachter's house. And yes, Little Weller would be the perfect surveillance device for this task.
So, Weller, if you agree, we need to position you somewhere where you can get your eyes on him and then be able to release Little Weller so that he can follow. What say you?
I don't have much choice.
Well, we are at least being respectful enough to ask first.
Well, the oath we just took, I have no choice in the matter, do I?
Well, yours is the best option, but if you say no, we could do another option. But I think it would be best if you could help us in this endeavor.
Oh, I definitely will. I'm just saying that I don't have a choice, really, given the oath we just took.
One should at least try to be respectful in these situations. Very well, then it is settled. Now we just need to pick the place.
Well,
One?
how far is the inn from Wachter's house? It's not that far on the map. to
at
be
all.
quite honest.
In fact,
Yeah.
it's probably. Oh gosh, let me see.
I mean,
I've got it there.
What?
I did the line.
Weller, what are you wearing right now?
Well,
What are you wearing
I'm
right
so
now?
glad you asked.
I knew this was gonna happen. Anyway,
It's sort of a teal chiffon shift kind of thing.
What? Do your phone sex operators always sound like Charles Nelson Riley, or is that just oh, heavens to Murgatroyd! I'm wearing a little teddy and
at least it's not Paul Lind. Well, let me tell you right now exactly what I have on me.
It's about 500 feet, by the way,
It's a
roughly.
beautiful button-down shirt made entirely of Japanese silk.
Oh man,
what did you say, Arv?
it's
how
about
far?
500 feet.
No, seriously, I actually need to know what Weller is wearing right now.
He is wearing like these long, very light cotton green robes.
Are they conspicuous or memorable in any way?
They're rather bright for Barovia.
So I take a quick look, and I'm not gonna do like the. I'm just gonna take a quick once over, just like. Do you think we could? Oh, honey, those shoes don't match that shirt. And no,
But then
we. Like, you didn't even know the camera reached down that far. But anyway, is it possible? No, let me do it in the actual voice because now I'm role playing now. This question to everyone: do we possibly have any outfit for Weller that might be a little bit more inconspicuous? A cloak or something?
We could procure one from in town before we.
It would
embark
be
on this.
best just to put on something that would let you blend into the environment a little bit more, be less memorable to anyone who might be looking away or wondering why someone is following you. Although I do trust that you will
Well,
be
remember,
expert in
it's
making
little
sure it
Weller
doesn't-
that's following.
Yes, but he does need to stay within 125 feet, as you do remember him mentioning. So he will have to stay with the target at some point. At least for a little while before Weller can do it, continue on his own.
Zarama could actually make him invisible.
How long
Just
will
from
that
checking.
last?
I'm
You'll-
still.
No, you have to ask her. She did it to me when I brought you to the coffin makers.
It lasted an hour.
It's only an hour now. Boy, they really cut that down.
Let me check.
Yeah. Invisible.
Yep, it's only an hour.
We don't need him to be invisible necessarily. We just need him to be not as noticeable as in what he is currently wearing. We don't want him to draw any attention to
Yeah,
himself.
the market had a few cheap robes we could probably buy for a few copper pieces. I'd assume, based on when I went around and
Presumably so, yeah.
interviewed everyone.
So then the last
it's
bit of the
a row.
puzzle is
Uh,
where shall we position you to encounter him? Where's the best place to run into him so that we can begin this
As I
task?
said, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Walker's house.
Why would we start there?
Because
that's where that's who he works
That's where
for.
that's where he takes his orders from.
All right. Well,
So
we
we'll
need
only send him out
someplace.
when he's out for him.
We need someplace nearby that Weller can go and wait for him to either leave or return.
Yeah, just a few houses around. Just sit around the back of them. No problem.
Actually, I want to see if you're close, Alec, but I want to see. There seem to be a good number of abandoned houses in the area. I wish to find one where we can hopefully set up shop.
Excellent.
way we will
That's a
not
very
be
good
seen
idea.
We will not be seen skulking around the neighborhood. As you both incline, pointing to Rude and Alec, you do seem to attract a bit of attention, gentlemen.
We have someone here
That's
who
fine.
might actually be able to help us with that very thing.
I'll just
of one of the houses nearby that might.
I'll go with Weller to the market and we'll just grab some clothes for him, just down back where the coffee maker is, and we'll meet you
Actually,
back at the Blue Water Inn, and we can go from there.
That is a good idea.
While you go search for some places.
Now we're going to ask Isaac. Isaac, he should
It's
know.
like we do need an abandoned location, preferably as close as we can get to the Wachter residence without drawing any attention. It would be someplace where we can return to figure out what our next move is, and also someplace for Weller to begin his track. Do you know of any such location?
And he sort of thinks about it and says, well, there might be a spot up there, but I don't know. Some of these houses up there are either occupied, and there's one or two of them which have probably been condemned. There's one not far, I suppose, from Lady Voctor's, just up the street. No one's been there for some time. You just hear sounds of squeaking inside. Rats, probably.
Lovely. Is it approachable from the other side of the street, away from the eyes of the lady and her residence?
I suppose
We need to be
so.
able
If
to
you-
access it.
If you go past the trees on the other side, yes, probably.
Anyone
Sounds
else?
perfect.
Anyone else have an objection?
No, I was thinking as
so-
well. Perhaps I should set up near the guard gate where Nikolai stays, so
Yes,
that
we
if,
will need
if he
to have
appears
eyes
there for any
as well.
reason, we have eyes on him.
I don't mind watching him.
Well,
It's not a
Yes,
terrible
Nikolai,
idea.
as you said, we have to have a conversation with Nikolai to impress upon him the importance of his new and original employer. Because we need to bring him into the fold as much as we can. Otherwise, I'm concerned that he would try to save his skin by perhaps allying with the Wachters more firmly. We need to nip that in the bud.
So Nikolai is working for us.
He's now a triple agent. I believe the term is. But we need to.
Barovia is never dull, is it?
We have our ways. But as Weller said, we need to impress upon him very, very firmly where his true allegiance lies if he wishes to get out of this intact.
Yes, and if he's gotten contacted in any way, he must tell us immediately.
Which is why I think we should keep someone on him.
Right. He's going to go around his normal duties. He's going to go around his normal guard schedule. As you said, he cannot give the impression that anything is amiss, as Weller stated. Otherwise, they'll know something is up.
Well, as much as I do, well, here's an important question. Whoever's keeping tabs on Nikolai, should it be...
Would need to be someone who's a guard, which would be myself or you, and probably I think Rude would probably stand out a little bit more than all of us. We could have Rude stay outside just outside of the walls and keep an eye on anything that perhaps see if he
Actually-
gets let through, and then he can follow the tracks of where they go.
No, with Rude, God, why can't I remember this guy? If Ernst is coming, he'll be coming from inside. Rude needs to take up a position in the copse of trees near the gate, where he can watch the comings and goings of anyone, including Nikolai.
Is
Then-
Nikolai only supposed to be scheduled to report to that gate and that gate alone? Or does he rotate around the town?
Rudicus suggests that that's the gate that he goes to, although technically he has been asked to go to other gates in the past, but...
Well, he's there now. Oh, I
Also, we still haven't discovered who the second guard is.
Which is why whoever's following Ernst would probably find that out.
Exactly,
Hopefully,
so...
Assuming, here's the thing. This is under the assumption there will be another task where Ernst will require to contact another guard. Right now, we don't know of one yet.
But
So
Ernst also
maybe-
doesn't think that anybody's onto him, so...
Right. But we may need to create a situation where he needs to do so. Because if he contact a guard, he won't. That's my point.
Well, if you go like that, you could possibly get Nikolai to get in contact with him and say that someone's asking questions, or that maybe his shift's changed and he can't now guard the gates anymore.
No, it's too risky. If I would have presented with that, the first thing I would do is kill Nikolai and go to ground. It is far too
What
dangerous.
was the
for Nikolai to
original
go-
reason for the attack?
We don't. The creature? We don't know yet.
We're trying to find that out by following Ernst. Ernst might know something.
Well, that's our
Or
problem.
That way, if Ernst is disposing of the body,
If you
he
want, I
definitely-
can go investigate the previous attacks while you guys are setting all this up.
We need to know why Ernst made a move in the first place against the creatures that are already, against the poor individuals that are already deceased. Until we can recreate some kind of situation that, mimics the one that Ernst made a move against, he will think that the problem has been resolved and we will gain nothing from him.
Exactly.
So we need more information about that. However, in the meantime, we can continue to we can begin to track his whereabouts and see if he reaches out to the second guard. Once we know who the second guard is, we'll have much more chips in our pocket. We have to start
Yeah.
somewhere, chaps.
So I think we have Weller follow Ernst around.
Okay.
And we should definitely have Rude follow Nikolai. At the same time, we should begin setting up our operation at the house.
And I'll do a quick investigation of the previous attacks that were happened. See if there's anything that might show itself.
You mean the one in the copse of trees? Where what?
Yeah, wasn't there multiple attacks that happened in the town?
A couple, but the only ones that you've been told as to where specifically they were, you just found the other ones were people basically finding them dead, but not necessarily buried in the way that Django found his one.
It's only the
Been
four, right?
light on
It's only the four that we're aware of. The four bodies.
No, the 4 bodies are 2 are the vampire spawn, which involved, that's because you killed
The
them.
Coffin Maker.
With a coffin
Alright.
maker,
Oh, so
and
it's
then the
only
one in the
two.
copse, the one. So it's only 2 bodies that you saw, but there have been other attacks, presumably, and bodies or at least injuries. But that was just the bodies, and you don't know how many. But you got. The
I could read
impression,
over
like, 1 or 2.
I assume Isaac has reports on the previous attacks. I could just read over them. There may be something there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
So
Well, I think we have everything we
I'll
need.
ask Isaac about that.
Shall we
Okay.
get into our positions?
Yes.
And break.
Weller,
All right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going
1,
to.
2, 3, go team!
I'm going to run through. I'm going to run through everybody in turn. First of all, I will say, for the last time this evening, welcome everybody to day 16 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Curse of Strahd. What we are now calling inquiries and investigations, because my presumed title had no relevance whatsoever to what we did instead. So
Wanted us to
It should be called setting the trap.
Did you expect us just to leave? Is that what it?
No, no. I thought at some point you might depart. But I didn't know how CSI you were going to get into it. This is fine. I mean, this is completely,
actually awesome.
This is completely great. I have no objection to any of this. This is why I'm
the
not.
road west curves right back around.
Yeah. The road west leads. The road west leads to.
Well, it doesn't actually say how far west we went. So in theory,
The road
if we
west
go
leads to
at least
special counsel.
1 centimeter. One feet.
The road west leads to the special counsel Mueller. I mean, that's basically.
I think
what it
I'm
is.
going to need these for the next episode of.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I guess we've got the.
Red Lear, how do you cast like this, bro?
Yeah, I don't understand how he does that. I know exactly. I guess we've got Valaki to their heart. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Anyway, all right. So let's take this step by step. We will start with Weller. So Weller is going to be following Ernst, right? And is going to try
Actually,
to be.
Weller and I have a job to do first, and that's talk to Nikolai.
Okay. And you're going with Vraxos, right? Because Vraxos is then going to be following up and watching him.
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to be blending in with the trees, right?
And while you're down there, you can get the outfit, just something to make look a little bit more like a local.
Okay, let's deal with that first. So, when you go over to,
We'll have
yeah.
another guy take us to the wherever they're holding Nikolai. I'm assuming in some whatever jail it is.
So let's have you folks move here.
Oh,
So, and which house is it?
So the place in question is actually over, and he's basically at the moment just sort of locked in his house. By the time you get there, there's a guard from somewhere else who's been brought over and is basically watching outside.
God.
While
Dude.
they're doing that, I want to go set up the operation house that we're gonna work from.
Yeah, I got you. I will.
Which house is that?
I will take. Oh, I have. I don't know yet. I will have
Okay.
you dealing with stuff. I'll deal with you later. So, but I understand that's what you're going to be doing. But I want to take this step by step.
Sounds good, Jefe.
So first, we're going to go with these folks. So Weller and Django and Vraxos go over here, and this is where supposedly Nikolai actually up here. I beg your pardon. This is where Nikolai lives. So he, when you get there, the guard is basically standing outside, and this is not a guard whose name you know, but basically as you walk up. Rudikos has gone back to his post, so it's Isek who's with you at this point, and Isek basically says, all right, get out of the way, get the door open. And the guy's sort of like, yes, sir, type of thing, and immediately unlocks it and lets you all in. And inside, just sort of sitting heavily on a chair with his head in his hands, is Nikolai. And when he looks up and sees Isaac, like his face goes white. He's kind of like, oh, it's Captain Isaac. And he says,
oh, I didn't know he was
and
coming
Isaac
with us.
says,
Wow, okay.
and Isaac says, well, yeah, I assume so, unless you want him to go away, which you could. I mean, you could say, like, let us take
No, this is perfect. Having him there will ensure.
No, he
Nikolai
wanted to deal with
survives.
Nikolai.
Perfect.
After that, he'll let you do stuff, but he wanted to deal with Nikolai because he's
Perfect.
pissed
Perfect.
off at him.
No,
So he
has
goes
the floor.
over with him, and
Tot-
he's just like, and so he says, Captain Isaac, and he says, hello, traitor. And he takes a chair and flips it around, puts it down, like sits the famous, like, with the back towards him type of thing, and says, so, Nikolai, give me one reason exactly why I shouldn't first remove you from the guard, secondly, execute you, and thirdly, execute your family. And so Nikolai is kind of like, oh no, they had nothing to do with this. It was just, it's been so difficult. And don't talk to me about difficult. I've had enough difficult to last a lifetime. You know what the Baron demands. Your attitude is exactly what is causing problems in this town. And for you to have taken someone else's money, I cannot believe it of you, Nikolai. And Nikolai is like, I thought it was harmless. You were wrong. And so Nikolai at this point is kind of just sort of staring at him. And so Isaac says, now listen to me. I'm not going to fire you from being a guard, and I'm not going to execute you. And so Nikolai kind of has this, like, his mouth drops open basically, and he says, and Isaac says, and not because I don't want to, but these are going to be putting things together, this plan, the trap, the person you decided to betray your own town to. You will follow everything they say to the letter, because if they report back to me that you deviated in any respect, I will personally feed you to Strahd myself. Is that clear? And so Nikolai's like, yes, sir. He's like, good. I would hate to put your family's home under surveillance too. And so Nikolai is just kind of like, looks like a 5-year-old who has had his life made clear to him in a moment, and sort of nods. And Isaac stands up and he turns and he says, all right, he's all yours. And as he's on his way out, he sort of pauses and says, make sure that whatever you do it quickly. The Baron is going to want reports on this. And the last thing we want is for him to be disappointed, right? And he
Yes,
kind of like nods and then heads out. And so Nikolai is left just sort of staring into space almost in the house.
and a puddle underneath his chair. Yeah, exactly. Close the door and take the seat that the commander just vacated.
Okay.
Sitting the exact same way. And I reach out to poor Nikolai and contact him inside his mind.
And he's just like, who is this?
Relax. You are under. Raise my hand. You are under. Well, I cannot say you are not in danger. Cast a glance back at the door. But if you do everything we say, hopefully, your treason against the town will be somewhat mitigated. If you're lucky, perhaps your family will survive. For now, you are to do nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, out of the ordinary. You will get up, you will go to work, you will stand guard, you will do everything that the town guard does. The only thing that would be different, if Ernst contacts you about a job, you will set it up, you will give him no indication that anything is awry, and you will immediately report to us. I don't think I need to reiterate what your boss said if any of that does not happen. Correct?
And he nods mutely.
All right then. Also, you will be watched while you are on guard duty this evening.
Watched, you say?
Correct. You will not know from where, but you will be watched. There will be eyes upon you most of the night, but you will not know when they are and when they are not. So I advise you to be the best gate guard you possibly can be. Are we clear?
And he nods again.
All right then. You'd best get some rest. It's going to be it may be a busy night tonight.
And he sort of, nods and kind of
Yeah.
gets up and sort of stumbles towards the stairs a bit.
All right. Well, we're done here. Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Next, I'm going to jump over to Alec. Alec, what were you doing again?
I'm reading up on the previous reports of the other attacks that happened.
Right. So the other attacks are notable for having had very little sign of what happened to the attackers, other than or what happened to the victims, other than the fact that they were obviously killed by some creature. In each of these cases, they were slashed or bitten, but it was never clear as to what creature it would be, and there was never much of a sign in terms of tracks or any details about them. And this is happening even when the gates were clearly closed. Attacks always happen at night, and there was one that happened over here on the eastern side, and there was another one that happened over in the southern side, basically over here, and things like that.
Yeah.
Is there any pretty near a gate?
Is there is it always near a gate?
Yes.
That's what I was,
Always
so
near
I
a
was
gate.
thinking it. And it's all the gates, like majority of the gates, or is it only like the specific ones to the south and the east?
The only ones that are noted in the report are to the south, over here-ish, and then over to the east over here. But there's only been about 4, counting the one in the copse. 3, I guess. Only been 3 attacks thus far.
Okay. Is there any report regarding? Obviously, people heard noises like the howling noises that reported as well.
Yeah, but not as sort of separate things. Just sort of as corollaries to the attacks. People talking about hearing howls, and then later on, one of these bodies showing up. And the bodies themselves, by the way, are sort of all over the place in terms of what, there was nothing. There was no pattern in terms of who was being targeted. It didn't look like.
Okay. So I think what would be the most recent attack?
Probably the one that happened, and this is not from the report that you're reading. This is just what you know. The report that you're reading is probably a week or maybe 4 or 5 days before the one that you just discovered in the copse.
Okay. Just trying to think. Is there any kind of correlation between who investigated them or anything like that? Any guard names that seem to constantly pop up?
No, it doesn't seem so. The only corollary is the fact that Ezek's name is on all of this eventually because he has to sign off on all these things. But yeah, he wasn't necessarily the chief investigator.
Like specific guards that always just seem to show up.
Nah, doesn't seem like it.
And no names or anything that seem to show up in these reports. That
No, not really. Not really. But yeah, no, not really.
All right. Well, dead end for me. So I'll probably go over to where we're setting up shop. Get that ready.
Okay. All right.
I might drop by Irina just to and Zarama just to kind of notify them what's happening.
Okay, that's fine. You can do that. Vraxos is watching Nikolai. That leaves Mason, who is currently away from his seat. And so we don't know what happens, and we'll never know. Okay.
Wait. Sorry for a second.
He
might be on the phone or something.
I saw a shadow. Oh, you saw a shadow. We'll have 6 more weeks of winter. 6 more weeks of not Rob.
Yeah.
Okay. So, there he is. Maybe, possibly.
I think he was on the phone for a second, I think.
Let's see. And that leads us to Mason. So,
sorry, I was making some tea. What's up?
That's okay. Mason, just a quick question as to where, because I've taken care of everybody except for you. What were you doing during this setup? You were going to set up the house,
I was going to go reconnoiter.
Right.
And,
so the house in question that was being suggested is up about here. And I'll do that again so you can see it.
Aha, thank you.
Right? And it's just sort of one of these like houses along a row of 3 or 4 others.
Is there a reason why there's a black square there?
Just because you haven't been behind it, but if you want to take a quick look to see what it looks like, well, bam. There you go.
Okay, so the house is on the west side or east side of that.
So this house, your house.
West Side.
Yeah, West Side. This is your house, but the Lady Wachter's house is Lady Wachter's house that was here.
Okay, so
that's Lady Wachter's house, and this is your reconnoitered house, or your base of operations.
That house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna head there, and I'm going to. I'd rather not. So wait. So we're all the way back down on the other side. Okay. I'm gonna try to take the long way around. I don't actually want to.
Okay. From where to where? From the inn to here, or what? From where to where?
Like maybe walk the long way back around the backside of the lady's house, or on the other side. Just sort of get to that house without walking directly in front of her house.
Like this or something.
Sure.
Okay, like that.
Yeah, that works.
I walk a lonely road, the only road.
Or actually, we could even just, walk this way if we wanted to, unless that's going to be...
that's up to you.
Yeah, let's do that way because it's a shorter distance.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
That way I'm taking a little bit of a, a longer way around just to avoid the house in question.
Is good. So,
yeah, make a perception check for me too, please, Mason.
I'm making a perception check?
Yes.
All righty. This is going to be great. You perceive you've been caught and everything, the jig is up.
Walk this way. Exactly.
That's such a good song.
Non-natural 20.
Another non-natural 20.
So as you're
perceive the whole world.
Okay.
I can show you the.
As you're making your way over, you don't have anything that seems obvious to you, but you do get this strange feeling of like maybe just sort of extra paranoia of being watched as you get closer to the house. But you look pretty carefully around you, and like, unless the person is invisible, you're not obviously being watched by anything. But
and
sort of hackles on the back of your neck are up.
I'm not. I also want to make a point of like I'm gonna walk around the house and sort of try to find an inconspicuous way to go inside. I'm not gonna walk in the front door while other people are watching. I'm gonna try to make it so that it looks like I'm passing by the house, and then there's a door maybe at the back, and I go inside. So no one the wiser of what I'm up to.
Gotcha. In the back of this house, you mean? Not
correct.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's fine. Except that when you get to that house, so first of all, it's locked.
Perfect.
Except
you're caught. The jig is up.
And the door in the back is locked, but you were given a key by Isaac to be able to get into the house.
Sweet.
And so when you put it in,
knock the door down. No,
okay. So I was gonna say when you unlock the door, you do hear this sort of faint, kind of like a scraping sound or something like that on the inside of the door.
Where is it coming from? Up, down, underneath the house?
Right inside the door.
Right in. Wait. From right inside the door.
Right. That you are currently attempting to open.
Okay. I'm gonna have one hand on the door and one hand ready on my crossbow. I guess crossbow bolt. Just in case there's something inside. And with bolt in hand, let's check this house of disrepair out.
Okay. So when you open the door, after unlocking it, at first you don't see anything, and then something large and gray like darts out underneath your feet, and you're kind of like, then you hear more sort of squeakings and so forth, and then those also zip out, And so here you have all of these creatures, and I do want to point out this is during the day, and they look like rats. A bunch of these rats come basically flying out, swarming out. None of them attack you, but as you sort of look over your shoulder at them, or watch them go by, they all seem to be going roughly in the same direction, which is that they are heading more or less this way. So they're heading in that direction, and it's not clear why, but they are all heading in that direction.
Are they heading? Does it look like they're heading out of, like, heading to another house, or just continuing down?
Can't tell.
Out.
Can't tell. It's just they're heading in that direction. I mean, like, and then you lose sight of them unless you're gonna like go running after them, which I guess you could do. But but assuming you don't, that's
I
the
got
way.
more important shit to do than deal than.
The house now seems
Deal
empty.
with, Chip and Dale, the Rescue Rangers. Oh, wait,
Yeah, there you go. It seems empty, although you can actually smell a little bit of what some possibly rat feces in there, and stuff like that. A little bit of rat urine.
So I guess because I'm here and there's somebody has to do it and other people are doing stuff, I'm just gonna try to spend a little bit of time before the rest of the team gets here, just trying to actually make it look like people could actually accomplish something in this house.
Okay. So you feel like this place has probably been pretty well hung out in by rats for a while. It's kind of filthy. There's a lot of, little black things on the ground, if you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of other stuff. You can see some half-eaten bits of food here and there. There are a couple of dead rats on the ground as well, that are just sort of half-eaten also. And as you're sort of cleaning up this delightful experience of going through this, kind of brushing them out and whatever, you are continuing to kind of listen, and you don't hear any other kind of squeaking or scraping or anything like that. But one thing that's a little strange is that whoever the former inhabitants of this place were, it looks as if the place was just left in one spot. Like basically there's a couple of mugs, for example, on the table, and it looks like, I mean, obviously the mugs are dusty and there's filth and stuff on top of the table as well, but it looks as if the mugs themselves were just kind of left in a spot. There was like a plate that looked like it might have at one point had food, and now of course it's covered with filth, but it looked like at one point it had food and was still on the table.
Like people left suddenly?
Yeah. Or were removed suddenly.
Great. Another question while I'm dealing with all that wonderful garbaggio. Is there any way on any part of the house? Is there a second floor to this house?
Yes, there is. Yep.
If I go up to the second floor, is there any way to either see the street in front of the Lady Valkyr's house or see the house itself from where we are?
I would say so. The house itself, not really, but the street for sure. Because if you were to sort of trace a line from here down, you can kind of look out, and you can see pretty clearly right down that spot. You can just by peering see like maybe this area, but it's not really. You can't really get back to the house itself or see the house itself directly, but.
Okay, so I'm going to try to finish cleaning up as best as I can the area downstairs and the room that's positioned properly to see the front of the house from where we are. The rest of it, I'm going to leave to whoever else wants to try to deal with the rest of it. But I feel like we need to have that lower floor ready for the team and somebody who is positioned up in the basically like the watch room to be able to see the house and see if everyone's going in or out or stuff like that. So.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. And at which point, the rest of the team starts to gather. Alex shows up. Django,
I'm just gonna grab my tea real quick.
Vraxos, I think, is going to wait for the longest because of Nikolai, and then Weller as well is going to show up there. So eventually, everyone is pretty much back at this house, and you all come into this house and sort of note that it smells not very good, but you notice that there's like some kind of like weird lemony scent over the top of it. Everything as if someone has been trying to clean it, very quickly. And
that's a pledge.
Yes, exactly. And so and as you come in, Mason, you hear sort of steps downstairs. A lot of steps entering the house.
All right. So, wait. So I hear people coming in.
Yes.
So I come back out into the hallway and I go, "Who's there?"
Okay, and you folks
That's
here.
me.
Yeah.
Oh, very
This
good.
place looks like the perfect stakeout, I guess.
I was gonna say. So you've seen the movie Stakeout? Okay, good. No, so all right. So I come back downstairs, and the whole. How many people from the group are here? It's just Alec.
Everybody
and
but Vraxis, actually, I think, at the moment.
but Vraxis is here.
And by the way, is Vraxos staying the entire time until such time as...
I thought he was shadowing Nikolai.
Right, so, but like, if Nikolai doesn't move, then he doesn't move, right?
I think as long as Nikolai is on duty,
Yep.
Braxis has to stay with him.
Yeah,
As long as probably as long as he's at the gate.
Guess I don't have a say in the matter.
Got it.
Well,
I mean, technically, none of us do. We're kind of.
Yeah, I'll just.
No.
Yeah, all right.
You've been conscripted. We all have.
Especially gate duty. Yeah, unfortunately, it's true. I'm afraid so.
Okay.
So I come down and I tell them, okay, so I've got basically this area down here set up for us so we could repair without any prying eyes looking at us. As you can see, it's not much to look at, but I think it will serve the job. Well, I wouldn't say nicely, but at least help us get the job done. As for upstairs, I've cleaned out one room that does allow us to look straight down the street towards the lady's house so that we can get a better sense if someone wants to go up there and take watch. We can rotate, of course, but at least allow us access to see who's coming and going, and perhaps we might catch the very person himself, this Ernst chap, either taking his leave of the place or returning from whencever he went to. So... that's the current state in this unsavory place. Does anybody else have news? Also, who wants to take the first watch?
Well, going through all the records turned up absolutely nothing. No, the only real correlation is that all the attacks happened near gates, and I couldn't find any like specific guards at those gates or any guards that reported or anything like that. So that's nothing there.
Well, it was worth a shot. Now, I suppose I should take the first watch since I already know the lay of the land already here. Does anybody else want to stay put here and do any more? I don't know.
Well, it will.
At the house?
Well, it will be with you. Well, it will be out in front of the house.
Very well. The rest of you chaps?
I'll do the night watch. How about that? I'm happy with that.
Works well for me. We also might want to set up someplace where we can rest. I know it's not incredibly savory, but I didn't have time to do that on my own. But people are going to need
Yeah,
to rest.
clear up one of these rooms. No problem.
Very well. All right. Anyone else have anything they want to pass along before we get started?
Nikolai is firmly on our side. The good commander visited him and convinced him of the error of his ways.
I'm sure he made the point quite clear. Crystal, in fact.
Indeed. Yes, Alec and I should take the night watch.
Very well. Then I will go up and take care of the first pass, as it were. I have a nice place all soaked out, and I will. I will keep track of what's going on. I won't make, copious amounts of notes, but if anybody goes in or out, I'll at least make some note of the time of day. It can't be exact, of course, but you can at least try to keep a record of these things.
Line of sight. That's not going to work. Although, range.
Would you like to share with the rest of the class, John?
He's just checking his devil sight, I think.
No, it's not my devil sight. It's my telepathic. But you have to be within the line of sight of the target. So we can't be on different floors. That breaks the line of sight, unfortunately. Trying to figure out a way to
wait a minute. If he's below you and you can see him from the house, how is that not line of sight?
It'd help at nighttime, as I'm saying. Like tracking him.
No, like you and I, for example, like if I'm doing something else and Mason, you want to contact the rest of us on the first floor without being loud about it.
Oh. Well, I would just get your attention. There's no one else that knows that we're here. Although, and I don't know if I should mention this, The only thing that was awkward about when I showed up here, and it's not really strange considering, there were many, many rats that left the house all at once and headed surprisingly all in the same direction, down towards the gate at the north end of the town. They did not splinter off and go in all different directions as one would think. They all sort of traveled together, which I don't know if that's actually strange or not. I thought I would just share.
That's interesting. Don't know what that means, but never seen that before. That's a new one for me.
That's a fun fact.
It was a mite odd. It wasn't, a mite odd. Yes. All right,
Okay.
I'm going to go head upstairs unless there's anything else that you all want to discuss.
No,
Go ready.
I'll get the room ready.
All right, and I take my leave and I head upstairs and I position myself so that I can watch the house. I also have a little notebook that I'm going to start jotting down anything that happens with the
So,
anything going in and out.
let me jump to Vraxos first. Vraxos, when Nikolai, it's time for Nikolai's shift. He exits his house and ends up heading over to his respective spot down in the south, over here, basically. And let me jump that down so people in chat can see it. Okay, so he jumps down. He heads down in that direction. He relieves one of the guards, who sort of nods at him and heads up to the north. And Nikolai gets into position and just sort of does his famous, like, intense stare at the door. I'm never going to be seen to be lacking again. Are you, Vraxos, are you just going to keep staring and watching him now that he's in place, or are you waiting to see? I just want to make sure if was that plan.
I mean, I want to keep him in my line of sight, but I also want to see like what's going on around him. Like if I could see on the areas nearby, like
Okay.
people coming or what he's going to be seeing.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty quiet at the moment because since it's night, we're talking like pretty much like midnight almost, and so
Yeah.
there's not
That's
much
what I
traffic.
figured, but
Yep.
just for any tomfoolery,
Yep.
I don't want to be
you
just
don't
like tunnel vision on him.
you don't hear any of that. Actually, make a perception check for me, please.
Sure.
Okay.
19.
Raxos, you hear a howling, but a very faint howling, but it's not coming from where you might expect. And I'm going to put that on pause for a moment, and I'll come back to you and tell you where you hear this from in just a moment. In the meantime, like across the city,
We split the party again. This always ends well.
we've got Weller and Django. Who is up on the sort of midnight watch? Do we know who's-
I am not on the watch. It would either be Alec or Weller or Django.
Okay, so who was taking like?
Leave both of us.
It was both Django and Alec. Make perception checks for me. Or no, what?
All right. No, he's right. He's right. He's right.
Okay,
It's
so
okay,
make
it's okay.
perception checks for me, please. And Weller's asleep during this?
I suppose I'm taking a rest.
Big Weller has done his evening prayer to make more holy water, and then he's gone to sleep. Little Weller is across the street from this L-shaped house right here.
Okay.
He's right at this corner.
Right. Okay.
But
And I'm probably resting too.
Are you
so-
looking? Is he looking south or north?
he's Little Weller?
Yeah.
He's looking directly at Fiona's house.
Okay, gotcha. So he's over here. Should I
Good
shrink
thing
him?
good thing your homunculus
Yeah.
doesn't need to sleep. It's just
Correct.
Okay, so he's looking right there. Okay. Then we got 420. Okay.
like so we got a
Um,
14 from Django and a 20 from me.
Okay. So both of you also hear a howling, but I'm going to tell you all where you hear it from in just a minute. Little Weller, as you are here watching the house, you see...
Howling from right behind you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you see
It's inside the house.
your own death. Okay.
Doom!
So you see
You see the house, like, all the doors suddenly shut and the walls go to red, and it's another death house.
Yep, exactly. Death House 2.0.
Those damn kids are back.
Son of Death House. This time it's real death. Okay. So, oops. Sorry, I started moving. So it's a very helpful line. Okay. This guy comes out. Let me.
Oh, sorry, I'll get rid of that line for you.
There you go. This guy comes out, and it is Ernst. And you see him heading north, Weller. Little Weller. Is he following or?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's following, and as he's getting up parallel with the house, where he's definitely within range,
Mm-hmm.
he is telepathically sending, "It's going down."
And you, misunderstanding,
and
turn
Big
out and go
Weller.
the other direction. Well, there's like going down and like immediately turn south.
I was having
damn
the
it.
most wonderful dream.
Okay. Right. That's actually a really great movie moment. Like, like as little Weller's walking by. All right.
That's awesome.
So Weller's continuing to move up this way. Are the rest of you, and like, no, he wouldn't have heard Ernst, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to think
So
about.
the only person that has Weller is Big and Little Weller are the only ones who know what's going on right now.
Right.
We're true.
Little Weller, Big Weller is now awake and saying he's moving.
Right. You also notice, by the way, Little Weller notices that he's like very stealthy, like so stealthy that it almost looks like he's got like, he's not invisible, but he's definitely like hard to keep track of, even for Little Weller, who's been like, directly like focused on him the whole time. And he comes up all the way up here to the gate. Now at this point, Weller, I would say Big Weller would be awake at this point. What do you do when you heard this phrase about, oh my God, here we go?
Basically, Little Weller would be like, he's moving, we're heading towards the north gate. And that'd be about as much as Little Weller's sending images
Right.
of what he's seeing, and he's invisible and he's following along.
Would you jump out? Would you go out and follow him as well? No.
Well,
Or
he's
not?
notifying everybody else in the house, as he's
Now, okay,
Okay,
yes.
so I assume
now,
I'm up now.
now.
as soon as he wakes up, hearing
Okay.
it's going down.
What are the
Well,
people in the house doing once they hear this?
So
I'm
wake up
going to
Mason and
head
go,
towards-
it's go time.
Yeah, we're heading out and actually going to cut across here,
Alright.
the back one to come like right about here to the gate. God damn it, I can't for some reason mark. It doesn't I can't mark where I want to be, so I'll just show you. I want to get like come across the back of the houses like up to here ish, and peek out from like this side so I can see what's going on.
Okay.
That is what I'd like.
Did I just circled it, John.
Thank you. Well,
Like
over
where that is, or
between these houses.
okay.
I'm there now. So my
And then-
between these.
Alec and Mason, if you've been woken up, are you also going up the same route
Well,
that Django is?
I heard the noise, the wolf.
Alex already awake because we were both doing the watch, so he would be
Quick question: that noise that happened, is this before that happened?
The howling happens basically now, and that's after. So basically, they go by. Little Weller is like, okay, it's coming. It's going down, whatever. And then you hear the howling right after that. And Vraxos, this is where I can tell you that you also hear the howling, as I mentioned. The howling is coming from the very far north, like the distant north. And so, you can close enough that you can hear it, but and are you doing anything about that, Vraxos, by the way, or not?
Am I what?
Are you doing anything about that or not? Like the fact that you heard this
sticking
howling?
with Nikolai.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Nikolai does not seem to notice it because it is pretty faint. All right. You folks here are going to make your way up, and you watch. Little Weller watches. Django probably shows up not quite at the same time. I would
I'm
say
gonna
Little
let
Weller
Django
watched
stay there, and I have no idea where my token is either, by the way.
I'll bring it up. There you go.
Okay. I'm gonna hang out back here by this copse of trees, since now I just like saying that word.
Mhm.
And Django to continue this mental relaying stuff between multiple parties. Django can mentally relay what he's seeing to me, so there's less of a chance of him being discovered. So we're all standing there going like, hey?
Yeah, I'm also in very heavy armor, so it would make a lot of noise. So I'm a little bit further back, just waiting for whatever it is. To go.
And as Little Weller comes up as well, and now Big Weller is like charging down the road up here, You see, Little Weller sees Ernst talking to one of the guards. Actually, let me reveal those guards. Those guards, which you can clearly see already.
I bet it was Steve. It's always Steve.
Always.
Or it would be
Chuck.
Starovich.
It's motherfucking Chuck. Always. is Chuck.
Starovich.
Yeah, Chuck. Yes.
Steve
Chuck
Stiverovich. Okay.
Hey, Chucky, why'd you do it, man?
There we go. You see him talking to one of them, one of the guards, and Little Weller, you notice that there's something going on with the other guard. The other guard sort of like as Ernst comes up to talk to this guard, the other guard here is kind of like looking like, "What are you doing?" and seems to be going over to talk to them, and then quite suddenly grabs his neck as if something has hit him, and then drops. Now it's dark, but you can still see someone in the dark, but you don't see anything in particular that hit him. Nothing. There was like no attacker that was obvious, but something hit him, and so he falls forward. You see the other guard here talking to Ernst and nodding back and forth, and then this other guard moves this way. And Ernst now goes to the gate, taking a key that might have been given to him by the guard, unlocks it, and the door swings open. Now I'm going to give you a chance for all of you to decide what you want to do with this door swinging open.
But let the play continue.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm relaying back to Mason, and I don't think I can get. I think there's too many buildings in between me and. Well, you've got Little Weller telling you what's going on, and I'm going to say, yeah, we should let's see what happens. Except the guard is down now. Arv, did I see what happened to the guard? Because I can see perfectly.
Would we have an idea which guard that is based on information we've gotten probably for who's on shift tonight?
Yeah, I mean it's just it was not a like particularly important guard that or anything like that. It was just one of the guards that was there.
Or Stevovich.
We'll probably have to ask somebody like who was working that gate.
Correct, because they shift around some of these things, but this so as these so and as far as you were asking about did you see anything, it wasn't about the darkness. It's that whatever this thing was not. I mean, he just like sort of went back to his neck as if something hit him, and then he slumped over. It could have been.
But it wasn't like a fountain blood found between his fingers.
No.
Okay.
And there's no clue as like where it came from. Like we have no.
No, but it was
which direction
behind him, and he was facing.
Behind him.
It came from. I'll show you the direction.
Gate.
No, it came from this way because the guard was basically looking at them, so he was looking to the left. And he was hit from behind him.
From where I am, can I see anybody that's over this direction from my position?
Let me just move everybody up there so you can what doing. So
I mean, I'm hidden, but I can see that direction.
Right, you don't see anything.
All right.
So, but again, you're not even sure totally what the angle was or whatever. But he got hit, so falls over. And so he is now on the ground, and
Little Weller's heading that way.
I'm sorry.
Little Weller's heading that way to check on him and see if there's like a dart sticking out of the back of his neck or something.
Gotcha. All right, Little Weller moves that way. The people who are still watching the road, which I think would be Django and Big Weller, if I'm correct, as the door opens, see there's a sort of moment's pause where I mentioned it was a half moon before. So for change, the clouds are somewhat clear, and the moon rises at maybe 2/3, possibly full now, and sort of lights cast this eerie light on the ground below, and walking through the door, unimpeded by guard or anyone else, is an enormous wolf. And as
but a wolf, so a normal, four-legged, big-tailed, just a wolf.
It's Teen Wolf.
A wolf that is the size of a small pony wolf.
A wolf.
Okay.
Okay.
And as this enormous wolf walks through the gate, it throws its head back and lets out a howl. And that is where we're going to end this session.
Is it a howl
for
or just a howl?
Is it a howl or another howl?
It's a Thurston
Double
J
howl?
howl.
Is it a dog howl or a wolf
Is it a
howl,
Charles
or
Nelson
is it
run?
like a fox howl?
Wolf
or-
stage right even. It's the
Yay, we
outro.
established it's a wolf. I thought we did that.
Not well. Technically, yeah.
That's cool. Though. I'm loving this.
All right. So good stuff today, folks.
This is fun.
I was not 100% sure. I didn't know how far you were going to pursue this or not. And you folks have jumped into both feet. You were liking Curse of Strahd Investigation, or CSI, as we like to call it.
I love. But see, the thing is, I love mysteries. I love mysteries.
But it's good stuff.
And Trent is done.
I will start as well. And I
Or a
know this was
trooper.
also, with everybody being like,
But I want to hit something.
a lot of people being walking wounded and all that. First of all, I will say quickly that Margaret Maggie Crone will be back with us, not next month, but in April. She will be back. But in the meantime, she plays Rama Kamamir. You should check her out at Margaret Crone Plays and all that kind of good stuff. But you will see her back for the Arvocalis, along with Rob, on Tuesday evening when we return to the Banner Saga 2, which is coming up. So that'll be good times. Speaking of Rob, again, as you say, you got to get some mystery CSI. So how'd you feel about today, and where will the fine people see you next?
I'm not gonna lie. Today was a little rough for a lot of reasons that had nothing to do with the actual campaign itself. But I really like where this ended up. I was not actually sure. Like when we started this, I felt like we really didn't have a lot to go on as to what the F was going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, okay, so we have to make a decision somehow on how we're going to get more information than just there's a four-legged creature killing everything. It's like, and I think it really was CSI Barovia. And I'm perfectly, totally 100% cool with that because I love mysteries and I love, doing a little, Inspector Poirot in, frickin' Barovia. That's actually
Little brain cell.
fantastic. I actually need to see.
That should be
one
your
of
next
these,
character, Rob, for the next campaign. Just have like a Poirot.
there is
Hercule
no.
Poirot. Oh my
Let me
God.
repeat this. There is no fucking way in hell I am doing a French accent for an entire campaign.
No, you don't have
Fuck
to do
that. Fuck that. Fuck that.
First of all, he's Belgian, so
Oh,
Right.
Oh,
True
Wait,
that.
what's the difference? They make
Oh
the beer.
damn! Hey, listen, I have some viewers that are going to be not happy if they ever hear that.
To all of our Belgian viewers, let me apologize profusely ahead of
I have a
time.
couple.
I'm sure we have like.
Years.
not the French.
Them up.
You will never
I
get a
like your
waffle
beer.
again, sir.
Everybody, calm the fuck
You'll
down.
never get a waffle.
Um,
again.
be like a, I don't know, like a Canadian Poirot, like that. I don't know, something interesting.
I just hope that the new series with what's his face in it is John Malkovich is any good because I'm a big fan of the previous show, the one that used to be on PBS. So I need to go watch.
Yeah. He was good. French people.
And Raider comes out of the background to go and yell at something, which
French
is
people.
classic Raider. Hi Raider. Well, welcome back. But anyway, I thought it was really fun to like set this whole thing up and watch it sort of actually like, as opposed to how we normally do, which is where we set these up and these all go completely off the rails and go to fucking hell. This actually worked out exactly, well, so far according to plan. And it's kind of cool to see like all the pieces of the puzzle and all of the people with the different abilities, like Django can relay to me and Weller and Little Weller are doing their thing. And, hopefully what we have ourselves in a position where either A, we can sort of watch this unfold and then catch them in the act, although I feel like we've already done that, or we can seize on this opportunity and sort of go, here's the thing, and sort of, clear, Ricky Tikki Tembo from, his guilty, until proven innocent. And yeah, it was actually, I also, interrogating Nikolai was also really fun because whenever you're doing like this again, it's, I don't know if it's Sherlock Holmesian or CSI or these investigative things where it's like, okay, so we have this, and this, and you got to do that logic puzzle and go like, well, he's obviously lying. You really don't want to look like a moron and go, well, he's obviously lying. And he's like, nope, tell him the truth. And so it's really good that like we sort of we worked those details out really well, and it was fun to role play because I'm like, I know you're fucking full of shit. So here.
So there are
how about
no
a lie
Ace
detector
Attorney like,
test?
hold it.
And this
you
one,
know,
how
type of
about a
thing.
lie detector test? And this one actually works.
Yeah.
And he's just like, no. Here, let me tell you all the truth, all the facts. He flipped faster than Michael Flynn. It was great. It was wonderful.
Good
I love
stuff. So where will the fine people see you next?
Oh God, I don't know. I will probably be here tomorrow, continuing my playthrough of Hollow Knight, twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob. I will also probably be back on Wednesday to oh right, yeah, we have Community Day tomorrow as well, so we'll probably be playing some Anthem and some Apex Legends, which will be that'll be fun. I'm great at shooter games. No, I'm not. So then after that, I will probably continue my Hollow Knight playthrough in the evening, doing the voices and trying to finish as much of that as possible. As for the rest of the week, you'll see me here, probably Wednesday and Friday again, for music stuff and video game related stuff. And
Tuesday for our vocalist, don't forget.
Oh, Tuesday is our vocalist. I didn't forget. Thank you. That was just my conscience reminding me that I have other things that are doing on this channel. So I'll be back here for our vocalist for the continuing saga of the Banner Saga.
The Banner Saga.
I look what I did there, and hopefully, actually, I think the last time we played, the character that I was doing the voice for just got control of the campaign back.
Yeah.
So probably hear a bunch of me doing.
I'm Batman. A bunch of that basically.
Yes, this very raspy voice. We'll see how long that lasts for until I modify it so I don't blow out my vocal cords. And then music, song, dance, frivolity, whiskey, all the good stuff. Twitter.com/CCDarksideRob. Best way to find out what I'm doing and when. And I'll see you guys on the next video and beyond. I love y'all very much. Bye.
Thanks, Rob. Good stuff, man. Moving right along, of course, we have the man who managed to hold it together, who was also feeling very down and sick, and we had only the voice to carry us along, but it was, of course, Don Cairo. Cairo, how'd you feel about today?
What a voice it is.
Exactly. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fun folks see you next?
That was a lot of fun. I was fully expecting it to be just like a full-grown lichen, like huge werewolf, like beast type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact I'm a little impressed that our faces aren't being mauled off right before we left. So that's good.
That's an improvement.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Probably next time you'll see me is on what is it, first or second? I forget. We do first and third, right?
Yeah, we're
try
totally,
to.
I think playing next
I think
week.
that's the plan.
We're trying to. Yeah.
So we'll see, but it'll be soon, and it'll be on this channel. So stay tuned. I'm Don Cairo, play Rude Vrexos. It was a pleasure. Apologize, my energy level was pretty low, but I feel like I'm high without all the good stuff. So, so I'm looking forward.
How many tissues did you go through out of interest? I want to see.
Tissues or boxes?
Oh, boxes of tissue.
Yeah,
it would be
today I'm about 1.5. So
Okay.
yeah, I've got another stack of 4 behind me. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for the weekend.
Oh man. Well, feel better, dude. This too shall pass.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is what it is. It's not a problem. I can't complain, man.
But thank you for sticking.
My day playing video games and D&D. I got nothing to complain about.
Well, I was gonna say, but thank you though, nonetheless, for sticking with it, because I really appreciate it. It's good to have you back in the mix, because we had our full crew pretty much, except for Maggie, and so we were able to have the 5 of us. So that was 5 of you guys playing, so that was good. So,
but it was a pleasure, guys. I will see you around.
Sounds good. Thanks, dude. Moving right along the line, of course, we have John. John, who was able to use a little bit of the in the mind sort of thing to kind of build up his interrogation skills. Z with Django.
Razzle dazzle. Exactly.
Same question to you, John. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks see you next?
This was fun. Did some barkeep investigation about the town. I actually had a lot to, I mean, it's always fun either investigating or watching the fine folks go about their investigations. It was a good time. Yes. Yeah, CSI. Exactly. I had a lot of fun, and I think we're supposed to be playing on the 2nd if we're sticking to the schedule. So we'll be able to get our faces mauled off next week, and our Don, hopefully you can join us for that. That'd be great. Because it's always fun to have everyone get their faces mauled off.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
John Helfers, I do a lot of stuff for Catalyst Game Labs. I also now I'm streaming. Oddly, I'll be streaming 3 times next week if all goes well.
Wow.
Tuesday we're doing Skies of Axia on
My
Unmade
God.
Games. Thursday, we're doing on this channel with Sod and
Yep.
Jen Brozek and Marie. And who's our fourth? Oh, Brahms, who I think is still stuck in here, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's in the feed. We'll be doing episode 2 of Skies of Axia, and then Saturday, getting our faces mauled off for more with Arv. So that's the plan.
I was hoping for more Ember wins. That was so good.
God,
Speaking
oh, yes,
bears.
guys, go watch our Honey Heist stream. It was
Honey Heist was
hilarious.
great, but I still
Oh my
think
God,
I want you guys
so
to use that overlay next time that poor Shadowed Mage put together. I think it was awesome.
Yeah, we will. I've got other plans. I've got other heists for them to pull off. Don't worry.
It'll be good.
Yes, and that was a great layout. We had to use the Ember.
No, I know. Ember Wind, I know.
Ember wind is just too good.
But it was good. And yes, you definitely should check that out for Thursday for Ember Wind as opposed to Ember.
The
Wind.
regular one,
The regular
Ember
Ember Wind,
Wind.
which will be the last stream on this channel for February. Thank you, John. Good stuff as always. And we will talk to you very soon. Moving right along the line, Sod, great stuff today again. Also, got to
Yeah,
have
slow
some...
start from us all, but it eventually got there. So.
Yeah. Well, again, it was because you guys were a lot of people were sick and tired and sick and tired of
We're
being
just
sick
trying
and
to
tired.
get the energy. It's just
Yeah.
build up the energy to do D&D. It's so hard.
I expect this campaign ends with us buying this house.
Yeah, I think we're all just be like this.
Staying here.
Like, I attack Strahd. Yeah, I roll a
Fine.
22 to hit.
No,
But
I have a feeling when you actually get to Strahd, it's going to be like Rise of Tiamat ending is what I'm guessing. There's going to be
Oh yeah.
there's going to be a lot of tension when you deal with Strahd. But how'd you feel about today's Sod and where will the
But yeah, it was good. Enjoyed it. A lot of problem solving, which is always good. It always really gets the mind going, I think, when you try and solve something.
Mhm.
So it helped us juice up, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so you'll see me on my channel. Now I have high-speed internet. I'll be streaming more, and I've already started. So yay! I've been going through my backlog. I've done Dragon Quest Heroes 2, nearly done with that. I'm starting a whole Resident Evil thing. I'm doing a cult run with someone else, and also doing
Nice.
Revelation 2. And I'm loving 6 so far. It's so fun, and Revelation 2 has been really fun. If you want, I'm gonna do Witcher. Don't worry, Don. It's coming. I've got to mix it up. I like to not play one genre or one series.
I'll give you a lot of credit if you get through Witcher 1, because as good as that game
I did.
is, that game is-
I streamed
Oh,
it.
you did? Oh, you got all of
I've streamed both 1 and 2.
God,
Witcher
that
3.
game is great,
Oh,
but
I'll
it's
see
also-
you in 2040 if
I've
you're going to
done-
do Witcher 3. All right.
Yeah, Witcher 3 now. It's just
There's
like
a lot in
quest
Witcher.
log. Oh, it's
But the nice thing about Witcher 3 is that you don't an hour in come across all 6 characters that exist in the game, which
Yeah.
by like the first hour of Witcher 1, you've seen every character model that exists in that game.
Yeah, it's true.
And of course, over on Aiken Forza 21's channel, when we restart up the D&D, I just couldn't do this month because just everything was happening in real life. So we're starting up in March once again. So keep an eye out for that. And that's it.
Cool. Thank you very much. Good stuff tonight. And last but certainly not least, Tren, again, I saw we were all sort of hanging in there together collectively as we were in the process of doing this, but we managed to do it, and we got Little Weller doing a little Jason Bourne secret
Little
agent
Weller's badass.
secret agent work with stuff. How'd you feel about today, and where will the fine folks see you next?
It's going down.
Going
It's
down.
like my favorite moment of the cast.
The only thing I can think of for him to say.
Tossing the cigarette as he runs by.
Filterless.
It's going down.
How do people do this?
Yeah, and that would be a tiny, tiny little cigarette.
Yeah,
by the
sure
way.
would.
The target is on the move.
You don't understand.
I can see you mixing up with some of the samples you have collected just to test it as well.
You
see
do
how-
not understand
how
how
it
to
line up
follow
and
people.
He cannot see me. I'm invisible.
You're a loony.
All of a sudden, Weller becomes Jean Reno from like
Yeah,
Ronin
exactly.
or something.
Or with a little bit of Liam Neeson mixed in.
I have a certain set of skills.
So, anyway,
So good.
so yeah, what did I think of today? It was fun. the part I think it was where Arudinel was like, "Oh, he is awake." Yes, I was awake the whole time.
Yeah.
It's just that Weller was praying and
Literally
sleeping.
praying,
So I'm like,
sleeping,
all
yeah.
right. So I've got my hat tilted down enough that I can't see the camera, but I can watch all of the feeds and the chat and what's going on and the things. It just looks like I'm unconscious.
Yep.
Ugh.
Good role
in
playing.
character.
Good physical role playing.
Yes.
That's his role playing is a full commitment.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. It's
Yeah.
method. Anyway, so I was so happy. I think my favorite part was when it occurred to me that wait a minute, if we arrest Nikolai, if he's not in play,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay, wait, we can't do this.
Yeah,
Hang
yeah,
on. I was
Yep.
like, oh, that's good. Thank you, brain, for finally catching up.
Yep.
But so that part was fun. I was really looking forward to Django and Weller just tag teaming, just screwing with Nikolai's head. And I was getting ready to start walking around, Nikolai while Django's sitting there in the reverse chair.
With you
and
like
just-
stroking his shoulder with your mage hand. Da, 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 da,
Basically.
da, da, da. Like Jesus.
and
Yeah, he turned just on
You're
the
like,
idea.
look, no hand.
Yeah, yeah.
This is not gonna go
and,
well.
and then it's like when
I'm not
Django
touching-
says,
I'm
anytime
not touching-
Django says, you're working for us, it's like, don't forget. In the back of his mind. I see you. And I was fully prepared to just have the mage hand, which is for the metaphysicians, the mage hand is invisible.
Right.
For normal people who use it, it's like this glowing purple arcane hand, but for metaphysicians, it's psychic force. It doesn't have a visual component. But I was just gonna have little Weller just become visible, floating in the air in front of him. It's like
Just say a little, just a little reminder.
That's incredible.
I was waiting for it. I was like, yeah, it's okay. We got it. It's fine. He understands. He's a little freaked out. It's just where we want him. It's cool. Don't have to.
That is funny.
But yeah, as for where people are going to see me next, it will be in about 14 hours. Over on Tales from the Grim, which is Grim Jack's Twitch channel, where we will be doing the Highlander episode 2, where we learn about my character Onye, the Mad Eagle, and his origin story.
Yeah, which should be good.
She's a mad eagle.
The Mad Eagle. Onye is very old dialect of Russian, which means eagle.
Cool.
So he's Eagle, the Mad Eagle.
That's fantastic.
That's why he's mad. I don't get two different names. That's different. I'm just angry. I'm not crazy.
You could make his first name Mads, like Mads Mikkelsen, so Mads Eagle.
Right.
There you go.
That'd be totally different. But thank you, Trent. Good stuff. As always, it was a great pleasure. And yes, and then you will see him on Highlander, and then you'll see him back on my channel Tuesday at 12 o'clock, where the mother of all fellowship phases will begin. Because it's going to be literally, it's a fellowship phase that will be the last one of Wilderland Adventures. So there's a lot to do. You got to go take out people in the north, deal with people in the, I mean, it's, yeah, like Inga has to fight with Robar. There's a whole bunch of nonsense that has to happen. So it's going to be, and also the river has to save her dad. It's going to be busy. So a lot of stuff happening. So, but it's going to be a good time. So thank you, gentlemen. This was a great pleasure. Chat, can we get some love for the wonderful players? And I will list the schedule on that. I think you're probably right about, well, I think we said first, third, or whatever it was. I think that's right. But I just have to double check and make sure that I'm not being nuts about it. So I have to double check. But I think that's right. So, gentlemen, good work tonight. I will see all of you wonderful folks soon.
Good night, everyone.
Bye. Don't get sick with the flu. Trust me, it's not fun.
All right, that is going to do it for them, and that is going to do it as well for me. This was great, as always. And yeah, you could tell that the guys were definitely like feeling it. We were all, they were all kind of run down a little bit. I was fine, but I mean, they were all run. John was fine, but most of us were all kind of run down and stuff from just various things. And a lot of it just everybody being ill, is everyone getting sick. So hopefully now we're sort of past the worst of that. And we will not have to worry about that anymore as time goes on. At least that is That is at least my hope. But I was glad to see, though, again, I can never tell. This is why it's so important not to railroad anything. I had assumed that they would be doing what they needed to do, and then they were going to head west out of Valaki, and they were going to deal with other stuff, which is why I named it what I did. And then they just started getting into it, and I'm like, I guess we're not going west then. And so I'm like, new name. Let's call it instead the investigations and inquiries, or whatever the heck I called it. So, so anyway, it was a lot of fun to sort of see them move things, and I'm looking forward to see how more stuff is going to happen down the line. Also, I want to note that in case people did not notice, while we were on stream, we actually got a few other things here, 382.96. So we actually are up to 382.96 because someone jumped back in. As I told you, I knew a few people were going to be gradually updating them. So one person upped their pledge back up to 382.96. So that's a big boost for the Patreon. That's great. And that goes along with all the resubs that we had tonight, which is awesome. So thank you to everyone who did that, because that really makes a difference, and I really do appreciate it very much. I am going to be back to you folks on Tuesday with, as I said, Adventures of Middle-earth. And then on Tuesday afternoon, it will be the Thronebreaker, continued playthrough of Thronebreaker, which is almost done. We're heading towards the home stretch with that game on Pen and Pixels. And then that evening will be the Arvocalis with Banner Saga 2, and it should be a full deck, should be a full crew for the Arvocalis on Tuesday nights. That'll be great. And then Thursday of next week, we are looking at Emberwind, which will be the last stream of the month, and that will get us set up nicely for Friday, which will be the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. Nominations for that will end on Tuesday, and while I'm on that subject, take a look at this if you haven't already done so, and please consider voting in this. Right now, we have got Torchlight 2 is out front slightly over Dragon's Lair Trilogy, and by a few votes over Suikoden, but any of those could potentially win. So now's the time to jump in and get your vote in. Again, those are going to be closed. That vote will be closed down on next Tuesday as well. And also on next Tuesday, by the way, just as a reminder to everybody, on Tuesday I will also be making the official announcement about the dates for the Kickstarter for my adventure, the Forbidden Library adventure, which is going to be getting run by Alligator Alley Entertainment. In March, it's going to be run sometime in March, and I'm going to give you all the dates for when that's going to be happening. That's going to be a big deal. One of the first of several publishing projects I'm involved with this year. Can't talk about the other two yet, but very soon I will be able to. So that is all going to be happening, so I am very excited about that, and so I'm going to be making that announcement on Tuesday. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream today, and I want to thank you all for having done some of these things, that if you haven't, please consider doing them. Please consider following the channel if you haven't done so already. That is always a great way to do things. And yeah, we're up to 46 subscribers and 52 sub points. Yay, that's great. That means that we're in good shape for that emote, so hopefully we can keep things going in that regard. So I want to, again, thank everyone for being here. Thank you for following. Please check out, if you haven't done so already, the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCord. Please make sure to check out the Twitter with !ArvTweets. Please check out arvaneleron.com for the audio podcast of this show that you just saw, Curse of Strahd, and also for the calendar of the overall event and other such shenanigans that are website related and this channel related over there. Thank you very much, Dragonspear. You can always, of course, check out the shop, !Arv shop, where you can get awesome merchandise like this Infinity and Beyond shirt. And there's other merchandise which is going to be out there as well for other things too down the line. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for that. Then we've got, of course, the Patreon and the subsystem. The Patreon is sitting right there, currently sitting at 382.96. So again, we're heading in the right direction, trending upwards again. Goal is to get to 420 by the end of the year. So this is great. Let's hope that we can keep this up and keep moving in that right direction. And as I said, the sub button, that sub button right above that video window. Thank you for all the resubs and the subs tonight, and hopefully we will be able to keep that going as well. Now, we are going to be doing a raid, and I think what I'm going to do today is just going to do an automatic raid. So I'm going to do the little video, and then I'm going to jump over at that point and do the raid. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to jump over and do the raid to wherever we're going to go, and then we can all head to bed or hang out at the channel, depending on your time zone and proclivities towards night owl or not. Basically, that's what we're looking at. But thanks, everybody. This was awesome. Good job out of chat as well tonight. We had a chance to really get a little bit of CSI in. Every session is always different. Next one will be different as well. But I will be back to you folks, as I say, on Tuesday for Adventures of Middle-earth and Thronebreaker on GOG with Pen and Pixels, and then that night with more of the Orvocalist and the Banner Saga 2. Until I talk to you next time, thanks everybody, and I will catch all of you wonderful people soon. Much love to all, and be good to each other. Have a good night.